And here we are. We are live once again. It is day 2 of our Streaming to End Alzheimer's Streamathon. We had a wonderful 10 hours yesterday. And we're up for another 10 hours today. Excuse me.
Whew.
Just got my monitor checking here, being a one-man show that we are. And today, I'm very excited with our lineup. We're going to have a number of pre-recorded special Final Cut extended episodes that I did with my Spoiler Room crew, where they picked the movies, including one that today's speaker here with me today, he picked one, and we did one about a film that I have strong emotions about. So
positive ones. I turned you around on that, Mark. It's now your favorite film of all time.
It's not favorite film, but you got me close. You got me like one tick up. And so
you say folks, a finger's length difference? Sorry.
Yes, a finger's length difference. Yeah, we'll go that route. So just a reminder, everyone, this is a fundraiser. So please go to specialmarkproductions.com/stream and click the donate button or scan the QR code that's right up here or on the website, as well as there's a link in the description of these videos you can click on. Takes you right to the donation page. Any little bit helps us. We are at $325 right now. So we're inching closer to that goal of 2,000. And I've got a little extra plans that I may extend the fundraiser itself till the actual event of Walk to End Alzheimer's, which is in September. So we may carry this on to try to still hit that goal. And I will go walking. I do walk occasionally. But enough of my babbling today. We're opening it up here with our good friend Ian Simmons. And we're talking about a subject that you picked, Ian. Why don't you tell our folks a little bit about, what the subject is that you wanted to talk about?
I wanted to find out, just kind of like talking to you, Mark, and maybe even find an answer to this for myself. Why are we film critics? They say those who can't do teach. I guess those who can't make movies critique them. I don't know if that's true, because I know you've made some, short films, and you've got ambitions to do, other things in the arts, so to speak. I myself have made a film back in high school, and it was one of the coolest experiences of my life, but that was 30 plus years ago. So why do we do what we do? We love movies, and we love talking about them and critiquing them. What's up with that?
I'm not sure. If anyone subscribes to the Patreon, pardon my show, but they'll hear the talk before our episodes. But I've mentioned before that I discovered film criticism because when we grew up, all you knew was Siskel and Ebert, thumbs up, thumbs down. And don't get me wrong, legendary critics. And I always thought, I don't know if I could do that, because I don't, I watch movies and that, but I was very young. And then I came across a magazine I shouldn't have come across on my dad's pile of magazines. But there was an interview in there with Joe Bob Briggs, and Joe Bob Briggs did his reviews of B movies and horror movies. And yes, it's the 80s. I was too young to watch certain movies, but I was still watching those B horror movies and that. But someone else was reviewing them, and I'm like, someone reviews those movies too? What? And so I kind of grew this interest. And then in college, they had an opening for their film review show on our student television channel. And I was like, you know what? I'll give this a shot. And so I kind of worked that out. In high school, I was a critic as well for the newspaper. So it kind of spawned there and then moved into college. But why? On one hand, it's to inform people about a film, maybe a film they don't know about, a film that they're a little on the fence about. But it was more about, I think, sharing my passion for film and hoping that someone else shared that passion, but why? I've been trying to chew on it for a while. Why really did I want to do that? And I'm still kind of chewing on it, because I'm particularly not sure as far as my self-motivation outside of, I like sharing and having discussions with people about film, hence our 20 years here in the podcasting and that. And what about you? You're high level, and we can dig further, but
well, yeah, I feel like I should have brought my couch, because I feel like I'm going to be laying on it talking to my therapist for the next hour. Yeah, it's a great question, because there are times, I'm an artist by trade. I've worked in several different art forms you know, personally, professionally, my entire life. And, when I was younger, I thought, oh, I'm gonna make comic books, or I'm gonna get into movies or whatever. And at some point, I think because I got, jobs, I've been fortunate enough to make my career in the creative arts, transitioning to different roles. Now I'm in the more managerial side of things. But for me, I think I've found that working all day, making, art for somebody else, you get home and you're like, yeah, I want to do my own thing. But then you also want to have a life and a family and kids, and time to do things like eat and sleep. So it that intensity that you bring during the 9 to 5, it's a little bit tougher to hang on to, especially I think as you get older, if that's not what you are fortunate enough to do for a living, like, oh, I'm making comic books or I'm making movies. So watching movies, it sounds the life of a film critic sounds easy. Oh, you just go watch movies and then you talk about them or write about them. But it is kind of strange because even though it's something we do for fun and relaxation, I don't think you fall into the category. I certainly don't. Of, oh, just watch something and turn your brain off. We're actively thinking about what we're watching. At a certain point, we're crafting our arguments. I think while for or against while we're watching it, we're considering things deeply. We're thinking about the context of all the other movies that we've ever seen, and then we talk about it. So in a way, because you've got a YouTube channel, I've got a YouTube channel. We both have websites where we write very occasionally, or at least post videos. It is still a creative endeavor. We're making thumbnails, we're editing video, we're in the process of making something that is sort of like the art form that we are critiquing. Now, some people might laugh and say, that's ridiculous. You're not, Christopher Nolan or somebody. But to that, I would say, well, have you ever published a YouTube video on the internet, and do you know all what goes into that, and also trying to be conscious of presentation, making sure your ideas are uh, suitable. How good are you at speaking?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not good at speaking right now because I haven't had lunch. I'm a little bit loopy, but I do my best to put forth coherent, hopefully persuasive arguments, and also to have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a good point, and just to let you know, this is my entire lunch right here, my Dunkin' beverage. I got the worst item as far as calories on their menu, and it also has the worst name. Talking about creative, this is the Flutter Nutter Frozen Chiller.
It's of a piece, Mark, because I don't know if you caught it, but earlier when you say you came across your dad's magazines, my mind went somewhere
I'm
completely
sure it
different.
did. I'm sure it did. I should have picked my words more carefully there.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. I think people, and it's not a slight to anyone, putting yourself on the internet for one, or anywhere it out with your opinion. One is you got to prepare yourself accordingly. But to create a video or criticism is a bit of an art form if you want to do it well. I will always say I don't do it well, but because we're our own worst critics. But at the same time, there's just reviewing, just just dumping some thoughts out there, and then there's actually getting into the critique part of it, of layers and such. And there's various levels, and you can find it on YouTube. But even those who just post themselves talking on their bed, which we've come a far away from that, because when I got into starting this 20 years ago, not a lot of people were doing videos like an actual type of show. They were mostly doing it to where they were sitting on their bed or at their desk and just talking into the camera for a few minutes, and boom, no real production at all. And then they'd upload the video and that, and no slight to them, but a lot of people. But now we have a whole generation of folks who've grown up on TikTok. They've got more tools at their disposal. You're seeing more and more production value in these videos. And I think people still don't realize, yeah, there's a lot of work to do a proper video and a proper criticism, because it's one thing to say with the hyperbole, oh, this is crap or this is good. I mean, and it's another to go into, well, why do you feel this way? What opens up? And then when you start to think about it, you go, well, maybe this film wasn't completely crap. There were some good elements to it. And you start to dig down, and it is a bit of a training your brain on that, because otherwise, you can do surface level, which if you watch Siskel and Ebert, they were more than just thumbs up or thumbs down. They did the thumbs up and thumbs down because for, mass consumption, that's the easiest rating. Oh, hey, I like it or don't like it. But if you listen to their arguments of why they gave a thumbs up and thumbs down, they're far more involved. There was far more to it,
Yeah, I think they're they're kind of the model, right? I mean, I didn't agree with everything they said. I didn't agree with the way they said everything.
Sometimes, they were a little extreme.
Like I think it was when they famously reviewed Friday the 13th, and they gave out oh my gosh, what Mrs. Voorhees? What was her name? Damn it! Oh, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the actress who played Mrs. Voorhees, and I met her at a convention years ago. Anyhow, they gave out her address or phone number or something, like they said, you should be ashamed.
Oh, wow.
And I think she had to change her name. It's or not her name, her address.
Her address.
It was, or phone number, whatever it was. I don't think that's an apocryphal story. And they've had a couple of those incidents where they'll get like kind of up on a moral high horse. And that's taking it a bit far. Not the moral high horse part, but to what extent do you push it? Betsy Palmer. That I knew it would come to me. I kept wanting to call her Pam, but that was her character's name, Pamela Voorhees. Yeah. Damn. See, things that get stuck when you don't have that delicious Dunkin' Donuts in front of me.
You can't name a Nicolas Cage movie, so you just call him Nicolas Cage in every movie he's in.
That's exactly true. But no, but I think that's sort of the model that people strive for. You got folks paying attention to these very passionate arguments. I've always failed in striving for, those guys where they would talk about several movies in the course of a half-hour show with commercial breaks, and you felt like you'd gotten a robust back and forth pro and or con for all those handful of movies. And each week I talk for over an hour about one film with a panel of critics. Not that I want to shorten it. It's just like, how did they do it? And that's sort of the model of perfection that I think we're all aiming at, is to be concise, to the point. But I think also the movie discourse has changed so much since they were around because of the internet, because we're now, everybody is more exposed to different kinds of cinema, world cinema, that kind of thing. So there's not an excuse to be more well-read in terms of film, but I think it also broadens the discussion out. So it's like, oh, I can reference these 2 or 3 movies, but now I can also reference, 25 other movies.
Yeah, and you're right. And I kind of learned how to reduce my comments with my movie minutes that I do, which aren't the most in-depth, but they're a quick little blurb of my immediate thoughts or whatnot. But it took it some time to come down to structure. And when I write it out, I then go back and edit and go, okay, here I'm kind of repeating myself, or here I'm cutting it out, but it does take work to try to put your thoughts into a coherent way, rather than just saying this blows, and there's rooms for that. But why we do it, I mean, especially now with the internet, I mean, when I started out 20 years ago, you only had some of the big names. You had the Jeremy Jans, you had the Schmoes, you had the Chris Stuckmans, who were starting out then, and they exploded because, again, they had some production value to their videos, but they also were able to speak, and they gave very valid criticisms, and their style really appealed to folks. Mine, not so much, but that's okay. I totally get it. But at the same time, then more and more people started to come out, and I think film criticism field got very, and it is still very, for lack of a better term, bloated. I think out of all the criticism. Now, I'm not saying book criticisms and music criticisms aren't huge too, but if you look online, the biggest criticisms you're going to see, or the biggest videos about anything, are about movies. And the field got crowded. And you wonder why some folks are reviewing. Again, it's a great question. For me, I do think it just boils down to I like sharing my passion and the conversations it starts, and not the uh I would have liked your review, but your voice makes my fist want to punch you many times type of comments. Not those comments. Okay. But the constructive comments, the ones where people ask, well, what about this? Or what did you think of this or whatnot? Or they might even point me to a movie after they say, oh, if you like this, did you check this out? And I'm like, oh, I've never heard of that movie. That's what I like about reviewing, and why I do it is the social aspect. I don't care if I get a pull quote. I don't care if I end up on some box or poster or whatever. That's not why I do it. I do it because I have this passion and I have to share it. Otherwise, I drive my wife nuts to just talk to her all day. She'd just be looking at me like, Hollywood chainsaw hookers? Really, Mark? Really? I mean, okay, but really?
But has she watched it?
I don't think she's actually watched it. She wouldn't watch. That's just not her film. Uh,
But if she had, she wouldn't ask the question because she'd understand.
yeah, that's true. That's true. But it's one of those things where I think for me is the social aspect, the connection of connecting with someone who either likes the movie you love or hates the movie you love, and just having, and I think people are under the standing that when we do this, we're trying to sway people. And I don't try to sway people. I just try to present how I feel. And maybe it makes you reconsider it. You've done that with me a number of times, to where, you're not trying to say, well, you're wrong. You just say, well, what about these aspects? And they're like, oh yeah. And then I go back. So, I mean, there's room for that discussion. And that's why I do it, I think, really.
I guess, we could get like really Freudian on here, or I don't know if that's the right word, but I mean, you could, and maybe this is also a reflection of, or a result of internet culture. Because I was going to say, well, I mean, you can go to your local coffee shop or bookstore and find some like-minded people and talk about movies. I mean, I think that's probably what we all did back in high school and college. I never had like the kind of the journalism, or film journalism gig that you had, like being part of the school, broadcast or any of that stuff. But there's a difference between doing that and deciding, hey, I'm going to go espouse my opinions on the internet or on a blog, the written word. So like, what is it? I get the social connection part. And it wasn't until you started talking about it just now that I realized that, yeah, I mean, you and I have been friends for well over a decade now, but we've only met once
in person. Yes.
For about 5 minutes.
That's true. That's true.
So it's like the internet, maybe that is our modern day, coffee shop bookstore. We're going to meet Wednesday at 8 or Sunday at 8:00, and we're going to hang out and talk about the movies we saw this week.
Yeah. I mean, it's a kind of a book club format, even though it's in virtual form. It's just like meeting up at your local coffee shop, only you can talk to people from coast to coast. I mean, last night, you look at it, well, a lot of folks on our 600th episode were from like Chicago or Midwest. We had our good friend Horror Miser Monty G, who's out in Pennsylvania, in Pittsburgh area there, I believe it is. And so, and I talked yesterday to Deborah Lamb, who's in the comments. Hi, Deborah, who's in California, and I've talked to folks who are on the East Coast. And it is a global type of thing. And movies, if anything, are really a global language. I mean, more so than anything. I mean, books can be too, but less people are reading books. But movies, everybody sees movies, even if you don't watch it that often. I know some folks who just see like movies like a few times a year. I don't understand that. But they do. They're select on the movies they see, but they still watch them, and they've been around for so long in our culture that it can be a common language. And when you get that connection, like when you bring up a movie or critique a movie that says not many people have watched, and someone chimes in and says, oh, hey, I've seen this movie, I loved it too, and they spout why they love it or not, I love that aspect of it. And I think it helps people to get exposed to, stuff they may not have just by saying, wow, that guy made that movie sound interesting. I might check it out. And if not, that's okay too.
Right. I mean, it's a kind of an ongoing, evolving conversation with people, as you're kind of mentioning, dropping in, dropping out from all different walks of life and different places, and that's the really cool thing about it. I think that it's one of the things that separates film. I mean, I'm sure Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel got like fan mail and letters.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know how they were able to respond to them, or what that correspondence was like. But now we can get real time feedback and have an interactive conversation. Whereas back in their day, you get a fan letter and maybe you'd respond and you have to wait and all this other stuff. Uh, yeah, it's, I sometimes wonder if no one was watching, and believe me, I comparative to other like huge YouTube channels, no one is watching my stuff. So why do I keep going on? Is it ego? Is it vanity? Do I think that I've got that much to contribute? And I kind of wrestle with that sometimes. But then I also look out at, the critical landscape, such as it is, and not to outright disparage any of my colleagues, because there is a vibrant, awesome film critic community in Chicago. I'm part of the Chicago Film Critics Association. It's always kind of like that coffee shop mentality when you ever go to a press screening and you see everybody you know and all that stuff. But when it comes to things like, say, The Odyssey, which it's out this week and I'm picking on it and all this other good stuff, but you hear the reactions, and not just from like the local critics groups, but from all critics groups. And you realize they're all calling it epic, and they're all using the same words, and they've got the same kind of ideas coming out in their glorified praise of this thing. I'm the contrarian. And
the internet lets you know you're the contrarian.
Oh, yeah. I think I mentioned last night, it's up to 61,000 impressions right now, the biggest tweet I've ever sent. But my
Wow.
reaction getting out of the press screening, was not kind. And I've had lots of people let me know what they think of my opinion, pro and con. I've been called every different name and slur in the book from all sides of, the cultural political divides, which is very surprising. So just in terms of like the abuse that gets hurled and all this other stuff. So why do I stick my neck out like that? What is my voice important? And I think, if I might not so humbly say, yes, because someone's going to find my tweet or my review of it and look at that compared to the avalanche of praise and say, huh, maybe there's something here that when I watch this movie, that if there's someone who's not in love with it, maybe I'll understand why. Or maybe I'll watch the movie and be able to counter the points that I have not made yet, because that live stream is next week. And maybe write him an email or a post or something and say, I disagree with you because of this, 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 and this. So yeah, in a way, it's kind of counter programming, but in another, that also implies that I like being the contrarian. That I've gotten this accusation before. Oh, you're just saying the negative thing to be different, and you must feel like great, running out of the theater to give a negative reaction. Why can't you just let people have their fun? I'm like, yeah, that I understand that position, but then I also understand that on the flip side of that, no one's going to come out to the people who are saying The Odyssey is the best film of the year, the best thing Christopher Nolan's ever done. It's an amazing adaptation of Homer, which is completely wrong. No one's going up, or very few people are saying to them comparatively, why are you rushing out of the theater to say how much you love the movie? It's only when you get into that negative space that you get that critique.
Oh, yeah. No, I know completely. It'll come up later today, folks. Please stick with our stream as we put some pre-recorded reviews out. And Ian and I did a recording of The Freddy Got Fingered, as I teased before. And I read some of the comments that I had when I came out and was very critical about that film. And there were people who were very passionate about it and let me know how wrong I was.
I thought I had anonymized those comments. I'm sorry. You
No,
saw right
it's
through me, Mark.
okay. I mean, you did
No.
well in changing the name on those comments when you left them. But I mean, that's the risk you do when you put your opinion out there. It's going to come at you, and especially if it's contradictory to what the zeitgeist or the major trend is. And I'm going to be the first one to show, and I think all of us, all the critics that I know, will be the first one to say, "Go watch the movie and form your own opinion." We'll be the first to say, it's like, yeah, this is my thoughts, but go and watch the movie for yourself. Because I've said it before, and I will always say it, is that why I really love movies is because you collect folks from all walks of life, all different sides of whatever political spectrum, everything. Everybody can sit down and watch the same movie, and they will all come out of that movie with a different experience or different opinion. While the hyperbole is epic, great. So when you start talking to them, and that's part of the reason why I like criticism and just dissecting films, is because when you talk to them, go, well, why is it great? And then they start digging about it. And this has happened before, where I'll talk about a film where I didn't quite feel strongly about it as the person I was talking to, and they start to consider things like, well, oh yeah, you're right. There is this part of it, and then they'll come back with the positive, and I go, yeah, you're right. That's positive, and you kind of have that discussion, and I think there's room for that. It's just that, and trust me, being a DC film fan, I quite know how wrong I am about films, especially when you get to the Snyder the fans in that. They let and I think that's the one thing that has changed, and for not the better with film criticism, though, is if you like something and someone else doesn't quite like something, I think sometimes people feel attacked indirectly. Like it's
Or directly. I
or
mean,
directly.
it's
You're not directing it directly at them. You just wrote this review of a film that you just came out and you loved. I mean, I've seen it 3 times already. Yeah. And then you read this review of someone who was bashing it. You're like, fuck that guy. That guy don't, you feel, and suddenly you get naturally defensive because of that fear of being wrong. The thing is, with film, most of the time, most of the opinions on film, you're not exactly wrong. Because again, it's also what you bring into it, your own personal experiences, your own thoughts, and that's so there's you could be maybe slightly off on, like, if you get into technical aspects and describe some things,
sure.
but as far as emotions or feeling or whatnot, it's it's one of those things where yeah, Inspector, who joined us, glad you joined us, Inspector, he says, don't apologize for your opinions, everyone has them. They do, and the internet lets you know. um and I think what I like about doing the film criticism too, though, is occasionally I've had, because covering indie film for so long, which I didn't realize, 15 years now for that. Covering indie film for that long, as a focus on my channel, I've learned that I get feedback from filmmakers who are able to come back and either publicly post or send to me privately. Yeah, well, that shot that you talked about that was really bad, here's why it was. And they give me a description or an explanation of why happened. Oh, this location, canceled our second day. So we had one day, and then we had rented a tripod, but they double booked it and sent it to someone else. So we had to shoulder cam it. And I get some of those insights, and that keeps me motivated, because seeing them give that feedback, it gives me perspective on my criticism as well. So when I look at something, especially indie film, I go, well, that was a little rough. But then I think about it going, well, this is made on this type of budget. So, and then you get to big budget films where you can do just the opposite, right?
Well, I think that's you struck something. And I think we've talked about this a bit before on your show and possibly mine, but that's another great thing about being a film critic is not only the exposure to other voices and stuff, but also to other different types of film and understanding what goes into them, and being able to really examine what you feel about a movie. I don't When I'm watching something and I see that there's a mistake, yes, I've been in those situations before, that what I call asterisk filmmaking. Well, this didn't work in the movie because, this actress dropped out, we had to bring in someone last minute, or the sky was cloudy, whatever.
Sure.
My stance on that is sympathy. Like, I get it. I know that it's a very arduous task to make a movie, but it's not my responsibility as an audience member to shoulder something that takes me out of the film.
Right.
So it's like, either save up the extra 50 grand, and I get that that might take you 10 years and then everyone's aged out and all that stuff. It's that kind of the sunk cost fallacy, or, in the world of indie film, it's not really a fallacy. You sink a lot of money and time into something, and then you don't want to scuttle the whole production because there's going to be a weak aspect to your film, but that's just the way it goes. Because even if I'm watching something as a screener that somebody sends to me, I'm still investing my time that could be used, again, doing something else not related to movies, or watching any number of films in the pantheon that I've never seen before.
Sure.
And then I'm watching your movie, and it's all this kind of like excuses. So yeah, that does sound harsh, and I understand, but it's also kind of harsh to me when I'm sitting there watching it, because I feel bad about it, and I don't want to feel bad while I'm watching a movie.
You don't want to feel bad, and I can understand that. And it's like, not that I go back and change my review after I've heard that case or whatever, but it's just one of those things where it gives you perspective. So the next
Sure.
time I go into a film and look at it, I go, I'll still mention, if they're the weaknesses in that, but I'll also try to frame it in a context of, this was this way, but they are shooting on a limited budget. So, you kind of have to prepare yourself, because that's, with my reviews, that's what I want to do more, is like, you've got a film made with $5,000, and you got a film made with $2 million. And sometimes a $5,000 movie is a lot better,
Yeah.
because they took more time into it. But also, it will probably have a few weaknesses here and there that I'll point out. But at the same time, I'll mention this was shot on this budget, and you'll have this aesthetic, just to give people a heads up in case someone randomly picks the film. And, I've gotten good feedback and good comments about that, more so than bad. Not so much from filmmakers, but from people who've seen the films. So,
Yeah, it's tricky, because my mindset as an artist is that the best art is created under like terribly challenging conditions.
mhm.
I mean, we're all procrastinators at some point. It's like,
Yes,
and
we
there's
are.
that, but there's that saying that art is never finished, it's only abandoned. So if you're telling me you've got a $5,000 budget, and all of a sudden it started raining in the middle of your daylight shot, so there's clouds everywhere where there aren't from shot to shot, my question is, well, why didn't you fix it creatively
Mhm.
instead of leaving that in there? Can you do something in the edit? Can you,
Sure.
take something from another part of the schedule and make up your day or something? So again, it's not my responsibility to figure these things out. I look at Jaws for an example. Yes, that was a studio film, but famously, they had all these kinds of troubles with that shark. So you might say, well, it was supposed to be a shark movie where the shark was in every shot and all this blood and carnage and realism and stuff. But what you got was the shark it appeared in very limited, it had a very limited but very powerful presence. And you make up for a lot of that in the way people talk about the shark, or they experience the trauma of having encountered it. And then when it does show up, it's like a punctuation, like, oh my goodness, this works so much better than if I'd been watching this damn thing float around the water for the
Yeah.
last hour and a half.
And I've seen some creative ways around people, what people have made the most of their budget, and creative ways they've gone about it. And I give them mad props to that, because I'll point it out. I'm like, yeah, this is really good for what they shot this on. I'm like, this looks really good, because they got creative. So yeah, it's really, you've got that kind of fine line. And, and I think I've seen some criticisms though, where people will make it almost personal, where they're like attacking the filmmaker or whatnot. And unless the subject material is very controversial, I'm not for that. It's like, stick to the film, what the film is saying or whatnot. Try not to make it sound personal. But I've seen personal attacks too, where, like you said, where Siskel and Ebert gave out the phone number of, of the actress because of whatever. And it's like, no, don't do that. Don't dox someone because of their opinion. It's just like, everybody has one. And if you're putting your stuff out there, though, you've got to prepare yourself for the criticism, whether it's a professional or, you know, pro or am, if you want to talk it, you know, the criticism's going to come on the internet for sure.
Oh yeah, and I had a minor experience with that this week, where that tweet that I mentioned, or that X post, whatever they're calling it now, I constantly got alerts on X
Mhm.
about, like, oh, more people are reacting and they're posting and all these comments and stuff, and they're flying, and people are fighting it out, not with me.
With each
There's some
other.
attacks directed at me, but
Yeah.
then there are people, bless their hearts, they're stepping in to defend me or to heap more arguments, and they're arguing with each other. And so I'm sitting there, like, almost analyzing what's going on. There's some stuff that I didn't understand. Like, it looked like people were doing a count up, like,
Oh,
2
yeah.
minutes, 8 minutes. I'm
Yeah.
like, is this the time that's lapsed since I posted a response? Because I'm sorry, but I have a life. I'm not sitting here having an internet flame war with someone because I'm getting paid for it. No, so I'm not. I'm over here, enjoying things, or working hard in some other endeavor. But in terms of that, it's just really funny to watch that fray go on. But then I thought, this is making me uncomfortable because, again, people are calling me all sorts of names. They're accusing me of things. That was the first thing I got because I posted this like late Monday night. Uh, People were like, "Oh, you haven't seen the movie, or you didn't watch it, or how would you know?"
Mhm.
And I'm like, and without stepping into the fray more, to say, "Well, I'm a member of the Film Critics Association. There was a press screening, all this other stuff." Um, I didn't step up to defend myself because I knew that that would require a lot more time and spiraling into something else. But it's fun to watch the things that people will say, the criticisms that they will have of you, which always devolve into the personal. But the point of this is, I thought, I did this with one tweet. There are people out there on YouTube, probably the ones that have like the massive channels and everything, who get this with everything they post.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure they get a lot more hate and threats and all this other kind of stuff. So it is scary. And it got my blood up a bit. I'm like, and I thought to myself, I'm glad that I'm not, the one time I've said this, I'm glad I'm not famous.
Yeah.
Because imagine having to deal with this all the time, and that just those little like dopamine hits. I think there's negative dopamine where you're like checking and like,
Oh,
oh my
yeah.
gosh, someone said something really offensive or stupid, and I'd love to reply, but I gotta hold back. It's just no one wants to deal with that because we have lives to lead.
Never read the comments, as we say.
Right.
Um,
But here's the thing, like,
but you can't
I
help
did wonder,
yourself.
right? But I did ask myself, I had these kind of like existential moments, like, why am I doing this?
Mhm.
Or why do I why do I care to do this or to look at these comments? And it's like, well, I'm kind of like the shark in Jaws. I'm alive, so I'm going to keep swimming. I'm moving forward.
And speaking of comments, we'll pull over to the side for a moment. Inspector he said, if the script has heart and soul and has deeper roots in reality and the writer lets it come naturally, then it's a masterpiece in its own right. And yeah, I could see that for sure. I mean, we've all said it. We've seen, and I've seen it this year. There's big budget films that I'm like, I wish I could feel better about this film, but the script just blew chunks. Everything else about it was great, but this script just was not there, the backbone of the film, you know. But you're right about that criticism, and getting those comments, and it makes you question. And doing this 20 years, I'm not going to lie, I have question of why am I keep doing this. But for me, even more so than the criticism part, it's just the creative part, because my day job, I'm in IT support for Fail. There's not a huge amount of creativity. Now you can get creative with problem solving, but that's not the creative way my brain works. So I need to make stuff. I need to create stuff, and film, and, game streaming too, but definitely film criticism is my way of getting that creative itch scratched, basically.
Let me ask you about that because, as I've mentioned, I've had creative adjacent or creative direct
Sure.
jobs in my career. And I found that film criticism and even just like the love of movies has helped me even in like kind of technical problems that I've encountered because you can almost think of it as a screenplay. Like something's not right here. What's what's the cause? What's the effect? Who are all the players? That kind of thing. So let me ask you, I mean, even in your technical job, do you feel like consciously or even subconsciously you're able to solve problems because of the movies in some way that you've amassed over the years?
It could be part of my doing criticism since high school. Helped my mind be critical and think of things a different way. My brain could just be broken too, but it's one of those things though where at work creatively it has helped me because if they come up with, well, we've got this project, and my brain just kind of goes right into okay, this, and this, and starts looking at things from all the angles.
Yeah.
Where I think that's part of the film criticism experience coming in is that you look at a film from many angles, not just one. You have to, because otherwise, yeah, you could really hate on a lot of films that are great just if you look at it from one aspect. I mean, and you mentioned it. What's funny though is I think sometimes, especially with stuff like the Odyssey or whatnot, where you get this film that in the culture, in the critical noise going on, everybody loves it, and then you don't. And so for me, sometimes I'm wondering, going, what am I missing? And sometimes it'll be a movie I've watched twice today. Go, no, I still feel the same way. It's my prime example is La La Land. When La La Land came out, the internet criticism universe, it, 99% just blew up on that movie. Just adored that movie. You loved that movie. I was just okay with it. And it's one of those where I've watched it twice because I watched it once and gave my opinion, and people are like, "Oh, you're wrong. No, this is a fantastic movie. You're just," and I'm like, it just didn't strike that chord. And I watched it again, and I go, I can see what people love about it, but for me personally, I could not see it. And when I mentioned that online, though, suddenly I started to get comments of other people going, yeah, I kind of feel the same way about the film. Kind of folks who were quiet until I mentioned that, I didn't quite care about this film that was really big and explosive and everybody loved and said it was, this masterpiece. But when you do bring out that alternate opinion, sometimes it gives other folks comfortability to go, I didn't really like that either. Whereas before they might not, enter the conversation, but then they present their constructive comments of why they didn't quite care for it. And, they find out that you don't feel like the only one. Cause sometimes I feel like I'm on an island. Either I love a movie that everybody hates, or I just don't like a movie that everybody just loves. And you get that critical island. You're like, I'll just stay over here in the sand and draw help me on it.
But no, I mean that's a great point about La La Land. Still love that movie, and I've seen it a few times. And I think part of the reason is that I wasn't much into musicals, and that sort of opened me up to, watching, more musical films. And I love the genre now, whereas I didn't. Like before La La Land, I was like, this is kind of dumb. I think I'd seen a few that I liked, but they were more the cinematic musicals rather than like the kind of the stagey things. But I could also understand, like, if I remember correctly, Armand White, film critic extraordinaire, a notorious contrarian, and someone that I consider to be a friend, because he's really helped me understand a lot about alternative points of view. I don't think he likes La La Land at all. I think it's a lot of it because he sees Damien Chazelle as, at the time, he was like 23-year-old filmmaker making this ode to musicals that he could not have possibly been, alive for or been in the zeitgeist. And even that, I have my criticisms of his criticisms, and it kind of goes round and round. So it's like this great ever evolving excuse to use your brain in creative, interesting ways and consider all these different, opinions. You were talking about not using film criticism as personal attacks. I did a lot of that, I think, in my early days, because I was a young upstart, and there's stuff that is still up on my website that I would rather forget, but I keep it up there as a reminder of like, kind of, I don't want to hide the starting point, but I feel like in a lot of ways I've evolved past that. Um,
Well,
yeah,
we
it's,
do as we get older and get a different perspective. And, I've got the same way. The first few indie films I reviewed, and that was, when I was my early 30s, but when I was reviewing them, I was a lot harsher on them. I remember my first screener I got in the mail from a filmmaker on the East Coast. And it was an indie film. It was like the first time I was really exposed to like a filmmaker sending me something to
yeah,
review. And I thought it was all right, but I was a bit harsher on it. And I look at it and I leave that review up because, like you, I look back at it and I look back at some of my reviews and I go, yeah, at the time, you get wiser as you do more criticism. I think you train yourself like anything. You the more you practice it, the more you refine it, the more you come at things. And when you get older, you get things a different perspective. And Deborah Lamb mentioned she says plenty of movies that everyone loves that she didn't, or everybody hated and she loves. And I think everybody has that,
yeah.
and I think there's room for discussion. But that's what doing online criticism helps, is make you feel maybe that you're not so alone.
And you brought that up like a minute ago,
Yeah.
and that really kind of hit home with me, because for as much as film critics, if they care about such things, we can feel like we are isolated when we go against the grain. But there's also, that's people give a lot of crap to Rotten Tomatoes. Full disclosure, I'm a tomato meter certified critic, although I don't write hardly anymore. I'm mostly doing stuff on YouTube. But having those diverse voices out there, pros and cons, can give someone who's going to the tomato meter and saying, oh, 97% of people or critics like this movie. I'm going to go look at this 3%. Maybe I've found someone that's on my wavelength, that understands movies in a way that I do. Or maybe this is the one movie that we actually agree on and they actually are contrary to my opinion. It just like offering people a new venue. It's almost like a finding a new way to read a book, like I did when I read the Iliad and the Odyssey in preparation for the movie. Yeah, there's again, I think the answer to this question basically just comes down to, because we love it. We love watching movies. We love talking about it. I think part of it, is us, we're Gen Xers. So it's like the idea, if you had told us back when we were like 7 or 8 years old, that one day we could be like Gene Siskel and Roger Ebert on camera talking about movies for tens of people to to watch and appreciate, we would have thought that's crazy. You have to have all this money in a studio and an agent and all that stuff. Like, no, it's all in our hands, which is great. That's the blessing. The curse is, of course, then you end up with ridiculous comments on Twitter, and you got to wade through this swamp of nonsense criticisms of your criticism to get to stuff that you think is really juicy and worth something.
Yeah, and you know what? It's the internet, it's the global community, and I think that's the appeal as well. Because for as much as I've gotten people who said, "I'd like your review if your voice didn't want to make my fist punch you," so many times, or another one, someone yelled at me because I mentioned that I don't think this is for Dragon Wars. I mentioned that I don't think back in the ancient times they were riding baby dragons with rockets on them. And someone mentioned, oh, Korea had rockets and such. I'm like, they didn't ride dragons with baby dragons when they were doing. But I've gotten those. But then I got the letter of the grandchild of an actress, and I think it was She Devil from Mars or whatnot, who appreciated my review and commented saying that they appreciated my thoughts, and they gave me this whole little spiel about how that was their aunt. It wasn't the only movies she was in. She was very proud of it. And I'm like, holy crap. Yeah. I'm like, and that's the type of stuff too, that is that connection, and whether it's good or bad, that you're connecting with people and you're getting to have these discussions. And I think that the tough ones are always the hyperbole folks. It's either a masterpiece or it sucks. we do seem to have lost the idea of, a film could be in the middle. It might not be made for everyone, but there's a film in the middle.
Oh yeah, I mean, we talked, Evil Dead Burn
Yeah.
this past week, a movie that I think is great for what it is, but what it is not for me. And again, that gets back to the why of we're doing this. I used to hear that, oh, it's not for me, and I thought that was a cop out. But now I've got a shining example of something that's very well done that I just have no interest in, but I can understand why people would be interested in it. And it's not like something like, oh, it's just a dumb popcorn movie, I don't respect your opinion or something like that. It's a really solid horror movie. It's got kind of a wonky ending, but a lot of these modern horror movies do. But I get it. I just don't want to see it again.
It's not for you. And I think that's one thing that has still developing over time, is the fact that a movie can be good. It's just not for you. It doesn't say that means it's bad. I mean, I posed that question to our good friend Jeff York when I was having that discussion with him on a film. I forgot which one it was, but it was one of those two where I posed the question of, is the film bad because of what you were expecting to get out of it versus what it is? Or is it a good film? It's just not what you wanted from that film. You know what I'm saying? And I think there's a separation there that is hard to, define, but
there can be.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm going to bring up the Odyssey. What I expect when I watch a prestige filmmaker like Christopher Nolan saying that he's going to make the Odyssey and that he's adapting the Odyssey, then having read the Odyssey and the Iliad and having loved them and experienced them as being books that are, or poems that are very cinematic, when my expectation isn't met because he decided to tinker with a bunch of things and change things and all this other stuff. And I'm like, well, yes, my expectation hasn't been met, but I also feel that he as a filmmaker has failed. Now, some people, and I've gotten this criticism too with my critique of the Odyssey earlier this week, some people are like, you're wrong. The movie's going to make $1 billion. I'm like, that's not the conversation I'm having here.
Yeah.
I don't care how much. It's like saying McDonald's is really healthy for you because it's the most popular fast food chain on the planet. I'm like, no, that's a different argument.
I was going to say that's the one argument people hinge so much. It seems like a lot more nowadays. See, people hinge so much on box office. And I'm like, the box office is, in all honesty, not reflective necessarily of the quality of the movie.
No.
But a lot of people hinge on that, and that's their choice. But me personally, I'm like, I never pay attention to box office numbers because, we're back from old school Gen Xers to where if a film made $100 million, holy crap, you weren't weighing it by box office, you were weighing it by the film.
Well, I have become more invested in box office because of and this is another, it's not one of the reasons why I'm a film critic, but it's also one of the benefits is learning about the business aspects of it. And stuff like, well, you got to care about the box office on some level, because if a studio keeps putting out movies that lose hundreds of millions of dollars, then those studios end up having to be sold to other studios. So people are like, oh my gosh, why does Paramount want to buy Warner Brothers? I'm like, because they've lost $2 billion on their last handful of really terrible movies. And like, those movies weren't terrible. I'm like, then why do they need to be sold to another, that kind of thing. Yeah.
That's a whole other conversation. The business.
Yeah. That's out of the scope of this thing. But the point is, like, when I think, because I don't know if you have these thoughts, but there are multiple times a week where I'm like, I'm going to hang this up. I've discovered through film criticism a renewed love of reading that I haven't felt in a decade. I'm just going to go read books. I'm not going to worry about putting myself online. I'm just going to read books and hang out with my family. And then then I think I'd be, I love my family and everything. But I really want to make a go of this because I'm constantly evolving and learning, and I think enriching myself, not just as a creative person, but as, if I might sound so pretentious, as a human being through the art of criticizing film.
And that's a great way where we could end that. You're right. I mean, there's a lot to this and on why we do this. And Yeah, no, this has been a great discussion. We're going to end it here, though. So Ian, thank you so much for doing this solo discussion, and why, because it gave me a lot of food for thought, and I've still got a lot of things to think about. But we got JB Thompson coming up next, so we're gonna have to talk to him. But please give the folks where they can find you at, so they can tell you how wrong you are about films.
Bring it on. No, I'm Ian Simmons. I run Kicking the Seat, which you can find at kickseat.com. But you should really go over to the YouTube channel, because I have to update my website. It's been a few weeks since I've gotten all the reviews posted there. But mostly I do YouTube live streams and interviews and roundtables and all that good stuff. And I'm Mark's faithful co-host for as many Sundays / sometimes Mondays / sometimes Thursdays, whatever the mood strikes, live streams on the Spoiler Room. It's one of the great joys of my life. This guy here is one of the reasons I'm still hanging on, because you've opened up my mind to all different kinds of movies I never would have thought to critique. So I appreciate it.
I am humbled by your comments, but thank you. I just I just do this because I love to create, and I need to create, and this is the venue I've kind of chosen to create through. So thank you so much for a great discussion, Ian. Please check out his stuff, Kicking the Seat. Also donate, please. QR code up above, link in the description. If you're on Special Mark Productions /stream, click the donate button. And we're going to end this here. Stick around, though. Top of the hour, we have screenwriter, producer from Wisconsin, JB Thompson, talking about his latest projects, including we'll probably talk about his involvement in the Giant Spider Invasion reimagining 50th anniversary they did. So stick around, folks. Don't go away. And yeah, we'll see you soon.
Take care.
And here we are, folks. We are live as our streamathon continues. Please, if you haven't yet, check out the QR code, the link in the description. And if you're on specialmarkproductions.com/stream, you can click the button, the donate button, to help donate to the great cause of the Alzheimer's Association, a condition and something that's very personal to me. And as I've just learned, a bit personal for Mr. Thompson here, our great guest here, one of the many talented independent film folks here in Wisconsin. You may not think of Wisconsin as filmmakers environment, but trust me, there's a lot of great talent here. And I have one for us today, Mr. J.B. Thompson. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you very much for the great intro, man. I'm starting to think I'm somebody now. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful.
Gotta be careful about that. Well, I appreciate you taking time to coming on today, because one of the things that I really wanted to talk to you about was your involvement in what's been going at showings that seem to be selling out or packing the houses, is the reimagining of the giant spider invasion, where you were involved in adding footage and such. And so tell me just a little bit about that. What was that experience like working on that and getting to kind of help revisit and retool, if you will, a cult classic, I should say?
Well, to be honest, it's been awesome at points and trying at points, and it's been great. I mean, working with like a director that's 89 years old, who's been in the business for 70 years, right? Like back since he was 18, 19, when he kind of started his career in the industry. I mean, he has a great story too, if you've ever heard Bill's story. But kind of connecting with him and having a lot of great conversations, and then putting together the whole production. I production managed on that one and was one of the EPs on it, and getting the footage, getting the different DP, and then trying to integrate it all. And it was challenging to kind of find the gaps, but Bill was excited to jump in and figure out the different places where things could go in. Then of course we had the awesome Dan Davies, you know, as far as he's an executive producer and the main actor in the remake, as well as Aaron Yanda, which he's getting a lot of buzz right now from the Chad Vader, Jamie Lois, Eric O'Branson. We had a bunch of Wisconsin actors that teamed up and really helped out. So it was cool, and we're still tweaking on it, getting it ready for international distribution. So
international distribution, that's exciting.
Yep.
There'll be a physical release eventually too, because you know me, physical media. I love my physical media. So.
we'll have to do a special release for that for sure. And we've talked about it, and I mean we're going through a theatrical run right now. Like you saw some of the initial ones. We're hoping to push into a wider theatrical release with it. I mean, it did over $150 million back in the 70s. It's been critically acclaimed. Bill calls it the most pirated film of all time. So I'm surprised you don't have a poster of that somewhere in the
giant spider invasion. I didn't get a frame for it. I got the small one upstairs that was signed, but I do have back there. There it is. I have the program and the signed ticket when I went to see the special showing of the original at the Wyowega Film Festival.
And that's really where it all started, was where, you know, Craig Knitt had a great relationship with Bill for many years. And we had talked about bringing Bill in to maybe work on with Dear Mageddon, which is still, it's kind of like my unattainable goal or whatever. But we've got the proof of concept done. But so then we started talking to him, and then we're like, well, we should honor this 50th anniversary of the Giant Spider. And that's when Ian and Kathy at the Wyowega Gerald Opera House were like, oh, we'd love to host it. And then Dan and Craig and I and Eric, we put in a ton of work to get that showing done. And that's what really spawned the beginnings of, well, what if we added, well, we wanted to do a shot-by-shot remake, but what if we added footage to the original, because it'd be a shorter shooting schedule and it'd be a little more authentic.
Mm-hmm.
So, but thank you for the question.
Yeah, and in seeing it, some of the sections I think worked really well, and I'll be fully honest, some of them didn't quite work for me, but there were some humorous moments, namely with the reporter on the scene. I think that's seems like a great reaction from everybody is when you have Dan out there as the reporter with the cameraman, and they're reporting on the spider attack on the festival.
Yeah.
Which is a great scene. And, my son, it wasn't really for him, but he did appreciate quite a bit some of the spider effects, even from the original shots, with the spider eating the person and that. And so he really appreciated that. And what I loved was, at least the showing I was at, was seeing a packed house for this 50-year-old cult basically B film. and I don't say B is because it was a big box office hit, but I mean over the ages people have looked back on it. It's been, I think, on riff tracks and that, but seeing so many people show up for this 50-year-old monster film shot on a limited budget was just great. And you've been seeing that everywhere, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely. And I think in Stevens Point, that was really attributed to Mayor Mike. And Mayor Mike really helped out a lot with the promotion and publicity, because part of it was shot in Stevens Point originally at the observatory and then in the science building. Can I ask one question now? I know you said you didn't totally love it, but was that contrasting the original from the remake, or was that just taking the remake on its own, or not the remake, but the
reimagining? It was taking, there was just a couple shots in it that I think could have been maybe done a little better, but that's a personal choice.
Okay.
I
just asked,
but yeah.
The reason I ask is because the majority of the audiences that we're seeing did not see the original film.
Oh, okay.
So they're coming out to see something that's Wisconsin based, something that's independent, something that's not like a Marvel trope, something that Hollywood's done over and over. Like, you're a big Batman guy, and now you got the guy that directed some of the Batmans putting out like the Odyssey. So it's an interesting time in cinema where these type of films, where you should watch the success of Obsession, Backrooms, things that were shot on a really low budget independently, that people are interested in because they're tired of being spoon-fed jokes. They're tired of being, placated on, like, here comes the funny part, get ready to laugh. They want to see these kind of raw situations. And I think that's why I asked if it was contrasting to the original, because when we first started, we shot for that audience.
Yeah.
And now we're marketing and setting things up for a new audience. So it's just a shift.
Yeah, no, and it's not that I hold, the original so tried and true. It was just some choices, personal feelings for some of them that I wish had been different, but that's just as me. But overall, I enjoyed still the reimagining. There's a lot of the added stuff that I did enjoy, and I enjoy the film in general because there's so much charm. And I think that's the appeal. It sounds weird. Oh, giant spider invasion, people getting eaten. But there is a charm and authenticity to the film. And I think that's lost today because we see it, especially covering indie films for so long. You see films that are claiming, oh, the new cult classic. And I just look at them going, that's you can't say ahead of time that the film's going to be a cult classic. A cult classic comes naturally, like Giant Spider Invasion. Yeah, it was big at the box office, but it didn't really get into conversations again. But then Riff Tracks, features it, kind of like what they did with Manos Hands of Fate, and suddenly it's in the discussion again. People rediscover it. Or like you said, people hear, oh, a Wisconsin-made film? Yeah, I'm going to come out and see it because Wisconsinites love their state. And they come out and see this wonderful monster film made with so much earnestness to it. And you find the charm in it. And there's a lot of charm in Giant Spider Invasion. And so I think you really, by doing this, are reintroducing this to other people. And like you said, opening their eyes up to indie films, or a little bit more ones that aren't necessarily high production value, but have a fun story.
Yeah, the story is the key to everything. The story is the key. right? And I think like the new cult classic, maybe they have to say that now since the physical media used to be the reason why a lot of films became cult classics,
Yep.
and that's not there as much as it used to be, right? When things came out on DVD or they came out on reruns or they got syndicated, then people would discover these things on the late night shows. And a lot of those don't exist anymore because the streaming, they're in the streaming world.
Yeah, we had that discussion, I think, last week or a little while. Yesterday, I should say. I had the discussion where we're talking about how you were limited at the time with your choices when we were kids, because you only had so many TV channels. Yep. And you only had so many choices. And even the video store, you had whatever your video store carried. And it's one of those things where you didn't have this thousands upon thousands of library to be exposed to. You just watched whatever. So like for us, I discovered a lot of old horror cheesy movies from Shock Theater, which came out of, I think, Chicago or whatever. It played on an independent channel. I remember this distinctly. Sundays, we would go to church. Mom would take me to church. We'd get home. We get TV dinners. We heat them up. And I'd watch Shock Theater. I'd watch
just erase your earlier experience, right?
Yeah. or we'd watch they'd play before like sports on Sunday. They'd have that block of time in there, and they'd play like Mon Pa Kettle or one of those movies, or Mr. Ed, series, or what. They'd play some older film, and that's how I got exposed to those films and everything, because that's all you had to watch, and you wanted to watch something. I mean, as a kid or whatnot, you love watching TV, and so it's like news, fishing. Oh, look, here's a giant, pterodactyl attacking some claymation thing. This looks fun, and so that was our browsing and our exposure versus what you have today, and I'm not slighting a new generation. It's just so many options for them. They can find the stuff they like and never have to go outside that box of things they may never touch or watch that they could enjoy, but they'll never know because they don't want to venture out because they don't have to.
Well, it's not only that, Mark, but it's the amount of time you have in the day and the amount of content that's created and not only created, but regenerated, from stuff that's been lost forever. Mm-hmm. Now, all of a sudden it's back and it's got a home somewhere.
Yeah.
And how do you get through that? And like in my youth, right after college, I worked for Warner Brothers Records in Chicago and LA. And when I saw streaming kind of come out and you watch that was really the first physical media that started to go away, was CDs.
Right.
People were still watching movies at home, but you started to see CDs go away. Then you kind of started to see radio fade at about the same time. And now you can be stuck in one lane and not deviate from that because, someone's like, JB, there's 25 brand new artists this week. I don't got time to sit down and like sift through 25 artists, like awesome. It's the same thing now with independent cinema and like content and stuff like that. They generate, what is it, like 1 million hours of YouTube content gets uploaded on like a weekly basis.
Yeah, at least. Yeah.
1 million hours. Like, holy shnikes. And so how do you cut through the noise to people? Like the Odyssey, like I was amazed looking at, and I know you don't care about box office, but looking at the sellout of the seats in the IMAX theaters and people flying cross country just to go to the opening. And like, that's awesome. How do you duplicate that in a modern climate where we have so many independent theaters? And we were awesome. Like Rogers Cinema was awesome. Like they were great in Point Marshfield and then in Wapaka, and some great staff and stuff. And those guys are like the ones that are holding on to independent film in this state, right? Because the studios, they charge them very high. They get very low margins on like these big films where independents and independent creators can go in and they can create an event around it, and they can bring in people like you said and fill out a theater, sell them concessions, occupy them, maybe bring them back to going to movies instead of sitting home all the time.
Well, and also exposing them, like with Bill Rebane, exposing them to a director they may not be familiar with, and it'll make them seek out the other stuff, I mean, in the Q&A, Bill Rebane was honest about his feelings about giant spider invasion. He's very honest about his feelings, but at the same time, he talked about his other films, and I saw some people in the audience go, "Oh," and they made a note of it or whatever. You could tell that they were thinking, "Oh, I'll have to seek that film out." We were just talking about film criticism with Ian in the previous hour, and it was the same thing. It's like part of the reason I like talking about indie films or obscure films or whatnot is to possibly put them in the conversation again and just get people out there to go maybe consider them. Now, maybe you might not like it, but you may not know about that film unless someone says, "Hey, have you seen this film?" Like Giant Spider Invasion. How many people didn't know before you guys were doing it that was made in Wisconsin?
I honestly didn't have any familiarity with that picture and a lot of other stuff. And Bill has directed a lot of other great films. I mean, like The Alpha Incident's great, The Cold, or what was called previously The Game. I mean, he's got a number of films out there that were shot here in Wisconsin with Wisconsin actors that are out there, and they're on all the streaming services, so you can watch them.
Yeah, and that's what that's why it's so great that you're doing this reimagining and getting new people exposing to it. And you've got shows like Riff Tracks and that too, where I think some people take away the wrong idea from that show. Some folks, but other folks, they get exposed to these films and suddenly they're like, "Oh, this, I want to watch the original version, not the Riff Tracks one necessarily." And they like, "Oh, I prefer the Riff Track," which is fine, but at the same time, they're getting exposed to older films and not even realizing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be honest, like the sensibility and the humor that they use it's like Bill loves the MST3K version of it that they did. Riff Tracks, they had a little bit of a riff with, but they fixed it. But I mean, come on, go Packers! Like Packers win the Super Bowl, yay! I mean, those type of things. That's Minnesota people poking fun at Wisconsin, right. Which in this audience of Wisconsin, we really think it's hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Like a typical Rebane pan, like in different lines that are thrown in that MST3K version are hilarious. Or you had one job, right? When he's supposed to bring the flare gun down to shoot it up, and he's like, "Oh, I forgot the flare gun in the truck. Can you go get it?"
Yeah, well, MST3K, that's the thing is, I said Riff Tracks, what I bet was MST3K, but I think people misconstrued that, when they make their comments in that, they aren't hating on the film. The so bad it's good type of movies, I think get lost sometimes in people thinking that, "Oh, you're hating on the film." Well, no, the people find charm in it. We're poking fun at it. I mean, my buddy and I, my good longtime friend, Jim, I've known him since middle school. We love Star Wars. We share a passion for Star Wars. We're Gen X kids. We grew up with Star Wars as a kid. We'll watch Star Wars, and if it's just me and him in a room, we'll shred that movie. We will we will comment on the weaknesses, but at the same time, we love that film. We enjoy that film. And, and I think that's what MST3K, that's always the impression I got from them. And it wasn't in a mean-spirited commentary. It was just pointing out the weaknesses, but at the same time, it was in fun, not being so heavy critical, but just going, "Yeah, this is ridiculous." I mean, we're all very aware of Attack of the Killer Shrews, Attack of the Killer Shrews, that those are dogs in shrew costumes, right? Yep. No one's under a depression, but you love it and you can make comments about it and it's okay, but that doesn't mean you don't like the film.
Well, and I think you're as a film critic, and you and Ian kind of like touched on it. It's like you have opinions on certain things, and because you've been involved in creation of certain things, you see things through a different lens.
Right.
Like there's the consumer lens, then there's the, interesting choice there, but you don't know what they were up against like at that time.
Right.
Like continuity is one of the things that a lot of people rip on, and apparently there's a whole ton of YouTube shorts of people just talking about empty coffee cups, you know, where they're like, yeah, oh, good to see
clocks
you.
in the background, clocks changing times. Yes.
Oh, for sure. And so is that an oversight? Is that something? But I think it's funny if you point it out. I mean, does it hurt the original filmmaker's feelings? Maybe, you know, but at the same time, it's just making comedy out of, you know, something that might have been taken itself too seriously. Like I've been privileged to work with like John Wayne's Freaky Flicks, so John, Nikki, and Mark, and I've never really been exposed to the horror host world. I remember Elvira like when I was a kid.
Well, we all remember Elvira. So.
That's true. At least the boys do. But I have never really looked at public domain stuff to the degree that these guys have a knowledge base of all this stuff in the public domain. And so going through these movies where you see like Glenn or Glenda is one that they did like early in June, and just looking at the producers' interjections of we need more exploitation in this movie, then something random happens because that producer needs to be, you know, placated.
Right.
You know, and it's just looking at it to that degree is really intriguing. And even being on set shooting some of the stuff, like maybe some of the scenes that you didn't enjoy out of the new film, there was definitely like a unique perception that I have of those because I saw how it all went down and I saw how we had to make things work. And some days you're just like, you know, it's probably not going to be the greatest, but we're going to shoot it anyway.
and again, it didn't take my enjoyment from it, but as you know, it's one of those things. It's the tough part as a being film criticism or whatnot. You pick out the both things. You know, I like to try to think myself, and I may be totally off as a balanced person. I try to lean more towards the positive, and there is a lot of positive in that. You know, than negative, because negative's easy. You could take any film just about, except Shawshank Redemption. It's really funny. Out of all the criticisms worlds, there's like one or two movies that like nobody you find, or very, very tiny subset of people that actually don't like or are very critical of a film. Shawshank Redemption is one of those to where pretty much any critic you talk to, they're like, oh yeah, that movie's great. You know, it's one of those movies where it's very, I think even nowadays with more critics out there, I think it's very few people are hate on that film.
You know, have a list. Do you have a list of these somewhere, Mark?
Huh?
Do you have a list of these somewhere? Maybe we'll do an episode of where we'll just find criticisms of these uncriticizable
movies. Yeah. Or, you know, Princess Bride's another one where very few people
so good,
you know, and the reason is they're so good, you know.
The
story is beautiful. You know, the story is beautiful. And
there's pirates, that's what sword fighting, they got swamp rats, they got,
it's got
you know,
everything.
love, they got it's
got everything. Well, who kills Prince Humperdinck? Well, nobody kills Prince Humperdinck. Well, why are you reading me this story?
Yeah, it's got Fred Savage, right?
It's got a young Fred Savage and Peter Falk.
Columbo. Yeah, Peter Falk.
Oh, it's great cast. That's just a wonderful movie. Rob Reiner, rest in peace. Yeah, but you know, there's movies like that out there. And Giant Spider Invasion, that's what I like, is even though some people may call it schlocky or whatever, I think there's charm to it, but there's a story there. It's not just, you know, some random spider footage. There's a storyline in there, and hearing about the backstory of what it went through with the script, you know, you suddenly, when you watch the film again, you go, well, that makes sense now. That's why there was this choice. That's why they did this, you know.
And you probably heard a little bit of it in the Q&A, but I've definitely heard bits and pieces from Bill, and like I talked to Bill quite a bit, and definitely bits and pieces of what happened on set, how things work. Like when Leslie Parrish fell into the thing and there was the horse head and she screamed, she literally landed in a pile of cow poop, and they only had one wardrobe change. So she like flipped a lid. They had to take the stuff out, go get it laundered. And then like she was like super upset about it, then get it cleaned up and bring it back. Same thing with the spider barn. Like after Leslie Parrish runs out of the house and into the barn, Bill's wife Barbara had to double because she didn't want that spider to land on her and then fall down. So they put a blonde wig on Bill's wife Barbara, and they had her acting in that scene. So my wife just reminded me. She's like, "No more rhymes now. I mean it."
Anybody want a peanut?
You got it.
Oh yeah, so those films, those films are great. And Giant Spider Invasion, I think it's great. You're bringing it to a new audience and exposing folks, and that's what I always look at as those as possible gateway opportunities of people, exploring even more films like that. So even if you don't quite like the Giant Spider Invasion, you're like, well, what, especially if you go online, it says, well, if you watch this, you could maybe watch this or this. And people go, oh, what about this one? And suddenly they really find a fun movie that might have a named actor in it that they didn't realize was in the film. Like The Stuff. I love the movie The Stuff. The horror movie The Stuff. I don't know how many people out there have seen The Stuff, but The Stuff is awesome. It's a great commentary on consumerism. But Danny Aiello makes an appearance in that film. And it's a short scene, but still, it's like you've got some of these, monster films, these lower budget films, these not big studio films that have stars in them when they were just starting out, or stars that were looking for work because they're not getting hired anymore because maybe they're too old. Because there is still ageism in Hollywood, especially earlier on, but even nowadays.
Well, have you seen the Blood Harvest or the Nightmare picture that Bill did
with Tiny Tim?
Tiny Tim, but it also had Peter Krause in it.
I did not see that one yet. I've been meaning to. I just haven't gotten a chance to watch it. But yeah.
Okay. Well, Peter Krause is the guy that went on to 6 Feet Under and a number of other things. So that was one of his first roles, was the boyfriend in the Blood Harvest picture. Which, with Tiny Tim, which that's another bizarre. Individual within itself.
He is definitely an interesting individual for sure, and to be in a film like that, that was lost for ages and finally came out. A lot of people, I remember the buzz about that one. But yeah, so I mean, you're doing stuff like this, which is great. I'm always been a supporter of indie cinema, and it's great to see that discussion, that film into discussion. And in general, I think people, like you said, backrooms obsession, people are starting to seek out and realize, oh, there is this other venue to where you can find film. And they're not all going to be like that. Don't get me wrong. It's what I say is we've hit critical mass media in that we have so much out there, and not all of it's great. Not all of it's great, but there are some gems out there that you can find and hang on to. Now, speaking of possible gems, what's up with Dearmageddon, man? You tease me with a wonderful musical number and concept trailer. We get to see Dan Davies in a role we haven't seen him in before, like this, this older football player who has kind of let himself go. What's going on with Dearmageddon, man? Can you say?
Well, it's in rewrites right now.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't know, I've been focusing a lot of time, like Dan came up with the story, Eric's kind of contributed, but I've really done the bulk of putting everything together for the screenplay. And then I recently joined a mastermind with some other writers, and we've gone through and I looked at it and like, I gotta dial back a lot of this dialogue. And because sometimes, like I'm like a screenwriter to a certain degree, like I'll write short things, I'll do narrative commercials, other things, but like going through and doing a feature is like that unattainable thing for a lot of filmmakers, where they always want to do a feature. So I wrote it, and it kind of became an and then picture where it was just like this happened and this happened and this happened and this happened, and it's a series of events. And I'm like, I got to get better with arcs, I got to get better with story. And so I've kind of gone back and really working with this mastermind group to kind of curtail it. But I mean, that's one project, like I'm directing this weekend with Ezekiel and Drews and Dan Davies again, and a bunch of other awesome Wisconsin filmmakers on something called The Visitor. We just did a series of other short films like not that long ago. So there's just so many projects going on that JB needs to dial in some specific time just to work on it. And with that, I was very blessed to work with Brooke DeRosa, which she's done scores on numerous amounts of films. She did all the music for those the two songs that were in the proof of concept, and then I
Oh,
wrote
sure.
the lyrics. And yeah, and she does a phenomenal job. I mean, she turns around. She's professional. She scored like a ton of Hallmark movies and a ton of like Netflix type movies, which I'm actually working on producing like a Christmas Hallmark movie right now with my wife Caroline
Oh,
that she
nice.
wrote, and then
Nice.
Dr. Jeff Blankenship, and then a producer out of New Mexico. So
Well, that's
we're
exciting.
we're always doing like a bajillion things.
Well, you should. I mean, keep it busy. Nothing wrong with keeping busy. I was just wondering though, because we saw the proof of concept for Dear Mageddon. That main song for the bartender was really, really, really well done, and it was like one of those where it's like, oh, I want to see more of this, and the idea of zombie deer as well. I mean, come on, we're from the Midwest. The idea of
You're
zombie
right.
deer,
And it's difficult, like if you put yourself in that world and going, well, did the zombie deer need a song too? Like
and then how are you going to do a song with zombie deer? Yeah.
Well, I was talking to this, Big Steve, which he's a friend of mine, and this guy is he's an electronics genius. Like he's the guy that he works all day at his day job, then he goes home and comes up with cool projects. He's like, I think we can rig it up practical with some of these piezo things and some other stuff. Yeah, like literally, he's like, we'll get some deer mounts, we'll do some full mounts, we'll get some things, and we'll put it together. Then we'll wire it up so we can make it happen. And I'm like, I'm a big fan of practical over AI, and I know sometimes AI needs to happen if you can't do the practical. Like you're a Star Wars fan, so
yeah,
the admiral that passed away, that they used AI to bring him in, and same thing with Carrie Fisher. But like I want to see practical, so that's where that stands. So thanks for asking about that.
Yeah, no, I remember it, and I knew when talking to you, I wanted to talk about that because I was like sitting there going, oh, and I know how that goes in indie film. I've seen it before too, to where you get this teaser for what an indie film that looks really, really cool, and then you're looking at your calendar like there's like 2-3 years, and suddenly you see a trailer for it, you're like, oh. Finally, it's like 4 years since you've seen or heard about the film, and it's like, but I mean, Hollywood gets it. That's just the business in general. And I think that's the problem with internet and trying to 24-hour news cycle and all that, is you hear about some of these projects and suddenly they go into development hell and you never hear about them in Hollywood, and then they kind of fade away.
Yeah,
so it's whether you're big budget or small, that is a problem in general, is just trying to get that one film done when you got everything else going on, or just can't bring it together. But I hope you can get Deer again together. And if you can put a practical deer singing that
doesn't look terrible.
It doesn't look terrible. Oh, when a film like Rise of the Deer again, I think, even if it doesn't look completely sharp, I think people can be a little forgiving with that if it's a fun song. Now I'm just picturing animatronic zombie deer singing, and that warms my heart. And
dude, I think it's definitely like, Dan had come up with the story of that like probably 5 years ago now. And like kind of like this hometown hero gone sour, and the town kind of shrinking, and it really mirrors a lot of rural towns, right, where you go to these places and it's just like a ghost town. And this was like a thriving community at one point in time, and it's just shrunk to the point where they got a few broken down buildings, probably a bar, a church, and maybe a convenience store. But yeah, so it's definitely a story that needs to be told. And I mean, with that, and kind of like working on the spider thing, once we kind of get that wrapped, and it's been a couple year project of pre-production and production. And we were blessed to like partner up with awesome people like Quick Trip and that. And I think you probably noticed the references in the movie. We kind of put some homages in there that I think felt good.
Those were fun. Those were definitely fun.
Too jarring.
Yeah, no, not at all. No, some of the stuff really worked. The inserts, some of it really worked for me, and I thought, you did a good, decent job of matching what you could with a 50-year-old film.
Should we have had Dan get eaten? You know, Dan's character, Ted Tippman, get attacked
I
like
think,
Amy's.
I think Dan getting eaten by a giant spider would have been, or attacked by a giant spider leg or something, I think would have been. Love you, Dan. We love you, Dan, but
a big fuzzy leg that just kind of
does like a hook, almost like a stage hook thing, like just pull him off stage left. There you go. And then you could do the old, you pull him off stage left, and you have someone off camera just throw a bucket of blood against the van. There you go. See, so you don't. That's all you see is that. And,
because Dan, it's in Dan's rider that he can't have a bucket of blood thrown on him. So,
well, no, you just throw it against the van, though. You pull it off screen.
That was a joke because you said throw it on the van, and I said because it's in Dan's.
It's
rider
Dan's contract. Yeah, no, I caught that. Although I can see Dan going, no, don't throw a bucket of blood on me, please.
He would totally, and I can tell you this about Dan working with him. He would totally, if it added to the story and it was something that was good, he would take a bucket of blood for the team.
Oh yeah, he would. I mean, he played Ed Gein in Ed Gein the musical. So I mean,
that's true.
So, JB, you've worn a lot of hats over the years in the indie scene. Is there one in particular that you really enjoy, or is there one that you haven't really had a chance to do much of that you'd like to do more of?
That's a great question. I like to see projects completed. That's what I like to see. Sure. I like to work on these things, but ultimately, whether they live in here or wherever they're at, until they get out to people, you can't really get the message out there, right? Sure. So definitely working more on my producer hat and working more on my, connections with both theater owners and international distribution and stuff like that's the hat that I'd like to start wearing more. Trying to help a lot of these people get their message out there. And there's a lot of projects that, like you said, they fire up and then they run into either snafus or life happens or something. Like, how do we help them get those projects advanced and over the goal line? And I think in this state, everybody from, I think Austin left the state, but you got Austin Galante, Doug Montoya, you got all these amazing filmmakers in this state that are willing to help move that ball forward.
Sure.
Dan has been instrumental in helping a lot of stuff move forward. Ezekiel Andrews is really kicking butt with MIFA and the things that he does down there. Ross Bigley, I just worked with him on a project. Oh. Craig Knitt's always getting things out there, as far as moving things along. So it's just, you have a lot of great filmmakers in this state. And I'm sorry if I forgot anybody, but you got amazing actors too, right? And you have people like yourself that are doing the Sawdust City Fright Fest, which is one of the events I look forward to each year here in Oshkosh. You got the Times Community Theater, which they're always willing. They put on plays there. They'll allow people to go in and showcase their films. So it's just, I would like to see more of that happen, and then more of a response to what's been created independently, similar to what you see with the Odyssey, right?
Right.
Where people are like, I just can't wait to go see, Winter Hymns, right? Nate Deming's done great with that and getting a theatrical presence out there.
Yeah.
But people showing up and dedicating their resources, because when you pay for a ticket at a movie theater, you're showing your resources and bringing that back to these independent scenes. And then Veronica Pope being able to go back to the state and say, hey, we want to expand this tax credit to start bringing more productions for national productions into this state. Because talking to my buddy that's out in LA, he's like, I've never been afraid that in the last 20 years, he's been out there over 20 years, I've never been afraid that there wasn't enough going on. Mm-hmm. And he's like, now work is super slim here. It's moved out of the city. It's gone. Well, come to Wisconsin. Yeah. We've got qualified people. We've got people that can help you. We've got films that we want to make, but we want to also help you with our beautiful scenery, like the city of Stevens Point, beautiful place to go and shoot some stuff. We have the Northwoods. We got tons of lakes. We got, little Bavarian Christmas villages. We got all different things. And so that's the hat that I would like to wear, is that that hat of kind of continually unifying these people. Like you got Nate Shepard doing great things up in the Northwoods. You know, I mean, all these different people all over, like Kurt Krause doing great things in Door County, you know, and Chris Opper and the Door County Film Festival. You got Ian and Kathy over in Waiawega for the Waiawega International. You got all these people.
Dean Beltram up in Eau Claire doing the Midwest Weird Fest and a Night of Horror International Film Festival, which he designates a section specifically to Midwest films, like the shorts block. He always has at least one best of the fest of Midwest, where he features a lot of short film filmmakers, and he features Wisconsin filmmakers there as well when they have a feature out. So he does the work up there in Eau Claire as well. So I mean,
is there a place somewhere that I can promote that's got like a listing of all these things that happen in the state, or does that not exist yet?
I don't think that really exists where everything, outside of Film Freeway, where you go to like search Wisconsin Fest. I actually don't think there's a real listing, which maybe I'll throw on my website, a listing of a Wisconsin events and such. Maybe you know, each event kind of wants to promote itself, but as far as cross promotion, there really isn't a huge amount of that amongst these events. And that's something I kind of would want to see, because I know, you know, it's just like on YouTube or everything else. Everybody does have their own thing they want to get out and have popular, but especially most of these events are on different weekends. They're not conflicting with each other normally. So,
well, and I think that's been an issue between a bunch of filmmakers right there, which you just brought up, is that sometimes they'll create an event and they'll be like, oh, well, my event's been on that weekend for like 20 plus years. And like, I have no idea, right? Like, so I started film stuff about 4 years ago, maybe 3.5, 4 years ago. Prior to that, I didn't know anybody in the state. I've always dreamed of being a filmmaker since I was a kid, but I never thought it was economically viable. So I didn't pursue it. And then I come back in and I'm doing things that people are like, well, why didn't you ask me? And it's like, because I didn't know. Right. I just know that I needed to get this done. And JB's going to work hard to try to get whatever he can get done without trying to lean on other people. Right. And that's not because I don't value other people. It's just because I don't want to be like, hey, can you help me out for free? Because I feel terrible.
Yeah, you don't want to. You hate asking that. Hey, could you be in this? Well, I'll give it. It'll give you exposure. That wonderful term of I'll give you exposure, and especially in today's times, people will hear that and go, "Oh, delete email." There's your exposure right there.
Well, for sure. So, like that's when you talk about competition, but really the collaboration of this group of people is beneficial to all of the above.
Yeah.
Right. You know, I mean, like I didn't know a lot about trivia, and Mayor Mike told me a ton about the trivia in Stevens Point. I know that that's a big thing for you to go in and do this trivia. And we met the guy that wrote trivia questions for
two of Don and Dak. You got Dak, and then you got Oz. Oz used to write it, and now Dak does. And you guys met them, I think.
Yeah, it was awesome to hear him, but I have no frame of reference, right? Like I like if you're a huge trivia fan, then like, oh, like Dan was just awestruck because he's like, this is the guy that wrote the questions for you. I'm like, I got no frame of reference, right?
Yeah.
Like if I meet the CEO of some major corporation, anybody that works for him is going to be like, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I would be like, how you doing, bud?
Yeah. You know, you don't know who to, yeah.
You know, and it's not anything other than my own, you know, inability or ignorance on whatever topic that is, you know, but it's tough to be knowledgeable about everything.
I think part of that too is just our Midwest nice. We don't want to bother anyone, but at the same time, you're looking for help, but you're like, oh, I don't really want to, you know, so there's that kind of Midwest nice aspect of things. But the fact that you want to be, which I give mad respect for, because once I've learned now what a producer actually does, the fact that you kind of want to do that part of it is not something you hear a lot of people say when they want to go into film. Oh, I want to help produce. I want to help get word out of films. I want to do, you know, it's usually, I want to direct, you know, and while you'd like to, the fact that you also want to do this other aspect, I think helps, because especially in indie film, a lot of the directors are also editors, screenwriters, producers, because they wear many hats because they're limited budget and they don't have the resources or anyone stepping up and saying, you know what, I'll find your locations for you. Give me the script. Or, you know what, I'll help you find the cast, or I'll help you find this. And I think that's still a struggle for many indie filmmakers out there to find those resources, especially in Wisconsin, because nobody wants to bug anybody.
Yeah.
And you don't have the money, because it'd be volunteers sometimes. And it's like, I don't necessarily want to ask someone to designate their time for a day of going out location shooting when I'm barely going to be able to pay for gas.
Yeah. No, that's a very valid point. And, you know, like, I love all of those aspects that you just talked about, like finding locations. You know, like with the Rise of the Armageddon, Dan found that location, and that couple endured like a almost 17.5-hour day of us occupying their space, you know. But I have like an office, and I opened my office up for people to shoot different things. I just got a message a little while ago from amazing filmmaker Daniel Wheeler, the guy that did the Last Switch of Wisconsin.
Oh yeah,
and
he did Voice in the Vessel.
And he's working on My Brother and Bigfoot right now. And he's like, well, hey, if need be, can I use your office as backdrop? Absolutely. My office was just like a Catholic, you know, relic room not that long ago. It's been, you know, like a kid's room, like it's been so many different things, and I'm always willing to open it up. And here at my office in 404 in Oshkosh, you know, Kevin's also opened up a ton of stuff so people could shoot in the ballroom, like Easy Shot, a lot of the Deep State, which Lori, the editor on that's got like a few sections of that done. So that preview is going to be out soon too for that film. And like, you know, what's his name? No, it's terrible. Now it's going to come up with his name, then he's going to be like, oh, what do you remember my name? CJ Guzan, so the guy that was the bartender,
right?
He was executed by Michael Oliar in my office.
Oh, well, there you go.
With Luis Castillo watching on, and Donna Frankart, and, you know, Kurt, Cabbage Wrestler, I call him, but that's not his real last name. It's like Kraychek. Kraychek's a tough one to go from zero to Kraychek. You got to like hear it a few times, and then his is something similar. But, you know, so those locations, I love that. And we'll go into a situation where, oh, this location canceled. All right, let's find another one. You know, let's move it. And it's so much fun, dude. You're seeing these people and their creative vision. I know you got a feature in you. What's going on with your feature, Mark?
I've got a feature. I have an anthology feature in my head, and I've written pretty much the whole thing. I just have to get off my butt and do it, which means I have to cut some other projects out, which I haven't been ready for, but I do. It's an anthology one, you know, and that's the thing, is a lot of us online film critics do have ideas for films, and that's what you're now seeing in the big cinema, is these YouTubers who are far bigger than me have these huge audiences, and they want to make a feature film. They always wanted to, and then they build their audience up ahead of time, and then they get their films into a theater or whatnot, and then they have a huge following. You know,
isn't that genius? Isn't that genius? I mean, you build the community of people that are interested in what you want to show them, and so you promote.
Yeah,
and then they show up because they're like, oh, we like Mark. We've seen him do all these reviews and stuff like that. Now he's got a movie. We want to go see it.
Yeah, and you know, that is kind of the structure you have to take now, and I think you're going to see more of that, only because YouTube now has been around almost as long as I have on YouTube, which is 20 years. I got in when it was starting, you know, so you have a whole generation now of creatives who want to make films, who have had this outlet to be creative, to hone their, you know, it's kind of the modern version. And I've talked to a couple of filmmakers about this. It's the modern version of shooting on your 16 millimeter, you know, Super 8, or shooting on your VHS. And now it's shooting for YouTube. You have a whole generation of creatives now who have shot for YouTube and learned how to craft things and build an audience, and they want to make something bigger, but they've gotten that practice. So I honestly think that whole thing of, oh, they got this YouTuber a job, I think that's going to be more and more common as you go along, only because it's the equivalent of Spielberg, Raimi, Scorsese shooting with Super 8 back in the day.
Yep.
You have all these kids now doing it with phones. And having far more tools than what we had when I was a kid. Kid started out on YouTube, 20 years ago. I had my mini DV camera and my Corral Studio, the program software.
And that's another big advantage that they have is they have a lot of automations and a lot of shortcuts that are built, like people that use certain editing software. It's got transitions and everything built into it. Like my first movies that I made when I was like 8 were filmed on a 8mm camcorder and edited with 2 VCRs feeding into another VCR, with the audio coming from my Walkman into the RCA ports on there, that I had to time everything like perfectly to get it right. And now I can dump a file into Final Cut or CapCut or whatever, like Adobe Premiere, and within a few minutes I can have a professional output.
Yeah.
Right. Before, my first film was on 8mm black and white reversal, which I used a razor blade to cut actual takes and then tape them together.
Yeah.
I'll show that someday, which it's awful. And I have all the original notes from my film professor just critiquing it and ripping on it.
No, we got a whole generation of folks who will never know the pains of the AB deck and accidentally not making sure the insert button wasn't pressed. And so then you've inserted this and then you've got that the tracking's all off because instead of insert, it's like, I remember that working in news at Channel 7. I did an internship there. I was assistant producer, which basically I did all the little busy work for the main producer of the show. And I remember working with those decks and learning, make sure you have it set to insert, because if you don't have it set to insert, it's a VHS tape, you're going to cause a break in that footage because it's just going to copy over that same. It's just like, man. And people don't, I think, now, you've got it all digital. So you don't have that AB deck stuff where you're trying to time it out perfectly between two videos.
and you remember what, like the CGI, like the character generators, to put titles on things, that was a separate thing that was superimposed.
That was the video toaster.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
When Video Toaster came out and you could actually create your edits ahead of time, and then it would just allow it to go through and automate the process, like that was like, whoa, now we're walking in high cotton.
Back when to tell our student television station at UW Stevens Point had a teleprompter, but it wasn't like the teleprompter you thought. It was a teleprompter that was a white platform that had a camera pointed down on it that then projected that out to the camera, and so you had to switch out
cue cards.
Yeah.
Like into an opaque projector.
Yeah, and you kind of, it was wild. It was wild. And now you look at the tools now, and it's like you have your entire production studio from start to finish on your computer that anybody can do. You shoot raw footage, you can bring it in. Let me tell you, making that transition from doing mini DV tape to digital was like, because I was like transferring it manually. You start the tape and you'd sit there and have to wait for it to, and now it's just like copy, done, there you go. So it's easier now than ever, but at the same time there are still the challenges that you have with any storytelling.
Because now you don't have to go through the painstaking process of all of these things. You can literally pick one of these up and you can be shooting something seconds later that is a good idea, but it's not necessarily flushed out, right? It's just like it can aim a camera at it and be like, oh, this is funny, but now you're going to try to turn it into a feature and there's one gag and it's like, well, that's probably not going to work.
There is that too. There is that double-edged sword with the technology. It's like not everything has to be publicly released. I will fully admit that. While I love people shooting stuff and making stuff and wanting to create stuff, not all of this stuff needs to be put out in public. Keep it for yourself for reference, but it doesn't, because once you put it out there, as we talked last, hour with Ian about film criticism, once you put it out there to the world, prepare yourself accordingly.
But I think that's a great point. So we were on with, and our mastermind has all these different guests that come in, and one of the guys is the comedy writer that worked on like Scary Movie, Naked Guns, and a few other things. And he said quite the opposite, where put it out there and get criticized, but be prepared to be criticized, but then take that information back in a positive way and have it, affect your art going forward.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that approach too. Yeah, there is that.
Yeah, and so like if you have an idea, get out there and shoot it, put it together like on the shoestring budget, like kind of a proof of concept, right? Shoot it on a shoestring budget and then put it out there. And if people are like, wow, this is the dumbest thing ever, then they might be right. Or you might be in front of the wrong audience. And, but then you can adjust, right?
You'll need a bit of a thick skin, and you do need to weed through the immediate knee-jerk trolls that will come out if you produce that. But
the ones that say they want to punch themselves in the face every time they hear your voice.
They watch my reviews. Exactly. Those type of people. I've been called loser. I've been called all kinds of names over the 20 years I've done this. But if you weed through that, there are comments that can be constructive. You just have to be prepared for that first onslaught wave of trolls that will inevitably just hit you just because.
And the guy I think it was the guy from Impractical Joker he said, don't take criticism from anybody you wouldn't turn to for advice.
That's great advice. And I think, go ahead.
And I thought but you're right. It's great advice because it's brilliant, because there's going to be negativity out there no matter what. The guy that's been sitting on his feature film for 20 years is mad at the guy that gets out year one and films a feature film. Is that feature film perfect? No, it's his first feature film. Like you look at Andrew Jackson's first feature film. What was it? Dead Alive?
Yeah.
And that's a completely different picture than The Lord of the Rings.
Oh, Peter Jackson, you mean? Peter
Jackson, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Peter Jackson. You look at his early stuff. He made Meet the Feebles?
Yeah. But you know what? He took the notes and he kept moving forward.
Yeah.
And, I think that's important.
And I think that's a great spot to end this on.
Well, I wanted to say thank you for doing this for Alzheimer's. My grandmother had Alzheimer's. It really affected the family quite a bit. So I appreciate you raising money for research and the stream to end and the part of your walk to end. This is a great concept. And I really appreciate you thinking of me to bring me on. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you're one of Wisconsin's creatives out here. And that's one thing. While I do focus on indie films, I really want to bring focus to the Wisconsin creatives around here, because I think there's a whole lot of talent that we talked to yesterday when I talked to Nathan Deming, and even talked to, Winter Williams and, Matthew about they're in the Pine studio and them wanting to start up a production and all that, and them saying that while there hasn't been a huge response, they're very surprised by some of the talent they've found that of people who didn't think they had that,
Yeah.
So I think
still haven't met that couple, but Danny DeHay over at Simpsons in Wapaka told me that I need to meet them.
You do
one of these days. So.
You do. They're an awesome pair that I think you would probably definitely.
If you want, connect us both.
I'll try to connect you both.
Some of your
I'll work the magic.
Tech.
I'll see if I can work the magic. So JB, where can they follow your stuff at? Anywhere on social media or follow you at?
I'm kind of on the IMDb, which is like the LinkedIn of, that's probably the best place to go.
Sure.
Otherwise, I should probably have a website, but I don't think really anybody would be interested, so I haven't created it.
Oh, you never know.
Except for the trolls. They'll be like, JB, you're very weight challenged, or your voice is annoying, or something.
But they don't realize that's still engagement, which jumps you on the algorithm. So please, if you're going to troll, fine. That just gets me comments and puts me up on the whatever mysterious thing they call the algorithm is. So
there you go. My wife did want to start a podcast with me to talk about how she's funnier than I am. So we'll try that. We'll see what happens.
I think there's an audience for that, JB.
Just to see a married couple bicker, right?
Oh yeah. Everybody loves conflict. So
Thank you, Mark.
You bet. This has been great. Everybody check out JB's stuff. Giant Spider Invasion. Please look for updates on it for the reimagining, and keep an ear out for Dear Armageddon. And I do mean ear and eyes out. Hopefully one day we will see that as well. So thank you so much. And now we're going to take a short break, folks. And then we come back, we'll have a little game streaming. So stay tuned, please. A lot more to come. Don't forget to donate to this wonderful cause. And thank you, JB, for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we're live. Doing this all ourselves, folks. So yeah, we're going to play a little Plants vs. Zombies, I think. So let's prepare ourselves accordingly, my fine friends. Give me. And yeah, let's play this fun game. Oh, we got to continue our game here. Oh, yeah, I forgot where we're at. Let's restart this level. I forgot this is where I was at. Wabby wobble. Oh, we got the bungees on this. All right, so give me just one moment. All right, so we are going to do this. Yeah, click to continue. Give me just one moment, though. Oh yeah, and this is one of those where they hand us the stuff. So we're trying to protect ourselves from the zombies from getting over here. And trust me, it's no easy feat. There we go. So I don't know if anybody here is familiar with this game, but this game is a lot of fun. This game is definitely a lot of fun, but also challenging. Something good. Let's wait till these guys get closer. There we go. Doing okay so far. Hey, we got some money for that one. We're not doing too bad so far, but we haven't gotten the huge rush yet. So there is that. Uh-oh. We're not in trouble yet, but we're getting close. Uh-oh. You got a ladder. Ladder guy ain't good, as you can imagine. Ooh, howdy. Okay. That's a lot of guys. Uh-oh. Getting screwed now. So distressing. Yeah, these guys are always the toughest. Not doing too bad, actually, overall. This is such a fun game. Uh-oh, we're running out of bombs. Not liking that too much. Holy crap, we got a lot now. Time to build up our defenses, boys. All right. Oh man, there's more. So many. Could be screwed. Not boding well for us, folks. Could use a bomb. Could definitely use a bomb in here. This does not bode well for our team. Getting hairy. I don't need all these pots. We still have one more. We still have one more group to go through. I don't want to use that yet. Come on, digest. Digest, dang you. Yeah, this is the tough part here. Oh my Lord. Be screwed here. Oh, here we go. I got a bomb. I got a bomb. I got a bomb. Okay. Punch this guy. Woo! Yeah, look at that. What kind of operation is this? Hey, Fee, how you doing? Hey, we're doing a little bit of a fundraiser here. So folks, don't forget to donate. We're doing some game streaming till 3 o'clock, and then we're going to have a recorded 20th anniversary review of what do we got? I forgot what I got coming up. You got Fed, got Fingered, and Habit. So that'll be at the 3 o'clock hour. And then 4 o'clock, we're going to have a live review with Joe Randazzo, and we're going to be talking about the classic Black Sabbath. So there is that. And we got another donation. Oh, my God. Thank you so much. Appreciate the donation out there for the support. We got to update our counter here. That's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We are just rolling along here, getting closer all the time to our goal. And appreciate everyone tuning in, even if it's for a short time. We had a great conversation with JB and Ian this morning. We're going to have more folks coming up this afternoon into the evening as I stream for 10 hours. So so glad everybody's tuning in and watching along. Thank you very much for all this. So let's pick our weapons of choice. Oh boy, we've got one of these launchers, guys. I hate them. So we definitely want the bomb. We want the squish guy. We're going to need sunflowers, obviously. And we're going to need pots, obviously. Protectors. We're going to need some shooters in here. And some launchers. We only got 2 more spots here, so we want to double our capacity, and I'm guessing we're going to need to do some defense here. Yeah. All right, so I'm kind of feeling that. Let's see if that does any good for us. We got any cheapy guys? Not really. All right, so let's rock. And we need that flower out there. Got to collect those sunflowers so we can grow our things and stuffs. Oh, and here they come already. Coming. Brains.
Thanks. Thanks.
growing our sunflowers now. Let's get this guy out, and then we can get some more defense out here. Oh, shouldn't have done that. A little premature, but that's okay. You might get him in time. Maybe. Oh, we got him. Cool. All right, let's get that defense going. See, the thing is slanted, so you kind of have to put those pots up there for the shooters to get to. Hopefully we can build up some defense and get another. Oh. We're getting there now. I haven't gotten a double flower out as quick as I wanted, but here we go. I've played this game so many times. It's so much fun. It really is. What do I want? Uh-oh. Oh no. It's getting too close for comfort for me. I don't really have the defense up I wanted. Oh well. Oh, we definitely need that to do this, so we can do this. Go away. We're holding our own pretty good here, folks, but could be better. Ah, that one. Yeah, that was a waste. Ah, just in time. Oh, we're letting it fly now. We need to get that sunflower power going. Oh, this guy will be a lot cheaper. There we go. Oh, thank you, man. You sport them. Nice. Well, I appreciate that quite a bit for the donation and the tuning in. It is a great cause, so Every little bit helps, and I appreciate that so much. Our little sliver of the internet doing what we can. So, I'm going to put this guy here for now. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Starsucker. Definitely looking forward to Starsucker. You can't really go wrong with the Butler brothers. I have dug all of their stuff. All right, now we're cooking with some gas. Oh man, they eat through that real quick. Such concentration. Oh yeah, that's what I can do. I can put that on this poor guy. Put this out here. Put that. Yawn. We need to get another defense up there at the top. All right. Woo. Here they come. Oh, it's the final wave too. So need to get rid of this guy here. There we go. Aha! I think we got this one. Hey-oh, we got this one, folks. Woohoo! And there you go, folks. Make sure you check out Watching Mr. Pearson. And check out all the stuff. If you haven't heard of the Butler Brothers, shame on you. They put out some great stuff. And I saw Starsuckers was on the radar of their stuff coming out. And yeah. Appreciate everything, and they rock. They really do. The Last Anniversary, Purgatory Jack. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff for sure. Stuff we've played at the film festival in Oshkosh. So definitely want to put those guys on your radar. All right, so I guess we'll go this route and see how well this does. Not a huge amount of high hopes, but let's see. Worst case, we fail. Worst case, we fail. Thank you for tuning in as well, Ombre. We've got a review that we did with our good friend Doc, Mr. Ombre there. That'll be playing later today. So, talking the classic Horse Feathers. And I do mean classic. Come on. There we go. Brains. Oh, the tension is rising. Oh, we got more waves coming in with this one. Yeesh. All right. Sure. Oh, I put that in the wrong spot. Damn it. Uh-oh, we're going to be screwed here, folks. Okay, we don't have the bungee guys yet, so we're okay there. All right. This isn't too bad. Oh, bungee guy. I want to get some more defenses going here. I'd like to get another sunflower up too, but here we go. Oh no! Fiend! Oh, I didn't want to do that. Oh, well. Pressure's on now, folks. That's fine. You can do that. That's fine. We're good there. Definitely locking in though. All right, cool. Oh, now we got one of these doofuses. Fine, be that way. It's still okay. It's still okay. Oh, I put that on the wrong one. Oh, that's okay. We can renew them here. All right. Oh, the humanity! Oh, this is ugly. You got guys behind enemy lines. Oh no! I forgot to put some projectiles out here. Some guys I could launch ahead of time. Come on, sunflowers, give me some sun. We're going to be screwed here in a minute. There we go. You're hurting here. You're hurting here, folks. Oh no. We gotta get rid of that guy. Oh, we're gonna be screwed here in a minute. We have done the wrong thing. Yeah, I was dumb and I didn't put any projectiles out that could get over the hump. So that was on me. I picked the wrong ones. Yeah, this level's lost. We're only barely halfway through. I am so rusty at this game. We're going to die. We are not producing any sunflowers energy whatsoever. We're screwed. We're so screwed. I've got nothing over here whatsoever. I've got nothing up top either. Yeah, we're screwed. We're screwed, folks. This could be the end. I'm down to one sunflower. Oh, the humanity. One sunflower. Oh yeah, we're dead. We're so dead. Yeah, that's game. That's game. Oh man, I did not do any projectiles like I should have. I needed the I didn't put any catapults in here, so. Yeah, they're still coming. We still got a fourth wave. We're screwed. We're done. We're done for. Yeah, that was my fault. I didn't pick any catapults, and I needed to pick catapults, and I did not. And I should have. And that was on me. Alas. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. This game is a lot of fun, though. It really is. We'll try again. We got a little time. We'll do one more try again, and then we're going to play the 20th anniversary special reviews of what do we got next here? We got coming up The Habit and Freddy Got Fingered. You can hear my thoughts on that. And then after those two episodes play, we will be doing a live review with our good friend, screenwriter Joe Randazzo. We're going to be talking The Black Sabbath, a British anthology film, or Italian horror anthology film. We'll be talking that. And then there'll be a couple more pre-recorded reviews where we're going to have Dan Davies after that. And yeah, we got a lot of great stuff coming up. A little more pre-recorded stuff today than yesterday, but still some great material that you don't want to miss out on. And don't forget to donate. Let's do this one more round. I want to do one more round. I can't end on it like that. we can't end on it like that. So at least they're giving us that this time. And we're going to go with that. Oh, thanks, Stuffed. Hey, thanks for choosing in. Hey, everybody, make sure you check out Stuffed Burrito Entertainment. A very fine gentleman who puts out some great content. Always a streaming madman he is. So you want to check out his stuff on the twitch.tv, Stuffed Burrito Entertainment. He is the man. So yeah, we got that. Maybe we want to do the pepper. I mean, it doesn't do area, but it's a little bit cheaper than the dual. So maybe we'll do pepper. We could do the 3-er, but I don't know if we're gonna get up to that amount of in time before they start coming in real quick. Like and yeah, I guess we'll throw the single shooter in there. All right, let's rock. But I hope everybody's been enjoying this entertainment, trying to put together 20 hours of programming for 20 years here on the YouTube. So the zombies are coming. Brains. Brains. Gotta get them sunflowers out, baby. Need that sun juice. So all right, now we're talking. Yeah, I forgot to put these guys in there, and I paid the price for sure. All right, now we're cooking with some mojo here. That's going to give us enough time to throw this guy in there. Ah, damn. Come on. Ah, shit. Forgot how fast these guys eat through this stuff. Oh, I'm going to be screwed for the... I'm going to be screwed here in a minute. Oh, thank you. The guys with the helmets are the toughest, really. Wow, I have not done well on this. I can tell I'm rusty on this for sure. Oh, you know what? I didn't put any explosives in. That's why. I forgot to put at least one explosive in here. I did not do that. That was definitely a mistake on my part. It has been a long time since I've played this game, so. We got that one in there just in time. Yeah, go ahead. Whatever. Oh well. I didn't get that one in there in time. That's fine. You're all going to die. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot explosives of all things. Come on, sunflowers, don't fail me now. Oh no, fudge down. Whew, okay. Oh man, we're screwed now. Getting hairy in here real quick. Yeah, I forgot the explosives, man. That's hurting me something fierce right now. I really needed that. I hate these guys. I so hate these guys so much. Yeah, I forgot how hard this level was. I really did. And especially because I was dumb and didn't pick any explosives, so... So there is that, too. Yeah, here they come. Oh man, we're only halfway through this level. We're so hosed. We're so hosed. This is we're done for. Oh my god, we're so done for. Because I didn't choose an explosive. Had I chose the explosive, boom, right there, I could have just exploded all of those guys. But I have no cherry bombs to speak of. I don't believe I did that to myself. I really don't believe I did that to myself. Yeah, I do. I believe that. We got no sunflowers now. Yeah, we're hosed. It's the end, Scoob. It's the end. We're done. We're going back. We're going back to the main menu. That level's done. So stay tuned, folks. We will have our reviews coming up. First up, we have The Habit, the review that we did with Mr. Ray Sidman. And that was part of our 20th anniversary Final Cut series. Please don't forget to donate. Click the QR code there that you see, or if you're on specialmarkproductions.com/stream, click the donate button or the QR code there, or click the link in the description to help donate to a great cause. We are just cruising right along here, folks, on our way. So thank you so much, every single one of you. Thank you as well, Ryav8983. Appreciate the support. And yeah, stay tuned, folks. We got more stuff coming. And now here's that wonderful review of Habit with Ray Sidman. And here we are, folks. Yes, that's another retro opening. That one is from 2016. So that one was 10 years ago. I've been doing this a while. Welcome once again. Yes, we are doing our celebration of 20 years by doing special longer final cuts here where usually I'm picking the film. but I am taking the chance and gambling and have asked many of my friends, especially the Spoiler Room crew, for them to pick the film that we will talk about and review. And I've got one today from Mr. Ray Sidman, one of the OG Spoiler Room folks himself. He's with us today. How you doing, Ray?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Fantastic. Could you tell a little folks just a little bit about your background, just briefly?
Sure. I am a lifelong cinephile. Started when I was an adolescent, and it even carried me into. I was a pop culture journalist and critic for a handful of years in a prior career. I'm now I've been for 17 years now, a long while, a college instructor, but I still enjoy being a cinephile. In fact, I dropped it in the label. This is the first time I've done this, but I have a Blue Sky page. I know there's plugging at the end, but I'm explaining my background here, where I created a separate Blue Sky page specifically, strictly for just my movie and pop culture musings. So I still enjoy it a lot.
Fantastic. Well, we're happy to have you here, Ray, and you picked an interesting one because it was one that it's one of those where I had seen it on the video shelf / later on, kind of streaming, but I'm like, And when I asked you, we had a number of them, and we picked this one because this one definitely sounded interesting. It is 1995's Habit, directed by Larry Fessenden, whose my brain kept trying to autocorrect to Fassbender. I don't know why, but
that's okay. I mean, I something I've only recently heard is that he actually prefers it to be pronounced Fessenden with the accent on the second syllable, and I didn't know this because for 20 years I've been saying Fessenden like Fassbender. Yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Fessenden. Okay, well,
yeah.
There we go. Now we got.
I can't swear to that. This is something I heard on a couple of other podcasts, and I was like, "Oh, okay. I was not aware. Thank you."
We'll just pronounce it both ways. But Larry Fessenden both wrote and directed this film. And could you give a brief synopsis, Ray, about Habit?
Sure. Sam is I think at this point he's probably in his mid-20s, maybe late 20s, New York bohemian, kind of drifting through life. He just broke up with his girlfriend. His father just died. I don't think those two things are necessarily related. But he encounters Anna, who we find out is a vampire. And it's kind of his... he starts dating her, they become a thing, and it's Sam's life through I guess it's kind of about a 3-week relationship, I think, is the course of the movie, and it just follows his character arc through that, along with his handful of close friends.
Now, what made you decide to choose this one? What is it about Habit that's stuck with you that made you want us to talk about this one?
Well, first, it has a character named Ray, and I have the eponymous rule. I will discuss only movies that have a character with my name in it.
Fair enough.
It's just, I mean, you know me well enough, Mark. If you give me free will, I'm gonna go in a different direction. So I wanted to do something that fit the Final Cut, so horror, but then obviously I went with 90s art house. Because that is one of my favorite subgenres of cinema, has been ever since the mid-90s. So, and this is a movie I love. I don't think it gets talked about enough. And so I thought I would abuse our relationship to discuss this movie. Since you gave me the option, way to go.
I did. and you picked a very interesting film. Now, this is what our friend Sujiwa would count as a slow burn film.
That's fair.
It is a slow burn film.
Yep.
In the past, a younger me used that kind of as more of a negative, going, "Oh, this is a really slow burn."
Right.
But I've learned over the years, as I've gotten older,
right,
in doing this and watching more films, that slow burn isn't necessarily bad as long as it sticks the ending.
Right.
You know, and that's the problem that I kind of have with like Terrence Malick films, and it's a big debate, is the fact that they're slow burn films, but at the end of it, you don't feel like there's any real ending stuck. Like it kind of, yep, there you go. Whereas at least with this one, with Habit, it lands the ending, no pun intended. It sticks the landing, so to speak.
Way to
With
fall into that.
yeah, thank you, you like that a little bit.
Yeah.
But I didn't know what to expect going in. I didn't look up the
Mhm.
trailer or anything. Saw the description. I'm like, okay,
Good call.
let's go. And I'm glad I didn't, because yeah, it is art housey. If you were in the 90s and you would say, oh, that's an independent film, this
Mhm.
ticks all the boxes of
Oh
being
yeah.
a tropish, you know, the what you expect a independent film to be and look like of the 90s. That's what this is to a T, from the aspect ratio, which was interesting.
Yeah, it's 16 millimeter. Yeah.
Yeah, it you could tell it was shot on film, so it's not widescreen. This is a 4:3. At least the version I saw was not in the normal widescreen
Yeah.
aspect ratio at all, which
Right.
caught me. I'm like, okay, yeah, you could tell it was shot on film, which I think adds an interesting character to it, because this film has its own kind of creepy aesthetic, and
Mhm.
shooting it on film versus what would be in the 90s video
Mhm.
almost gives this a 70s feel to it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it has a very. I think it has a verite type feel. Obviously, it's not a documentary, but just the cinematography is brilliant throughout. And yeah, the 16 millimeter, which my understanding from research I've done is that he had an extremely limited budget. I believe the amount Wiki mentions is 60,000, which in what that's probably in present day dollars, that's about 250,000.
About that, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, and in fact, I also think may have been the same source, but he did not have any permits for the filming locations. So it was guerrilla filmmaking. Yeah, yeah, but I really do enjoy the aesthetic and the slow burn. Yeah, I mean, this thing's an hour and 53 minutes long, and I'm not going to say it zips by. It doesn't zip by, but there's there's not a lot of fat here. And I realize that's, you know, there are probably some people who are like, I know I'd trim this and this and this. But I'm like, I think for the story told and to be effective with it, there's not a lot of fat here. The hour 53 goes by fairly quickly. I don't feel there are no parts where I get bored or distracted.
It's steady. I will say
Steady. That's a good word. Yes.
It's not slow. It's not exactly fast, but it's
No.
kind of at a steady pace. It never
Yeah, that's
really
fair.
slows down. It doesn't really speed up till like near the very end, when things start to get really out of hand.
Right.
And actually,
Mhm.
just to let you know, inflation sucks. 60,000 in 1997 is the equivalently to about 124,000 today. So even
Oh, I was off then. Well, then I was
so
off because I said 250. That's
you said
double the
250,
figure
you
you
gave
just
it,
mentioned.
yeah.
So,
So I mean,
okay. So
but
it's not nearly as bad as I thought. Woo!
the story does move at an even, steady pace. It
Mhm.
never really slows or speeds up, which isn't a bad thing. It moves at a nice
No.
pace. I mean, this is kind of giving you day in the life type of feel for most of the
Mhm.
film.
Yeah.
You
Yep.
know, we're really following the Ray character through his life as he's
Well,
struggling,
well,
you
Sam.
know, or
Sam.
Sam,
Ray.
excuse me.
That's okay. No. It's all
I
good.
mean,
Ray
I'm sorry,
is the
Sam.
Ray is Nick's
Ray
girlfriend
is
that
Nick's
has a
girlfriend. Yeah,
torch
sorry.
for Sam. Yeah.
No, I crossed it. Yeah,
I
sorry.
threw that out there. That was my bad.
That's okay. No, it was Sam. No, I apologize.
Right.
No, Sam. Anyway, we follow Sam, who, as you said, yeah, has hit a rough patch. He's been on a downward spiral. You get the impression he's been an alcoholic anyway.
Mhm.
You know, he's had a drinking problem for a while, but his breakup and then the passing of his father and that made things exponential. And I think the steady pace helps with showing his degradation of
Yeah.
his state, not just mentally but physically,
Right.
and then when you get Anna involved in here, who is played wonderfully by Meredith Snader.
Mm.
This is like her only movie, I think.
There's a lot of, I did some research on this. Yeah. And there's like a number of people, like his best friend, Nick, who I think is excellent in this. The only other acting credit for that guy is he's like listed on IMDb as driver in the end segment of ABCs of Death 2. Like, oh, well,
well, there you go.
prolific.
Very, very prolific, very prolific.
Yeah.
But no, I liked. I mean, Larry Fessenden is also in front of the camera as the Sam character.
Yeah.
That true independent style of, I can't afford a lead, so I'll be the lead.
Right. This is my vision. Yeah. Absolutely.
And you're right, though, the dynamic between Sam and Anna and Nick and Ray and Liza. It's an interesting dynamic. The one thing is, I had a little bit of a hard time telling the difference between his ex and his his best friends. Was that his wife, or who was the dynamic? Because that's the trouble I did have with this film, was there was Sam and Nick, who I knew were friends, and then you had Sam's ex, but then there was another female character who looked very similar to her.
Well, Ray looks very similar to Anna. Liza is the like long-haired, I don't want to say blonde, maybe dirty blonde.
Right.
So Liza is the ex, and Ray, which is Nick's live-in girlfriend by the end of the movie, he does look a lot like Anna. And that, it
just it made it a little tough at times to try to figure out, because I was like, wait, who is that now? Because
well, plus every female, Liza is Sam's ex. Ray is jealous of every girl that Sam dates, so she has a torch for Sam, and then Anna is Sam's girl. So every female in the movie either has hooked up with or wants to hook up with Sam. That's the, which I guess if you're going to cast yourself in the lead role, yay.
But we only see him with Anna, so who's a very free spirit. I really enjoyed Meredith's performance as Anna, because she's playing a vampiric character, and by all rights, she's a vampire. We see her behaviors in that, but I liked how she played it, because she didn't play it too overly, like we've seen, especially in the 90s, overly vampire. Like, you look at the person and you go, vampire. There's no way you can't not be a vampire. The very white skin, ruby, the whole. She doesn't quite have that look to her. She's got a gothic atmosphere about her. But that still fit in, especially the time period that this is in the 90s. So she might just be a rocker. So I liked her look and their approach to handling her as a vampire. And now I'm putting this in quotes, and Ray, because I've looked online and there is debate now. There has been debate, especially because of the final shot, whether Anna, I think Anna existed because she does interact with other characters. We see her act with other, but whether or not she was actually a vampire, or if it was the perception of Sam in his alcoholic, degraded state, chemically induced state, that exasperated things. I'm not sure where that is.
That's fair, and it could be because there are trying not to spoil here. You know, there are deaths
Well,
in the movie,
we could
maybe
spoil it a little bit.
well, no, I mean there are deaths in the movie, especially near the end of the third act. There are
Right.
deaths. Maybe this is Sam and his psychosis seeing this. There's the shot probably early on in the third act where we see him sleeping, and Anna she's looking very monstery, and she sneaks up on him in bed, and then the church bells start chiming. I think it's that dawn is coming or something,
Yeah.
and she disappears. But again, maybe this was Sam's dream that he was visualizing this. It is possible. The movie, and this, I love movies like this. I like it when movies do not just smack you over the head and say, this is how it is. I think Anna is a vampire, but I totally understand the interpretation that she is just a regular human being with some kinks. And Sam has turned her into this because Sam needs excuses to get through life.
He's projecting. Yeah.
Yeah. He needs these excuses to justify his existence and his own crappy behavior. So I could totally see. I could see that interpretation.
And a lot of this, a lot of it is being told from his perspective.
Mm-hmm.
We only get one real scene where Anna's by herself, and she's not really acting vampiric so much as sapphic. No, just kidding.
Yeah,
but
no, there's some of that in here. So yeah,
so yeah, it's interesting because I saw the debates, because at the very end, the last scene, the way they end this does leave some things up to interpretation, because you're like, wait, did anybody see that? They see him, but the other person being at the end of the film disappears, but it like broad daylight in front of them. So were they there from the start, or was this, I've seen some debates on that.
Right. I will say, though, at the end, when Nick realizes what happened right before, he dashes downstairs out of the building, he hears Anna's yell. Yeah. Because she yells, no, as the thing that happens. Right. So I do think she exists. She is there. Yeah.
And like you said, like you said, I think it's left up to interpretation on whether or not she really is truly a vampire, or if she, like you said, she maybe has a little bit of a blood kink, and he just, in his psychosis of what he has, he's interpreting it as something more,
right,
to kind of project and give him an excuse to his spiral.
Right. Well, and his own behavior. And one thing I really like about the interpretation that she is not a vampire is it adds to one thing I do see in the movie is Anna is a monster, and she is a mirror to Sam's own monstrosity. Sam is the monster in the movie, and it's
the way he treats his ex, the way even how he is towards his friends as he he's takes this further down spiral. He
uses people.
He definitely uses people, and people, he knows people feel sorry for him, and he takes advantage of that, especially after the two situations he's had.
Right.
And it makes you feel like that's how he's gone through life.
Right. And that, I think Nick also, his best friend Nick, reflects that in a couple of ways. Nick, throughout the movie, seems to be keenly aware of what kind of a person Sam is, and he doesn't put up with his BS. And Nick is the Greek chorus of the movie. He is regularly there to say, okay, this is how, Nick is, or how Sam is. And even at the end, another thing I really like about the movie is the dialogue. It's very, for the most part, very authentic, very real. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But at the end, when Sam's doing yet another episode of I'm so whiny and woe is me, and Nick just tells him to knock it off. Nick says, he doesn't believe Sam's vampire story,
right?
And he says, Sam, vampirism is everywhere. It's hiding in our hearts. And it goes on for this like 60-second monologue of basically saying vampirism is everywhere. Regular human beings are vampires and they are monsters. And he's basically telling Sam, you're the freaking vampire here. You are the monster in your own life and in our lives. So yeah, totally agree.
Yeah,
He is
it
projecting.
He is at least projecting. So you know, and we have one other character in here that we are introduced in the beginning that he alludes to possibly the fact, you know, what happens to him may allude to Anna being actually a vampire, but we're not sure because he's also a guy who's got a reputation of disappearing. His buddy,
right, Lenny,
you know, Lenny,
yeah.
who was around and then not, and described a woman who lived on a boat, which the film opens and closes with a scene of a boat.
Yeah, very much like the Demeter in the Dracula's Tale.
Right.
There's some dream imagery of that. Yeah, and on the boat. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, there is some of that imagery as well, alluding to, yep, you know, she is a vampire, and you know, I was
gonna say, go ahead.
Go ahead. I just said I'm
no,
not
I was
sure.
I was just going to inject there that the Lenny situation is also, again, reflective of Sam. He bounces from person to person to person to person. And, you know, if we are to believe that Anna is a vampire, okay, she went from Lenny to a nearby person. Okay, Sam was right there. Bounce over to him. And the movie even also suggests, it in no way goes into this, but that Anna knew his dad right before his dad died, because at the funeral, the older friend of his dad recognizes her and tries to get Sam to. So, like, in theory, she was with his dad and then kind of drifted to Sam, but went to Sam's friend and then over to Sam. And this is exactly what Sam is doing in real life. He bounces from his friends. He's with Liza, and he just bounces from person to person. He is a monster, just using them and then moving on. And then when things get rough, again, the title is like a quintuple entendre in terms of what does the habit refer to. But, you know, even toward the end, when, things with Anna kind of falling apart. So what does he do? He keeps calling Liza and saying, oh, yeah, I know we're like broken up, but you want to hang out sometime? So he's just, he is this monster. He's a vampire, and he just uses people and moves on, just like Anna is apparently doing. Yeah.
Right.
So, anyway,
so you've got that duality going on. You've got someone in the form of Sam who has pretty much been a vampire. You get the impression he lived off his dad. You know, he's
totally. They even mentioned the nest egg that was left to him. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You know, he's a manager. He's a manager at a restaurant, which seems to be doing well. You know, he doesn't seem to be a bad manager at all. But in his personal life, he's definitely a different form of vampire. And so then you have Anna, who, you know, is alluded to possibly being a real vampire, doing the same thing to him that he's doing to others. And so you have this duality, this kind of cross-threading of habits, if you will, where he's becoming the victim of the exact thing that he does, is you know, one of the many aspects of going on in this film. Now, again, this is not an action-packed film. It's dialogue heavy. It's character driven, atmospheric. It really doesn't like ramp things up until the end. You know, and while I'm on the fence, I am more towards Anna as vampire camp than Anna as not vampire camp. But with most of it being told from Sam, it could be pulled either way. It really could, to where she's not in actual what we believe as vampires. She is just, you know, may have some of those aspects, but it's just his perception. But that's what's interesting about this, and this is why I'm glad you recommended it to me, because I love films like this that don't exactly handhold you, but they give you enough kernels to where pretty much whatever conclusion you can come up with isn't going to be exactly wrong.
That's the well, when I was in college, it was called the reader response theory. Like when someone hears a song, reads a book, sees a movie, their own, the person viewing it, their own experiences
Right.
help provide the interpretation. And that, yeah, absolutely. I'm totally cool if it ended up, and I have it on my list. The Blu-ray I have of this movie has a director's commentary, so I'll be watching that. But I am, if it turns out, Fessenden comes out and says, yes, absolutely, she was never a vampire, I'm like, oh, I'm totally cool with that interpretation, because there's still it's all about the real monster of the movie is Sam, and he's projecting here. Right. She is a mirror to his own predilections and existence.
Yeah. In a way, to relate for the younger folks out there, it's similar to Obsession, to where Bear is actually the bad guy in the situation. Only that's a little more direct in its presentation. But same thing here. Sam isn't necessarily your protagonist here.
yeah. An Obsession, again, it's the emotionally manipulative, toxic male a-hole. Yep, there are some parallels here to Obsession. Totally agreed.
So yeah, and if you're looking for a more comedic version of this, look for Vampire's Kiss. So there you go. No,
yes,
Nicholas.
Yeah.
But that's far more cagey. So
that's in multiple definitions of the word there.
Multiple definitions, absolutely. Well,
yes.
Thank you, Ray, so much. So there you have it, folks. I recommend this for folks who are looking for something different in their vampire film, who don't mind that indie kind of slow burn approach. It definitely has a lot of food for thought in the film, which surprised me. And that's why I did enjoy it quite a bit. Overall, it's not one that I would regularly watch, fully admit, but I'm glad I did watch. So thank you for recommending it, Ray. Who would you recommend this to?
I think you covered it. I mean, if you are into art house or 90s cinema, I would say anybody who's a horror film person should watch this at least once, especially if you are into vampire mythos. Because the movie, and again, this kind of adds to the issue of vampire. Is she not? She's out in sunlight in some scenes, and there's none of this can't be seen in mirrors stuff. So anybody into vampire mythos, vampire cinema, horror cinema, but especially if you are into art house, and Fessenden he's got several films under his belt, and in fact the sequel, he kind of did the M. Night Shyamalan approach with Glass, in that he has a sequel to this coming out this year, but it is a sequel to like 3 of his films where they're different monsters. It's called Trauma or Monsters All, I think, and there's a comma in there somewhere. But it's Sam is in it, and I haven't seen it yet because I don't think it's actually out. It's supposed to come out this year. But yeah, I mean, it really is for anybody with those sensibilities. I would encourage to see it.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Ray, for doing this 20th anniversary special edition of Final Cut. Once again, where can they find you on the Blue Sky? I'm largely on Blue Sky, and I typed in there. The name of the page is Film Nerdness 101 with Ray Sidman, not to be confused with, and I don't want to go down this rabbit hole too much. There's another Film Nerdness 101 page. That was mine, and I through my own ineptitude, I lost access to it, so I had to create a new one. I have a link to it because it was up for nearly a year. There's over 700 posts at the old page, but go to the newer version of the page, which is Film Nerdness 101 with Ray Sidman, and it's the actual address is filmnerdness101ray.bsky.social. And I'm usually on there. I usually anywhere from 1 to 2 posts a day up to 3, 4, 5 posts a day, and it's just movie and pop culture musings. But that's the best place to interact with me on this front. Fantastic. We'll provide that link down below in the description of this video. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed this, folks. Stick around. Please subscribe and all of that fun stuff here. I got many more of these to come. Some of them are definitely going to be some challenges for me. So stick around. Thank you so much, Ray. And until next time, we'll say, as we have for many decades, keep that ticket stub. Yes, folks, that was the retro opening again. I've been trying to pull some of them from the archives for our 20th anniversary here on the YouTube, the Final Cuts 20th anniversary. I actually been doing a lot longer, but as far as YouTube goes, this is the 20th year. I don't know when to quit, and I've been doing these special reviews. And yes, tonight I have another special guest with us. If you haven't followed these, just a real quick thing. Normally, I'm the one picking the film I'm going to review or we talk about in the spoiler room. But for the 20th anniversary specials, I've been having my guests pick the film. And when you do that, you do open yourself up to films of all kinds. And tonight, my right hand man who keeps coming back for more is with us, Mr. Ian Simmons, and he's got a wonderful, interesting pick. How you doing, Ian?
I'm over the moon, Mark. I've been waiting. I was gonna, because it's an anniversary of this film that we're talking about, I was gonna do a show on this for Kicking the Seat, but then you dropped this gift in my lap, and I couldn't refuse.
It has been 25 years since this film, Freddy Got Fingered, premiered and was exposed to the world in more ways than one. Tom Green directing and writing and acting, Tom Greenish in this Freddy Got Fingered. And before we get into that, if those few of you out there don't know who Mr. Ian Simmons is, could you give you just a brief introduction, Ian, of who you are, what you do?
Well, beyond being a co-host of the Spoiler Room for half a decade now, I also run Kicking the Seat, which you can find at kickseat.com and right here on YouTube.
Indeed, he holds a lot of panels and he's got Earth's Mightiest Critics with him. And yeah, there are a lot of great stuff. Go check him out when you're done here. But tonight we have Freddy Got Fingered. And it might be best that you do a quick synopsis of this film, Ian, because I have a different synopsis than probably what you might have. So please, by all means.
I'll tee you up with a real one, and then I want to hear your synopsis because that sounds fun. No, Tom Green plays Gord. He is as we find out repeatedly in this movie, a 28-year-old man living in his parents' basement, pursuing his dreams of being a Hollywood animator. He loves drawing weird cartoons and hopes to see them one day jump across the screen, big or small. He's a pretty talented illustrator in his own right, but all of his ideas are insane, so he gets no traction. He actually drives out to Hollywood to make it big and meets a studio executive played by Anthony Michael Hall, who basically kicks him out, but just says, you've got something here, but you're nuts. So come back after you've kind of proven yourself. Over the course of this journey of trying to figure out what he wants to do with his life in animation, he gets a girlfriend, where the movie strays into the realm of science fiction because the guy is completely insane and insufferable. He's a lunatic. He hates his parents, or at least his dad. His dad hates him because he won't get a real job. He causes nothing but pain and anguish and misery for everybody around him, including his best friend. And he gets his brother committed to a home for molested children because during a family therapy session, Gord accuses his father, played by Rip Torn, of, yes, fingering his little brother. Yeah, and we won't get too spoilery. I mean, this isn't really a movie you can spoil unless you want to talk about all the gags in it, because this really is just a gag fest. But yeah, things kind of work out for Gord in the end, and you're kind of left wondering, did I want him to succeed? I don't know.
And this is a revisit for anyone at all who may actually have followed my channel for so long. I did do a brief review of Freddy Got Fingered as a consequence movie for when I was doing Oscar prediction and consequences. And that was when I would pick movies that people recommended were bad. And that was my first time watching it. And let me tell you, it was not a pleasant experience for me. So I rewatched it. I even paid hard, cold cash to rent this on Google because it wasn't on my friend's Plex and I didn't want to go to a Russian site to download it. So
you don't own it on physical media?
No, I do not.
You don't have a signed DVD from Anthony Michael Hall on your shelf? Sorry.
No, does it say in there Evil Dies Tonight? Anyway, no.
I think this might have been right around the time of that, so I should have had him write that. That would have been
should have had him write that. But in any case, but I revisited it just for this. I knew you were going to pick it, and again, that's the dangers of letting your guests pick the films because he knew it. He's been waiting for it. Ian, you've been waiting for this moment, and I actually revisited it. I didn't really need to because it had seared itself into my brain, but nonetheless, I revisited it. But I approached it differently because I knew going into it, I knew what to expect this time. So I approached it a little bit differently, and I looked at it a little bit differently. And before I give my take of what I understand now of what he was trying to do, why did you pick this film, Ian? Besides the fact that this is a film that I didn't enjoy the first time around.
Well, I mean, that's partially it, because whenever I find out there's a movie that someone will refuse to watch or will never watch again, I'm always curious to talk to them about why that is, and also to see if I can torture them, cajole them into doing so. I've got a couple of those movies. Those who follow me know what they are, and it's going to take a lot of money or a lot of whiskey against my will to get me to watch those films. But here we are. Tonight is about you, Mark, and your 20 years on YouTube.
And I know a couple of those films too, but I won't ask you. But actually, I'm glad you did because, well, I still didn't quite care for it, but that's only because, and even in my original review, Tom Green, I never found funny. His type of humor, and we've had discussions on the Spoiler Room and others places as well about sense of humor and how comedy is a very hard genre because it all depends on what you're going to find funny. And I just was never really that. I'm not saying Tom Green isn't talented. I'm not saying that he isn't funny. His type of humor is just not my taste of humor, so I'm setting that up. But this film, which I find is about a 28-year-old man who is still dealing with the abuse from his father, so much so that he has dissociative disorder to where he's cutting himself out to this weird fantasy part, then comes back to reality whenever he's faced with a very traumatic or emotional situation that he has to deal with. And therefore, due to the abuse from his father, which was actual emotional abuse, we see of why he acts the way he does in this very dramatic supposed comedy of no, just kidding.
Well, no, I think you are, even though you're kind of being sarcastic, I think you're onto something there. And it's weird because I haven't watched this movie all the way through in probably 20 years, even though it's one of my legitimately one of my favorite films of all time.
Sure.
And I will rank that up there. I'm not saying it's on the level of Citizen Kane or 2001, but it's in the same list.
It's in the same conversation. Sure.
Yeah. But what you can't know these things 25 years previous, but what I get from it today is how I'm not going to give this movie credit for it, but it does illustrate a lot of what we're seeing in society today with people acting out on the internet, main character syndrome, acting a fool. What is TikTok except people making complete idiots out of themselves and espousing opinions and weird beliefs and just like doing things in public that are shockingly rude and upsetting and turning the crowd into content. That's what Tom Green was doing with this fictional movie, but we're seeing it every day online. Yeah,
watching it now, especially like just everything that you said, the culture and things that we're into now, people who make these outrageous recipes on purpose, to where they're playing it straight like they're making the best thing in the world, and you're looking at that going, that is the most ridiculous crummy piece of there is no way this is actual real recipe. And a lot of times they aren't. They're specifically to get reactions out of people, or they're acting goofy just to get that reaction. And watching this the second time, I realized that's what's going on with the Gord character, is the fact that you actually have a gentleman here who, if he had a different probably upbringing and not exactly been around the dad that he was around, he probably wouldn't just immediately spout into odd, crazy stuff. I mean, he still might, but not nearly to the extreme he does here, whether it's masturbating horses or elephants or crawling into corpses of deers. Which, and again, watching it the second time, I realized too, not only is that what's kind of underlying going on in this supposed, this comedy, but also this time around, I realized approaching it that he's making fun of those Hollywood dream films.
Mm-hmm.
But initially going into it, I thought it was going to be a comedy, but not like meant to be specifically satirical about a specific genre of film the first time. Because the first time I watched it, I was just too busy, just my mouth open going, what's this cheese? Why is he cheese sandwich making factory? And then he's what at the fuck? So
well, I mean, but Mark, I mean, he gets a job at the Hollywood Cheese Sandwich Factory.
Yes.
His friend, played by Harlan Williams, works at Old Gray Bank. I mean, this movie, it's kind of like Beavis and Butthead in the sense that it is very stupid, but very smart in the way that it's stupid. I put this on a similar level to Idiocracy, down to the opening scene where he's skateboarding through the mall, and they're stopping to do all those kind of like shutter stop bits where he's pratfalling or jumping over people. Tom Green is he directed this movie on the audio commentary, which I haven't listened to in a long time, but he kind of marvels at the fact that he got that the movie opens with the 20th Century Fox fanfare, like the same music that opens Star Wars opens this movie, and you can just tell that he's in on the joke. And similar to the Gord character, who eventually sells his animations, yes, I'll just spoil that, for $1 million, and then basically blows it in an afternoon on 3 things. He's kind of like, yeah, they gave me a crap ton of money to put this into theaters. I don't care if it bombed. I got to live my dream for like a minute.
And again, watching it a second time, once I knew what to expect, what type of film it actually was, then I looked at it at a different pair of eyes. And yeah, that's what I saw. Is I'm like, initially, if you go into this just thinking it's going to be like a comedy of some sort, you're going to probably have that same reaction that a lot of people have had over the years with it. But if you go in realizing that this is very early 2000, I mean, literally 2001, attempt of someone making a satirical film about those Hollywood dream movies we've seen, where the person's going to Hollywood to make it big and they run into obstacles and that, and it's very melodramatic, and I'm looking at you, showgirls, stuff like that, something along that line, but when you realize it's satirical, that he's making fun kind of at that, and a little bit at poking fun at rom-coms or just family dramas in general, a lot of more makes sense of what goes on in this film and what's happening. But it's that first watch is going to be a shocker for you. Well, and it's one of those things where you realize this is a guy who was trying to see what he could get away with. And in 2001, they let him get away with a lot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is around the same era. He might have just been doing stuff in Britain, but, Sacha Baron Cohen's Ali G character, the whole, I mean, Tom Green, he had a TV show, and He was in a couple of movies. I had no context for Tom Green before I saw Freddy Got Fingered.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I knew that he was a thing,
Mhm.
but I didn't know what that was. I might have seen a segment he did for one of his shows, but it wasn't like I was a fan of his. And I have seen a couple of things he's been in since, and this is kind of it for me. Like I'm a Tom Green fan specifically for this movie. It's like you find a band that you really like, but you like one album and you won't listen to anything else that they've done. It's just that one record. That's Tom Green for me here. But yeah, it's what I got out of it this time was realizing, he did have an abusive relationship with his father, Gord did, but his dad's a maniac too.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the bit when they go out on a date night to this fancy restaurant, he and his wife played wonderfully by Julie Haggerty. And he's like, now that Gord's out of the house again, we can finally have some alone time. He starts making these really lewd gestures to his wife about what he wants to do. And it's like, he is his son. And it makes so much sense that because there's two personalities that are very similar, and I think the dad growing up had to suppress all of that to become a working man and probably a job that he hates, and he kind of resents the fact that his son is the mirror of the person he used to be. This movie needs to go on the couch because it's crazy deep in a weird way.
And it is. And again, watching it the second time, noticing the similarities between the dad and son this time around, after you get past Rip Torn licking his teeth, trying to be seductive in the most grotesque way possible, you realize that, he and his son are far more alike. And again, I'm watching it a second time through a different lens. And while, again, I did not find a lot of it funny, I do have more of an appreciation, which 13 years ago when I reviewed it, the folks who commented on this film may appreciate that I look at it through a different lens, because the comments I got on this review, I did not realize how vehement people are for defending this film. Oh, I've got some here. I want to, this is a 20th anniversary. If you'll humor me here a bit, I said in there that, child molestation is funny, not. And someone quoted me and they said that sentence right there, plus the fact you went over the plot of this film, immediately shows you approached it from the wrong angle. Oh, well, not everyone will understand. And then someone else said, I respect your opinion, but this is still one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. This movie was and still is a stroke of comedic genius. Tom amalgamates his best skits into one film, but more than a best of, it contains a cohesive plot reflecting Tom's life. Well, maybe not so much towards the end, but it's Tom Green. You never knew what you were going to get. And someone else said, though, you check this out. Someone else, just one more. It says, I didn't find this movie funny, but I found the narrative very disturbing, more on the line of some horror. There's a reference to Texas Chainsaw Massacre in it, and I found it similar to Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation. That part in the suitcase I found particularly disturbing.
The suitcase? Which part of the suitcase?
I'm not sure which part of the suitcase he's talking about.
The only thing I can think of is he had the phone in the suitcase.
Yeah, I think that's, I don't know exactly. But still, the comments, people came out and defended this film. This was 13 years ago when I saw it. So now here I am, 13 years older.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I'm on the back foot with this thing because I'll defend this movie to the death, but I also understand that it's a very hard sell for most people. Just the title alone, which I think is great because you don't find out what it means until you're more than halfway through the film. And the great bit about, child molestation is not funny. For the record, copyright Ian Simmons 2026. But Tom Green found a way to make a joke out of that situation and the treatment of it and the kind of the absurdity of adulthood that is very funny, because he's got this home that is just called, I think, the home for, molested children
who were molested.
Children who were molested. And then you've got this group of, first of all, it's disturbing when you see how crowded this place is. I mean, I don't think there's any adults around. It's just kids like having pillow fights and like throwing things around. And then the camera like dollies into the rec room and you see Freddie, played by Eddie K. Thomas, who is in the American Pie films and all that. He plays Tom Green's character's younger brother, Freddie, who was improperly suspected of having been, touched in that way. He ends up in this home somehow for a long time, we find out at the end of the movie. But these kids are watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre. There's a cutaway. We're facing these kids in the front, and then we see them from the back and what they're watching on TV, and there's rapt attention watching the girl get put up on the hook.
I mean, it's still not in great. But there's a lot of things not in great taste in this film. That's one of like 17 things that are just absolutely wrong about this movie. He's and I could see that as well being the, just pushing that limit of, okay, here's what Gord does next. You're going to let me put this in the film? It's literally the title, and they do, and so I'm not sure what kind of statement that makes about Hollywood either, is the fact that they even allowed, that whole arc to happen.
Well, I mean, this was 2001, so we're right, in the sweet spot of the raunchy American comedy, and I think
the shock raunchy comedy,
yeah. I mean, we're almost at American Pie 3 at this point, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Or 2 would, no, I think 2 would just come out or was going to come out, something like that. But so things were a lot different now, and I would love to put like a Gen Z kid in front of this movie today and just like watch them die of embarrassment and cringe and offense.
I mean, I'm embarrassed and cringed. I still was kind of, like, okay, this is awkward. But at the same time, I get what he was trying to go for in this. And so I have a better understanding of the film. I still don't find it any really humor in it, but, and he does.
No, there's humor all throughout from the beginning to the very end. It's just not on your wavelength. There's
exactly. That's what I was saying is I don't find, but I know many people, and obviously in the comments, there's many people out there that really find this funny. I mean, we're talking, no offense to the present company, we're talking into the era of Jackass on MTV, which ramped up, and the next year after this, you had Jackass, the first movie, come out. That era of late 90s, early 2000s is a really interesting time as far as comedy, pushing boundaries, what people found funny. Again, Jackass, there's a few things that Jackass used to do that I found humorous, but again, not my type of humor. But at that time, there's a reason why they were able to make a feature film, of Jackass, is because that was the hot conversation. That was the hot comedy, that style of comedy. Like you said, American Pie series, the raunchy comedy, the pushing the boundaries comedy. It was like you had the 90s to where things started to get, moving into the political correctness and that. And this was like that counter to that, like, okay, we're going to do this, like just go way over past this. And whether or not that's, a good or bad thing, it's hard to say. But as far as Coming to Freddy Got Fingered, I have a better understanding of this film now, let's just say, on the second watch. So I'm glad you picked it, Ian. Would I recommend this only if you are a Tom Green fan or a fan of Jackass or a fan of those, turn of the millennia comedies? You'll probably enjoy this, but
I would recommend this to anyone.
Yes, I know you would.
Because there are going to be people who hate it, but if you sit through the entire thing, some people are not going to get it, and some people are going to probably never listen to me again if they watch it and they hate it. But there's a lot more going on in this movie than you might think, and I think it is a legitimately great, well written, and just an oddly well acted comedy, except for some of the supporting cast you would expect more out of, like Drew Barrymore is in this because I think she and Tom Green were like dating at the time.
Well, yeah, they were dating
around
at that was
around
his
the time of
girlfriend.
Charlie's
Yeah.
Angels and all that.
Yeah.
She's really awful in this movie for the 2 minutes that she cameos in two different scenes. But yeah, there's a lot going on here, and the cartoon that he actually creates at the end, Zebras in America, looks like something that you would find on Adult Swim.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And I think that's one of the things now that you watch, like at the time, like, oh, this is absurd. No one would ever put this on TV. Now they would totally put this on TV.
Yeah. And I've got to give a shout out to Marissa Coughlan, who plays Betty, the girlfriend of Gord. She is in a wheelchair, and she has some of the best acting in the film. Actually, I the way she just everything she handles, her dialogue and her character and herself, is actually a very cool character. You know, and funny to see that because she outacts Tom Green in most of their scenes. I mean, she's actually really good.
I disagree. I think they're both excellent. They're just playing two completely different types of characters, because as you mentioned, he's out, you know, in outer space. He just happens to be visiting our dimension, you know, for a few minutes at a time. But yeah, she's great. And I think that's one of the other interesting things, and a challenge to people watching it today, is in 2001, it's easy to see them putting an actress in a wheelchair and just constantly making fun of her disability, which they do mercilessly, even to the point where her character is sexually aroused by being caned on the legs that she can't feel anymore. And all she wants to do is orally pleasure the main character. So
but she does it with such earnesty. It's crazy the way she does it.
and she said that's literally all that she wants to do. She doesn't want to go out on dates, and he kind of decries that, like, we've been on 3 dates and we haven't left your apartment, kind of thing, because we're too busy doing other things. But at the end of the film, the Betty character, who she works in a hospital at a nurse's station, yet she also has a microscope at her station. I don't know what she's doing, but she's an amateur rocket scientist, and she wants to build a rocket-powered wheelchair. And she does.
Yeah.
And at the end of the movie, she's the catalyst for Gord kind of growing up and actually getting serious about pursuing his dreams. So you take this kind of a joke character with a disability and show that, yeah, they really can do, you know, anything. They're just as capable as anybody else in certain regards. And it's kind of touching. Like that when he's watching that news clip of her, it looks kind of ridiculous. She's flying down a runway in this wheelchair, but you know, Gord is inspired and he quits his crappy Subway sandwich job. So yeah, again, watching it today can be a completely different experience, but the messaging from 25 years ago is everything people claim that they want to see in entertainment today. In a weird way.
In a very obscure lens, but nonetheless, I see what you're saying now. And again, while I doubt I will probably revisit it again, I do understand the film more than the first time I watched it. And so I at least have a better understanding of it and the approach, and I respect what they were trying to do. It just still is not something for my funny bone. So there you have it, folks. Our review of Freddy Got Fingered. Ian, thank you so much for doing this. And one more time to our wonderful folks out there, Licensed to Shill. Still, where can they find you?
Kickseat.com and or right here on YouTube with Kicking the Seat, and weekly on the Spoiler Room. And Mark, I just want to say congratulations on 20 years. I look forward to another 20 years because I softened you up with this rewatch. When you watch Freddy Got Fingered for a third time, I'm holding up 3 fingers. 3 fingers, Mark. I've got 3 fingers. You're going to love this movie. We're going to be in the old folks' home, and you're going to be singing the praises of this film. One quick thing before we go.
Yes.
I've been talking about this movie around my 9-year-old son for probably 2 years, because he really wants to watch it. And my wife, whenever he brings it up, she just gives me a death stare. Well, the other morning when I was watching it for homework for the show, he came downstairs I said, "Do you want to watch the first 5 minutes of Freddy Got Fingered?" And he's like, "Oh," and so he did, and he loved it, and
Oh,
he
the
kept
first 5 minutes. Okay, yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
he kept talking about the LeBaron, the whole idea when Gord says, Freddie says, "Why don't I get a LeBaron, Dad?"
Yeah.
And then Gord says, "Because he loves me more than you." My son was like, like, that's possible. So he did a little growing up watching this movie, and I told him this is the only 5 minutes out of this entire thing that you can watch until you're probably 14. And he was just amazed. Like,
That's
what is in that
hilarious.
other 80 minutes? So yeah, there you go. It's a family film.
The first 5 minutes is a family film, then just turn it off.
Yes.
But thank you so much, Ian. Hope you all enjoyed this. We've got a number of other anniversary reviews coming, as well as a whole lot more. So stay tuned, folks. Thank you for your support. And we will say, as we always have on The Final Cut, until next time, keep that ticket stub. And here we are, everyone. I think we're live. Yeah, we're live. We are indeed live. Cool. And I have with us today Mr. Joe Randazzo's with us. Thank you so much, Joe, for joining us on our Streamathon, where we're raising money for the Alzheimer's Association. For those of you who may be just joining us, there's a QR code in the upper right corner or left corner, depending on how you're looking at it. There's also, if you're on specialmarkproductions.com/stream, there is a button there for you to click to donate. Or you could scan the QR code there or click the link in the description of the video. Many ways for you to donate to the Alzheimer's Association. Help us get closer to our goal. We're at about $385, which you know what? That is nothing to sneeze at. Well, I did set a lofty goal. We've got some other things coming up, and I'll be talking about later about the fundraiser. We may be keeping it going past the Streamathon. So because the walk to end Alzheimer's is in September 19th. And so I may extend it till then. But now that we have that going on, please check that out. I've got the fantastic Joe Randazzo here with us, multi-talented screenwriter, producer, man of many hats, is with us today. How you doing, Joe?
How everybody in the Northeast is doing right now.
Trying to breathe shallow and hopefully
trying to breathe. Period.
Trying to breathe. Period. Yeah, there is that. Yeah, it's not pleasant. Still, it's better than it was here today. We're down to below, I think, 200 parts per million or something. But yesterday it was, and even this morning, we were still in the unhealthy, don't go out unless you absolutely have to level.
Yeah, we were in hazardous yesterday.
Yeah, so hazardous.
So yeah, we're in unhealthy now. Last time I checked before coming in.
Well, being in the city too, I imagine it's hanging a little longer. But yeah, and we've got folks all over. I mean, Pittsburgh, we had Horror Miser Lamont. He was out there, and we had some folks in the comments as well talking about they're in Ohio, and they got kicked out of work early because of air quality. And I believe it. Their East Coast is now getting what we were getting. So, but smoking aside, glad you're here. And today we're talking about a very interesting film that I've not seen until now. It was always on my radar, but I'm like,
but you've seen almost every film that this inspired, and there's a lot of them.
Yes, you have seen. I've seen many films that this film inspired, but we're talking Black Sabbath. So thank you everybody for joining us here. We're doing a live Final Cut. I know we've been doing some pre-recorded stuff today, but it's the 20th anniversary live Final Cut with Joe. Hi, Joe. Oh, could you give a little synopsis of Black Sabbath?
I mean, it's kind of hard to give a synopsis of an anthology film. Basically, excuse me, my throat's a little raw. Boris Karloff was fresh off of doing Thriller, which was his ABC um, omnibus series, kind of like the Twilight Zone, where he'd have a different story every week. And clearly, he's in thriller mode at the beginning of this, where he's introducing the stories that we're going to see. The first one, well, depending on which version of this movie you've seen, you might be seeing different stories at different times.
Oh, really?
We watched the original Italian movie, and there's a lot of differences too. I suggested to Mark that we watch the original Italian version because there's not a lot. I mean, there's a lot cut out in the U.S. version, and we'll get to that. The Italian film opens with the telephone, where Rosie, played by the beautiful Michelle Mercier, gets home. The phone's ringing before she gets there. She doesn't even know that the phone was ringing. It kind of begins like Once Upon a Time in America, with the phone ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing. So maybe Sergio Leone saw this. Eventually, she does answer it. First few times, there's nobody there. At one point, she goes to take a bath or a shower. The phone rings. She comes out. She's got her bath towel wrapped around her. And that's when we hear the voice of someone. We don't know who yet, who is telling her that he sees her and that she's going to be dead before dawn. The second story. Sorry. We have Mark Damon. AIP regular Mark Damon. This is an AIP co-production. AIP regular Mark Damon showing up at this house in the middle of the wilderness with a body that has no head and a knife attached to it. We come to find out that the knife belongs to the patriarch of the family, played by Boris Karloff, who went out to find a Turkish vampire and instructed his family, if he's not back in 5 days, do not let him in. And we will get into why. And in the final story, we have Helen, a woman who I don't know if it's not clear to me if she's a nurse or she's some kind of like jack of all trades who just does whatever menial jobs are necessary to kind of get along. Is called to a job in the middle of the night because she needs to dress a corpse, the corpse of a medium who died while performing a seance. So that's about as basic a synopsis as I can give. Because, it is 3 stories.
There is 3 stories. There is not really a wraparound story this time around. It bookends at the end, but it definitely, unlike some other anthologies, you don't. Although you do get that opening with you do get the opening with Karloff with that's basically a William Castle opening. Like,
yeah,
he appears and he's like gives this introduction and he's like, it could be the person sitting next to you. You could be
sitting next to a killer right now.
Yeah, so he does kind of this little William Castle intro.
Which is also what he was doing when he was presenting Thriller. And if you watch the American version of this movie,
excuse me,
from what I recall, I haven't seen the American version in a long time. There are more Karloff interludes in between. So I guess your mileage will vary. If you want more of Karloff introducing stuff, you watch that version. But you're missing a lot if you watch that version.
Well, I mean, this first story, the first story, the telephone, man, that's a story we've seen many times.
Yeah.
You know, the calls coming from inside the house type of stories, you know, the consistent phone ringing and you don't know who's on the other end. I mean, that we saw so many times, especially later on in the 80s, but not only that, this opening, there's certain elements of Italian horror that people come to recognize, especially Giallo.
Yep. This is basically the beginning of the Giallo.
And you check mark all the boxes. Oh, was this before really the Giallo movement?
It's before Blood and Black Lace. It was released around the same time as The Girl Who Knew Too Much. both of which were directed by Mario Bava also.
Because you get, at one point you get a knife, and it's not just a knife. You never get just someone grabbing a knife. They will grab the shiniest knife from their collection, and then they will angle it so there's a reflection.
Yep.
With gloved hands. You got to have the gloves as well, because if you don't have the gloves, it doesn't feel right.
And I love the way he lights the scene so that their faces are gleaming from the knife, and it's you can tell this guy was a cinematographer before he became a director.
Oh, absolutely. And I loved the apartment setting that our character Rosie was in. It's not your basic apartment. It's got like a little rail section in there for the bedroom, and even though it's pretty much all one room, the setting and the way it's lit too isn't just like some flat lighting. You've got some shadows in there. You've got blinds, though the blinds are on the outside because the eyes looking through them, it will look a little weird. I'm like, wait, are those blinds on the outside? How do eyes? Because we see the supposed stalker's eyes, who's watching her, peeping Tom style. But I'm just dawning on me now. I'm like, wait, the blinds were. How do you?
I know when I spent summers in Italy, a lot of times the windows had no glass. So you could just open the blinds like that to look.
Sure.
The
blinds could be down in front of an open window, maybe because it was warm. That's true.
Or in front of like just iron bars, so you can't like get in, but you could just kind of open it. She's also clearly on the first floor. In the American version of this movie, she comes out and there's a guy walking a dog, and he talks to her a little bit. And it's kind of building the suspense, but that was all because. Should we talk about what we see on this version first, or should we talk about what's? In this version, the phone calls are coming from her friend, who lives very nearby. They never establish exactly where,
but pretty quick. She gets over there pretty quick.
She gets back and forth quickly because she can see things, and I think the American version. Again, I haven't seen it in a while. They show something where like something was set up with like mirrors, so someone can see inside while calling from another room.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember that though. That might be something I'm hallucinating because we don't see that here. In this movie, it's all a ruse by a former lover, who she has told she never wants to see again, and when she finds out that her former pimp has escaped prison, she decides she's going to scare her into inviting her over so that they can have one last, so I shouldn't say, becomes one last romp.
Yeah.
One last roll in the hay. But she wants to kind of rekindle the relationship. And then Frank, who has escaped prison, does actually show up, strangles Mary, and the knife that was placed under the pillowcase for Mary's protection is used to kill Frank. In the American version, because we could not acknowledge that lesbians existed in 1963 in the United States,
yes,
that's completely dropped.
Really?
Mary is just a friend that's invited over because Rosie is scared, and Frank has been executed. And Rosie was the witness who got him executed. So Frank is seeking vengeance from beyond the grave on, I believe, the anniversary of the execution.
That's how they spun it?
And yeah, he actually kills both of them in the end because he's a ghost who's going to stop him.
Oh, wow. Because
it's a completely different...
Yeah, well, I'm going to say that for the time period this was made, it surprised me you had the lesbian story in here from the time, but then again, it's Italian, not US. But I'm watching it going, it wasn't a bad thing. I was just like, oh, they are more than just friends. Okay, this is an interesting angle for what, 68 or 60
63.
63? Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean that's
And what really hammers it home is when she takes the phone off the hook. She says, "We'll go to the police tomorrow." There's somebody calling your friend, threatening her. You're like, "We'll go to the police tomorrow if I take the phone." She says something to the degree. It's in the translate. It's in the original Italian, which which I speak fluently. She says, "No one will bother us."
okay.
So she has some ulterior motives here,
Sure,
and it's not.
sure.
It's not in the. It's not in the subtitles.
Titles, yeah.
Yeah, she wants to be left alone with Rosie tonight.
And then that's explains the letter she's trying to write later, saying it was just a prank. I'm just kidding. We just one final time. That's all good. And then we get a murder with a nylon pantyhose.
Which also, I mean, the very beginning we see Rosie take those off, and it's a very sexualized scene, even though we don't see anything.
It's male gaze
her
for
having
sure.
This is all from the male, the male gaze / voyeur point of view. This entire segment is. It's the way Bava shot it, and it's kind of figures into the way giallos and just slashers in general would be filmed, 15, 20, 30 years later.
Yeah.
Sorry, my voice is so raw today.
No, it's okay. I appreciate you still being on here. And then we get the second story, which is the Wordulok, which is basically a vampire, but it's called Wordulok. And I'm like, well, that's different. I've never heard it referred to as that before.
According to Lamberto Bava, Mario Bava's son, Mario was very, very much into Russian literature. Big fan. Apparently, Mario used to brag that he read everything of Dostoevsky 6 times. I think he said half a dozen times. He read every novel half a dozen times. And if you look at the opening credits, this film is attributed to Tolstoy.
Yeah.
And a whole host of Russian writers. All bullshit. None of it is Chekhov.
Yeah.
None of it's based on any of them.
No.
I think what happened was AIP had found success with the Roger Corman, Edgar Allan Poe movies, which were literary based.
Right.
And they decided, hey, you like Chekhov, you like Dostoevsky, you like let's claim that these were all based on those stories. And they had also this film might as well take this tangent now. This film isn't actually called Black Sabbath. It's called The Three Faces of Fear.
Oh, okay.
It's renamed Black Sabbath because Mario Bava's Black Sunday was a huge hit for AIP in 1960. So they're like, hey, same guy. Let's do
Sabbath. Sabbath Sunday.
Black Sabbath. So the Wordulok is based on Russian and Slavic folklore. It is a vampire who goes after his loved ones first, because your loved ones, one, will trust you and let you into the house like this family does here, and two, they'll become basically your army.
Yeah,
and which we see by the end of the story. Where was I going? I kind of threw myself off track.
Oh, it's
here.
Okay. Well, then you've got the family. You stick with your family forever. It makes sense. The vampire gets let in. You got not only your army, but now your family gets to live forever with you, as long as you drink blood.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this is this movie, which Martin Scorsese says is one of the greatest vampire movies ever made. He considers this segment to be one of the greatest vampire movies ever made. What you have is everything not to do in case of a vampire. You don't let them in. Karloff's Gorka, that's the character's name. He's the I guess is the Gorka family. He's the patriarch of. He tells them when he goes out to kill this Turkish vampire, he tells them, if I'm not back after 5 days, when the bells toll on the 5th day, do not let me back in. And sure enough, as he's crossing the bridge, the tolling of the bells happens, which creates this idea of everybody like, oh shit, should we let him in? Should we not let him in? What's going on? And then we get the Dark Shadows like baying of the wolf.
Yes.
Which is going on in the background. As he says, my dog doesn't even recognize me anymore, which should also be a hint that something is not right. He starts crossing the bridge as the bells toll, but he gets there after they've tolled. So the family is kind of confused as to whether or not they should trust him, or is he now a vampire?
Right.
Mark Damon is already at the house. He introduces himself to the patriarch of the family after trying to put his after noticing the knife that he finds in the body is missing from this from the wall underneath a knife that is identical. So, yeah, that's clearly the knife that was used. And Karloff's eldest son explains that his father left on a mission to kill this monster that had been killing all the villagers. When Karloff gets there, he's like, "Well, how do you know it was really him? You found a knife in a body. You don't know that it was really him, but I have a way." And he pulls out the head of the vampire.
Yeah, he pulled out the head of the vampire. I love how he's just walking around with it in a bag. He's like, "Oh, hey, look, here you go."
So that evening, Karloff gets the little boy, his grandson, takes him off into the wilderness, and soon enough, we have Salem's Lot.
Yeah,
because we have the boy coming to the door, knocking on the door. The way it's shot, you could make maybe not a 1-to-1 comparison, but there's definitely a comparison to be made between the little boy here and the little boy in Salem's Lot appearing at the window. In this case, calling to his mother to let him in. And the boy's father is like, "No, you know he's dead. We buried him. We buried him tonight after we found his body." She stabs her husband and goes out, opens the door, and it's Karloff behind the door. So again, you have another scene here that, we're already. Actually, I neglected to mention the color scheme at the beginning. While the Thriller TV show was in black and white, the color scheme in the beginning very much looks like the way the Creep segments were filmed for Creepshow.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you also have the George Romero aspect of it. Another movie that this is kind of reminding me of, Night of the Living Dead.
Oh,
because
yeah.
you have a mother who knows that her son, or in the case of Night of the Living Dead, her daughter is dead, but is now back. But she still has that maternal instinct that she has to love her child, even at the detriment of her own health and her husband's health, because the kid does kill her.
Well, and it was at that point they realized the dad was the vampire, the grandpa was a vampire because he had taken the kid at night out into the woods. And it was like, yeah, it's definitely dark. I was like, I wasn't expecting the kid aspect. That was pretty dang creepy. And then you have our young man who showed up, and he instantly is enamored, of course, with the sister. I mean, he's just like,
oh yes,
he just like Sedka,
beautiful busty blonde who's little the way only Mario Bava could light women.
Yeah, always in this soft light and lens, and no matter what else, she's glowing.
Yeah, she emanates her own light, it seems, at times.
She does. And what I thought was interesting, I thought what they were going for at first with her character was how this guy was enamored with her so immediately. I always thought it was alluding to, is she already changed? You know what I mean? I was like thinking there was something hokey with some of the family, because I'm like, because she just keeps urging him, yeah, you got to get out of here, dude. You got get out. Leave. And he's like, not without you, my dear. And she's like, and I thought for a minute they were going to play an angle of like, she was already turned, or a familiar or something along that lines. But
I mean, they do set it up very early that if he comes back after a certain time, then
Yeah.
he's clearly a vampire. So I think she's going off of that, and she does have, and I guess it's just the Eastern European otherworldliness about her, because she does seem to have this otherworldly quality about her, and I think it's that mysteriousness that kind of draws Mark Damon in.
Yeah. Well, and he's a young man, but on the road, we're talking, a little bit old school times. So nothing, he doesn't have a huge amount of distractions. So
it's also interesting because the first movie is clearly set in the modern 1960s. The second film is the second segment is clearly sometime in the 1800s.
Right. Yeah.
So this is very olden times. And I think it's because to kind of make a vampire story work, I think it works better in that setting.
Yeah.
Than it does in the modern day with modern conveniences.
Well, it's just more atmospheric in that. I always like the older period piece vampire films than modern, just because it feels a little more spooky. You hiding in the shadows more in that. There's not I mean, there's some room for, don't get me wrong, I love my goth vampires of urban age. No, don't get me wrong. But if you want to talk about overall spooky atmosphere, period vampire films got it.
Oh, yeah. And there's something, excuse me, there's something to a vampire film set in that period. I think it just works better. And also, like the Universal, I'm going to grab a cough drop here.
No worries.
Sorry, I'm just really struggling today. Like the Universal movies, they're kind of indeterminate time period.
Right.
If we presume it's the 1800s, it could easily be the early 1900s. It could be the 1920s, just in rural Russia.
That's true. Yeah.
You don't know.
Yeah.
And I feel like that kind of absence of a knowledge of when exactly this is taking place kind of gives it that more folklorish vibe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what makes these kind of vampire movies work. But sure enough, Karloff ends up kind of picking off the family little by little. We find out that the younger brother has already been dispatched by Karloff. He's got a massive bite mark.
Can we just pose the fact that this whole time Grandpa's around, the whole time they let the patriarch in, even though they probably shouldn't, because he arrives exactly at that deadline. He's got a hole in him. He's clearly got an injury dead center in his chest. And I'm just like sitting there going, does anybody else not notice the blood, like wound in his chest, and he's just walking around just fine?
He even says as they come near him, one of the sons goes to touch. After he asks, "Why has nobody embraced me?" the son goes over to embrace me. He's like, "Get away! You'll hurt me." So yeah, that's also kind of interesting. But yeah, there's something I guess about the family dynamic here, because you have the patriarch knows all. The patriarch is, his word is final. But I guess it's which of your word do I follow? The word you gave 5 days ago when you left, when you said, if I come back after this time, don't let me in, or your word now.
Mm-hmm. And if he had suspicions, he kind of throws it off because he had the head in the bag. And so people are like, oh, you did dispatch him. Oh, silly me. I was just being paranoid. And no, you're not being paranoid.
And also that's why the dog was was freaking out. The dog, which he has killed, unfortunately.
Yeah, he is. At least it's off camera, and all you hear is it going
the gunshot.
Silent. Yeah,
the gunshot, and then silence, which kind of is very much like the old Val Lewton movies used to do that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And the one that I always love to talk about is The Body Snatcher, where you have this blind beggar girl who's constantly singing in the streets. And one night, Boris Karloff, again, he's in that movie too, which, now that I think of it, maybe this was specifically Mario Bava's way of paying tribute to Val Lewton. The girl's constantly singing, and she walks through the streets begging, and you hear her song, and Karloff needs to deliver a body to the local doctor, and he kind of follows her slowly on the horse and buggy as she turns the corner. Karloff's buggy turns the corner, and her singing just stops just mid-syllable.
Sure.
And I kind of feel like maybe this was Bava's way of paying tribute to that. But again, we're digressing into other Karloff movies.
It's hard not to.
And also, it's going to be hard not to talk about the movies that this movie inspired, especially when we get to A Drop of Water later on.
Yeah. But that's when I was watching this, I'm like, did the guys who did the Creepshow movie watch this specific film? Because it's got a lot of similar beats, the type of stories they're telling that. I'm like, were they in Creepshow kind of trying to indirectly remake, especially when we get to A Drop of Water, trying to remake this film in a way?
I mean, this is now, Creepshow is also the second Stephen King movie that we're mentioning.
Right.
Because Salem's Lot also clearly drew some inspiration from the Vergalock.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
But the setting and everything that you have in here, and the makeup is vampire-esque. We don't really have fangs. I don't remember any seeing actually fangs, but everybody is made to look like sunken, little desiccated almost. Maybe their skin is pale and everything.
Which is also making me think it could have been this could be set during the Russian famine, which was
right.
early 1920s to late teens, early 20s. So it could be that.
It could be that. Absolutely. I could see it set during that. And, here you go. Karloff gets to play a vampire.
And by this point, he was kind of the horror elder statesman at this point. He hadn't really played a monster in a little while. Last one I can think of where he was definitely, I think, the villain that I could think of off the top of my head was 5 years prior in the 1958 movie Frankenstein 1970. But he hadn't really, he'd kind of graduated to kind of being, the kindly old gentleman, the kindly old doctor and things like that in a lot of these movies. So
yeah, I still love him, even though he was sick as a dog during it. I still love The Raven. The Raven, Roger Corman's one of my favorite films.
Which was shot the same year as this.
Yeah, that was shot the same year as this.
Incidentally, him doing the Corman movies and being under contract to AIP is how he ended up in this movie. Because otherwise they would not have had Karloff. AIP was a co-producer on this. And that's how you got Mark Damon. That's how you got Boris Karloff.
Sure. Oh, that makes sense.
Mark Damon, where he should leave. He absolutely should leave.
He should leave, but he's so enamored by the sister.
Besotted with Stenka.
Yeah.
That he decides he's going to go back in. And, of course, we close with her biting the neck.
Yes. Biting the neck of, of our young man. And he befalls, the whole family's been turned at this point. So, and then it's tragic. And then we move on to A Drop of Water, which watching that one, I'm like, if the first one didn't check off all your boxes for giallo or Italian horror, this one finishes up that list with the colored lighting and everything.
So the reason I picked Black Sabbath, part of it is this story, which is horrifying.
It is.
But Black Sabbath, I feel, along with Psycho and Peeping Tom, and then later on again with Bava, because he would make Bay of Blood. I feel like Black Sabbath is the bridge between the old Universal and RKO horror movies of the 30s and 40s and what the genre would become afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that Bava, of everybody, I think he's the most influential director in modern horror. Because if you watch this movie, you look at the framing of the shots, even at the very beginning when Helen's just sitting there, she winds up she winds up her record player, and it's just kind of playing music, and it's kind of drifting, kind of dying out. How many movies have we seen that in since? And the way the shot is framed, with her sitting at the table, the record player on the other side, and behind her in the background is this window with this flashing green light.
Yes.
And we don't know the origin of light. We don't need to know the origin of light. It could be from anywhere.
You don't need to know that.
But when you look at that kind of off-centered shot, this is James Wan. James Wan has made this movie a million times.
You're absolutely
especially
right.
with Dead Silence. Especially with Dead Silence.
Oh God, Dead Silence, yes.
Because you have the creepy old lady with all the dolls, who had some kind of mystical powers, the ancient curse. But James Wan has done that shot a million times in every Conjuring movie.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Because what it does, essentially what it does, and I could easily reframe it here. And I showed people at work this, because we were just, when I was working at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Northbrook, I remember there was a young woman there who was really into horror movies. And I remember her telling me that she found certain aspects of some of these movies boring, but there was something about them that made them suspenseful. And I think it was Sinister she was talking about. And what I basically did was I was like, okay, give me your phone and set it to the camera mode. And I took a picture of her completely centered with the hallway behind her. And then I turned the phone over and I kind of had her shift over a little bit. And I took the picture with her in the corner and then the hallway behind her, even in broad daylight. I was like, now tell me which picture is creepier. It's like this one here with the hallway behind me. I'm like, yeah, because what you're doing is you're creating an empty space that our brain is thinking is going to get filled with something.
Yeah. The liminal horror that's popular now with Backrooms that people talk
I still haven't seen Backrooms.
Oh,
but
yeah.
And then apparently, and also, Exit 8, which is
Exit 8. I want to see Exit 8. I haven't yet, but Exit 8 is the same thing, to where you've got empty hallways and occasionally something shows up or someone shows up, but it's really empty spaces. And you're right on that. Yeah.
Scott Derrickson and James Wan have made a career out of that shot. Here we are, 60 years later. We're still, we just spent 5 minutes talking about an opening shot of this story. We haven't even gotten all the other ways that this movie's influenced so many other movies.
No, I mean, we've got the main theme in here, to where the mortician takes the ring of the rich lady that she's there to help prepare for, the funeral parlor or whatnot. And, supernatural hijinks ensue from there, from taking the item from the dead person and suddenly being haunted by that person. I'm like, we've seen that so many times.
Twin Peaks even did it.
Yeah.
Because Annie takes a ring, and then a nurse steals the ring from her after she's dead. So it kind of carries on even into that.
Well, that's what's great. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
There's one particular sequence. If you go back and watch Dead Silence, there's a sequence in a motel with, I think it was the Donnie Wahlberg character. Was that the one with Donnie Wahlberg in the lead?
Which one?
Dead Silence, the one with the.
Yeah, I think that had Wahlberg. I think that had Wahlberg in it. Yeah.
Go rewatch the motel scene after you watch this, because he wakes up and he hears the drop of water. And he gets up and he kind of looks around like the nurse does at home after she gets home, because, as she's pulling the ring off the corpse, it falls to the ground. As she's going to retrieve it, she knocks over a glass of water, which starts dripping onto a bedpan.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Or some kind of tin that's sitting there. And that starts to become kind of like the telltale heart.
Mm-hmm.
It's her, like the thing I love about this story is, first of all, the death mask, which was made by Mario Bava's father, Eugenio.
Oh, God, that's a creepy freaking mask on that person. Oh,
Every person I know that's a little older than us that saw this movie back when it came out all said that the face of that woman stuck with them for weeks afterwards. They couldn't get it out of their heads, and I love that. I love that this movie had that kind of effect on people. And I think now it looks a little hokey, but I feel like it still works.
no, it still works. It still looks
I think
creepy.
if you watch this movie late at night in the dark, I feel like it'll still kind of fuck with you.
It's still a creepy face. I think what makes it help it's creepy is you see it more than once. I think if you only saw it once, you'd be like, yeah, okay, yeah, you know what? But the fact it shows up, especially later on, as she's tormented by this, this person who she took the ring from.
But is she though?
Yeah, that's the question. Is she really, or is it just her guilt? Yeah.
Is it just her guilt that makes her kill herself at the end?
Yeah.
But in that case, why not just return the ring in the morning?
Right. Well, and one of the things I love about is especially, I mean, yeah, you got Telltale Heart in here. You got, like I said, the colored lighting in here. You've got the creepy mask, but what I love is the very end, because you have the caretaker of the woman who died, and she's standing there next to the corpse of our main character who died. And they're like, yeah, she took the ring. And they're like, well, where's the ring? They're looking for, and it's almost implied that the caretaker took the ring after our main character died.
Well, she's not the same woman as the beginning of the story. It's a different woman.
Oh, that's a different woman. Okay.
This woman's played by Harriet Medine, who's a Mario Bava regular.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was the same woman.
This is her upstairs neighbor who heard the screaming.
Oh, okay.
And ran down, and they busted the door down to find her like that. And well, by the way she's talking so fast, it kind of makes you think she's trying to hide something. Like, right, I'm doing everything exactly by the book here. We came down, we heard the scream, we opened the door immediately. We left everything. I left everything alone, and then just came out.
And then you get that wonderful framed look, because you get a close up of her as she's kind of side eyeing the corpse as she's been fast talking about the ring, and it's just unspoken.
Hey, there's a ring missing. It wasn't me. I didn't take any ring. There's a ring missing.
There's this impliedness, like, oh, which then you're like, okay, is she gonna see the spirit now? And then it's a wonderful, done so simplistically, but done so smart and artistically that you're just like, your brain immediately jumps to the next level going, oh, I bet she took the ring. Oh, is she gonna see the spirit now? Is it tied to the ring?
And that's the thing, is the spirit tied to the ring, or is it just, I mean, the ring is a sapphire ring, which sapphire is, I believe, in folklore supposed to help bond the dead to the dead person to the world of the dead.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So is it just that you took the ring and therefore this person can't cross over because you took the sapphire?
Right.
And again, we're dealing with a time that's not entirely certain. Like, when is this taking place?
It's hard to guard, because the mansion's an old mansion. I love the shot of this, and Mario Bava, yeah, you're right, you can tell he's a cinematographer, because he's like got these wonderful up shots, so you can see just how big this like room is with the vaulted with the huge ceilings and everything.
I mean, it also establishes the kind of mentality, because when we first see the woman who takes the ring, she's in a very cramped apartment.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And that's one way to always kind of distinguish between the haves and the have-nots, incidentally, is to show the have-nots with lots of stuff, but it's all kind of compressed into smaller quarters. Meanwhile, people who are very well off are living in places with very wide open spaces.
Yeah.
Nothing is cramped.
Well, and the way he shot it too, we open the film, he shoots from the side.
Yeah.
For everything, for our cramped main character, the cramped place she's in, but everything that he shoots in the mansion just about is at a lower angle. It's either pointing kind of up, or pointing from the ground up. We don't see a whole lot from directly the side. It seems like everything's like pointed from a lower angle.
And we immediately know everything we need to know about. You know, she's an old widow. Her husband must have died a long time ago, left her a massive fortune, because she's also wearing black.
Right.
Which would, I guess, indicate that she's a widow. All these cats are crawling around all over the place, so that's basically her company. She has no family anymore. I mean, there's also that. The woman's caretaker says at the beginning, when she's asked at the beginning, why me? Why'd you have to call me to do this? Why couldn't somebody else do it? And she's like, well, she has no family. The only friends she had left were those who were the ones who shake the tables.
Yeah.
Implying, the spirit world were her only remaining friends. So maybe this is something where, you stole something from someone connected to the spirit world. This person's going to be able to come after you. There's a lot in this. There's a lot packed into this little 92-minute movie with 3 stories.
There is a lot packed into it. And what I found even more, I'm going to say it has the weirdest ending I've ever heard, because not the short. The short has a great ending with the side eye from the neighbor or whatnot. Then we cut to Karloff in his Verdelock makeup, doing a little bookend William Castle thing, and then the camera pans out and we see him in the studio. We see the studio lighting, and we see these guys acting like horses running, or with the beat in that, running in a circle. Like,
we see the guy shaking the fake horse.
Yeah, shaking the fake horse, and I'm just like sitting there going, that's unusual.
But I guess that's, hey, listen, these stories may have scared you a bit, especially that last one, but just remember, it's only a movie.
Yeah, maybe that's what he was going for, but it just surprised me, because the other, the stories are kind of serious. It's serious horror. It's like pulling this, and then also we pull back to this, pulling back the veil type of shot, and that's done with humor too. I mean, it's done with a little bit of humor too.
And that's not in the American version.
Oh, that isn't.
No, the American version just ends with Karloff kind of sending us off like you would send off an episode of Thriller.
Wow.
So there's a lot of differences. It's an entirely different experience, which incidentally was the first time I saw it was the English version. It was back when I was really seeking these movies out. I saw, oh, Boris Karloff is in this movie, and I'll watch it. I remember being like, oh, it was kind of meh. But I had watched the American version, and then when the DVD came out, it had an Italian audio track, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I can watch it with my parents.
Yeah.
I would specifically go get movies that had Italian audio tracks so I could watch it with them. And I rewatched this with them, and I'm like, holy shit, this is a completely different movie. Because the order of the stories is different. The Drop of Water is the first story.
Oh, man.
In the American version.
Yeah.
Then the telephone, then the Verdelock.
Well, I imagine they probably did that because then it would make more sense with Karloff at the end and the Verdelock makeup. That's probably what they were thinking.
But that's not in it, though. So
right. Oh, but that's not in it. Yeah, you're right. So I think they probably, because once you cut out a lot of the lesbian subtext of the telephone, it kind of kills the story. It does, yeah. It makes it very more basic.
Meanwhile, I feel like what Bava was going for in his original version was it's three different faces of fear. One is a very, the first one very well can happen to you.
Right. Yeah.
It's somebody breaks into your house and kills you. You could get threatening phone calls. You can get somebody breaking into your house and killing you. That one is very logical, very, very much can happen.
Which is why it's set in modern times, too.
Yeah. The second one is where you get your vampire story. And you kind of like get a little taste of the supernatural. Because at the same time, it could just be some form of psychosis.
Right.
It could just be something happened to him. He caught some kind of disease that made him flip out and kill his family.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe people are hallucinating.
Right.
And then by the third one, it's a straight up ghost story.
Yeah.
Although again, is it her guilt?
Is it her guilt? Yeah.
But I love that that's the way it's structured, so that it goes from entirely plausible to what the fuck.
Well, I mean, and that's what I think I like the order of this better, because the way you describe the American order, I'm like, yeah, I don't know if it flows as well then,
Well, because then
with
you're
that.
also, I think, starting out with the strongest story, which
Yeah.
I think that maybe that's why they sandwich. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird choices. But then again, you want to talk about weird choices. That was the trend back then, because when you'd get a popular foreign film and then they'd recut it, look at how many, which I didn't realize until when Godzilla King of the Monsters came out. I realized there were 31 days in that month. So each day I reviewed a different Godzilla film for the month leading up to King of the Monsters. And watching them, some days I had to watch two versions, because I didn't realize how many of the Godzilla films that I grew up with were different cut versions than the original Japanese version, especially the early ones. I didn't
because
realize.
they wanted they wanted Nick Adams and Raymond Burr and all those actors in there, because they're going to sell the movie to American audiences.
Because I knew of the difference in Godzilla versus King Kong. I knew that one because that was the most famous. I didn't realize the number of Godzilla films before that had their own versions, and even Godzilla 1985, I didn't realize had two different versions. The one in the U.S., which is the one I saw in the theaters, and because there was a big deal. And then there was the original cut that was from Japan. And I'm like, oh man, that film's even different.
Yeah. And if you get the Criterion box set, a lot of them have both versions.
Yeah, that's what I've got. I've got the Criterion of the Gojira version, to where you could see the Japanese version and then you see the Raymond Burr version, because there were two versions of that too, which I didn't realize when I was younger. But so many of those got recut, and I'm just like,
the Gamera movies too. There's a couple of great box sets of Gamera movies from Arrow that I have that have both versions, the American and the Japanese versions of those.
What's really interesting about those is some of their choices of what they chose to do to change made no sense. I'm like, why did you the one, I forgot which one it was, where they added an American submarine and they had all the footage, but they didn't put much budget into it, kind of like the recut Godzilla, to where it's like on a soundstage with minimal built set.
Yeah, it'll just be like guys, known American actors in lab coats talking, and that's it.
Yeah, so I mean, I can understand, at least with this one, it was mostly just a reordering and re-subtitling.
Well, for this one, they also, because it was a co-production with AIP had representatives in Italy instructing Bava we need you to film this for our version, which is how you get the old man walking the dog in the telephone for that story. So
yeah, so I mean, you do just be aware out there, folks, that the version that you may have grown up with or known of a very popular, especially film from overseas, over either sea, may not be the one that was actually played. And sometimes, very rarely, are the cuts actually, the new cuts, better than the old cuts, because it just messes with the narrative and the flow of everything when they try to do that.
I mean, also culturally, when you think about it,
yeah,
who's going to know more about Italian or Japanese culture than an Italian man or a Japanese man?
Yeah, exactly.
You let those filmmakers tell their stories.
Exactly. Well, thank you,
but
Joe.
Everything needed to be Americanized.
I don't know. They don't trust American audiences, which is sad. But I trust our audience, and I thank you, Joe, so much for doing this. Remember, folks, to donate if you haven't already. QR code link in the description. If you're on the Special Mark Productions /stream page, there's the button to donate. Thank you so much for that, and thank you, Joe, for donating your time as well as helping out with our fundraiser. Much appreciated. License to shill for you, sir. Where can, if anything, find your stuff at?
I mean, mostly here. Most of what I do right now is with you. So if there is one thing that I will shill, it's go watch more Mario Bava movies. Like I said earlier, I feel like he was the bridge between the old school horrors of the 30s and 40s into the modern movies. Because when you watch this movie, when you watch Blood and Black Lace and Michael Powell's Peeping Tom, I feel are the two movies that basically created the Giallo, even though it's weird to say that a British movie helped invent the Giallo, but without Black Sabbath, you don't have any James Wan movies. You don't have The Conjuring. You don't have certain sequences in Creepshow and Salem's Lot. David Lynch seems to have taken cues from this for Twin Peaks. Without Bay of Blood, Bay of Blood especially, you will see a lot of the Friday the 13th kills done exactly the same way as in Bay of Blood. So yeah, he is, I think, the godfather of the modern horror film, more so than anyone else. And as I'm going to be checking out a lot of these newer horror movies, a lot of the liminal horror that has started coming out, it sounds like a lot of it may have also come from here, which is interesting.
It may have either consciously or subconsciously come from here. And so, yeah,
everybody takes from something that was taken from before, which is why when we were doing our pre-code movies, I always graded those movies more on a curve, because I'm like, they didn't have anything to draw from. You know, they were creating everything on their own.
Yep. And that's why I appreciate those. And while you watch older films and you go, oh, I've seen this type of film before, you got to realize that's the first time they were doing that. And so that's why I'll be in.
Yeah, we saw recently with Adventures of Robin Hood.
Yeah.
We realize how influential that movie is.
Yeah, you don't realize it till you watch these older films. You're like, oh, especially Hitchcock. We did those 8 weeks of Hitchcock way back when I did on this. And that was crazy, because watching Hitchcock, I'm just like, oh, there's Spielberg, there's Scorsese, there's you know,
especially Brian De Palma.
There's De Palma. Oh, especially De Palma pulled a lot from Alfred. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, watch the classics, folks. Check out Black Sabbath. Thank you so much, Joe, for doing this. I appreciate it. Bro. And yeah, folks, we are going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we'll have a couple of special 20th anniversary final cuts with our review of Horse Feathers, which we did with our good friend Doc, and we did a review of The Abominable Dr. Phibes with Mr. Jeffrey York. And then at 6 o'clock, we will have Wisconsin's own Dan Davies with us live to talk about his various projects, indie filmmaking, and more. So please stick around for more of our fundraiser streamathon. Thank you so much, Joe. And yeah, as we always tell everyone, until next time, you'll want to keep that ticket stub. And it is a 20th anniversary way back edition. And that's the way back opening I made way back when I was doing way back episodes. The theme, of course, done by our wonderful friend Mark Woldridge, who's done all the music for our show for the 20 years. And yes, it's a 20th anniversary Final Cut special today. And if you haven't been following these so far, yes, normally I'm picking the movies to review either on the spoiler room or for the Final Cut, but nay, I have given my friends and fellow podcasters the opportunity to pick the film that we would review. We will keep these somewhat spoiler free. There will be some spoilers if you caught the others, but it's hard to do that when you're talking about certain films, and it's hard not to talk forever with my longtime friend and very talented creative in his own right. Doc is with us today. How you doing, Doc?
I'm hanging in there. How are you doing, Mark?
I'm doing good. And not surprised, but not a surprise. When I asked Doc, hey, Doc said he wanted to be part of these. Like, well, what film do you want to do? He picked the Marx Brothers film.
I was chuckling in part during the intro because the first thing that came up was Plan 9. That was almost a pick.
It was almost a pick.
We've talked about that one, I'm pretty sure. Let's not do that one again.
We've talked about that extensively. We haven't talked about this. So it's been a long time since I've seen Horse Feathers from 1932, Marx Brothers. I think this is their fourth film.
Yes.
This is their fourth actual film.
Animal Crackers, Monkey Business, then this one, and then Duck Soup.
Yeah.
Fourth of the 5 Paramounts.
Yes, 4 out of the 5 Paramounts. So, and yeah, we've got for those trivia folks out there, we've got Groucho, Chico, Harpo, and Zeppo. Let's not forget Zeppo.
Second to
and
last
no
appearance.
Gummo. There's no Gummo though in this one.
Gummo, if memory serves, Gummo only did the vaudeville. I don't think he was ever in actually any of the films that
he was never actually. Yeah,
he was just in the vaudeville act. He had already retired from that by that point.
Yes, that's true. But still, he was considered a Marx Brother, and that is a traditional trivia question of what are the 5 performing names of the Marx Brothers. But tonight,
you try to remember their real names at that point.
Then you're
Julius,
like
Leonard and Adolf. What did they change his name to when the First World War hit? I can't remember. Arthur. That's right.
Arthur. Yes.
Zeppo and Gummo. I can't recall their street names. Their government names, if you will.
Government names.
To go back to our earlier conversation to some degree. Their non-ring name.
Their non-ring name. There you go. Their non-ring name. So, Doctavius, if you wouldn't mind, give a brief synopsis here of Horse Feathers.
Well, that implies that there's a plot to this film, but it is. I'm sorry.
There's kind of a plot. I'm just like there was kind of a plot for Duck Soup.
Yes. If you don't recall if you only recall these movies from like what happens in them, because the titles are kind of vague. It's like an emo band, basically from the 2000s. They have this long name and it doesn't relate to the song directly. Horse Feathers is the one that's set in the college. It is apparently a parody of college films of the time to some degree, where Groucho is taking over as the president of the college. His son is in the college hanging out with the college widow, and in an effort to get the football team associated with the college, who hasn't won a game since, 1888?
Yeah,
I believe is what Zeppo lays out.
Yeah.
They try and get some ringers in from the speakeasy, and it turns out that a local hoodlum is betting on this football game. He gets to the ringers before Groucho does, so Groucho ends up inadvertently hiring Ravelli, and I think he's Pinky in this one.
Yeah, Pinky and Ravelli.
Chico and Harpo to play in the football game, and then hijinks ensue until eventually we have a football game, which is played very faintly like the game of football that you might recognize if you actually watch football, like the NFL, which this is almost 100 years ago. So even the game has changed significantly in that. Not a lot of helmets in this.
No.
Not a lot of helmets.
Well, there's a leather cap.
Occasionally. Not on everybody.
Occasionally, not everybody. Yeah, there was the one running back.
That's to disguise an extra.
There was one running back play they make. A guy's got no helmet on whatsoever. I'm like, oh, jeez.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the helmet was the forward pass is a relatively new invention to football at this point, to be honest. So this is interesting in a lot of ways from that perspective, from a historical perspective, just looking at it. But it's more for the laughs.
And yeah, this has been a long time since I've seen Horse Feathers. What made you want to pick Horse Feathers?
I was expecting you would ask that question. I went through a lot of different possibilities on kind of just narrowing down, because it's like pick any movie. I eventually landed on things that weren't necessarily, I don't want to say they're not my favorites, because in a lot of ways there are, but it was movies that I'd seen repeatedly.
Right.
And because that narrows it down to a more finite chunk of things I can look at, because then one, I could only watch it. I didn't have to watch it multiple times again to get ready for this. I could watch it once and go, okay, be refreshed. And Horse Feathers is a movie that I spent a period of time going to sleep to, which I know is going to sound weird. I like having a little bit of comedy in the background as I go to sleep. Just something familiar that I'm not struggling to hear, but something that's familiar, and it does, because it's not as noisy usually as music.
Right.
So I've listened to old comedy records. I listen to all sorts of things like that. But for a period of time, I don't remember how long offhand, it was Horse Feathers. I usually was falling asleep right after the first song, which was nice. And I wake up a couple hours later, and then the TV would be on, I'd shut it off and just go back to sleep. So through osmosis, if nothing else, I've seen this movie a lot, or at least heard it. And just a lot of the Marx Brothers films are very familiar to me. And the other side to that kind of locked it in was that I've been working on projects recently, and I had not to plug a different podcast, but the Marx Brothers Council podcast. And so not only was my interest, kind of focused more Marxian than it might normally be, but I'd listened to some stuff about Horse Feathers recently. So I'm like, let's just watch that again. And I managed to get my 10-year-old nephew to watch it with me.
Did you really?
Yes.
Was your 10-year-old nephew able to follow along? Because in true Marx Brothers fashion, that dialogue flies at you like a mile a minute.
There were a couple of things I had to explain just from context, because he especially what's a college widow, and I'm trying to explain this nicely to my 10-year-old nephew.
Well, it is 32.
Even at that point, he's just kind of phrasing it as like she was kind of hanging out with dudes, and he was kind of like, oh my goodness, and I'm like, it'll be okay. And there were clearly things that, like you said, they were just kind of wishing past him, and every once in a while he'd say something, and he'd laugh at stuff. He was paying attention, but not like focused. And one of the benefits in that regard is that Horse Feathers is not a particularly long movie. So that helped in that regard, because we got partway through and he's like, because we were starting it when we were going to eat. So we're eating through the first chunk of it, and then we get done. And he's like, can we go outside and play catch again? I'm like, this is almost over. It's about halfway through. You'll make this. And he's like, okay. And we got done. He goes, that was a weird movie, but good. And I'm like, you know what?
There you go. Welcome to a Marx Brothers film.
Compliment before personally, so I understand. He was kind of that awkward pause, just enough of a pause where he was like, okay, like I did enjoy that, but I don't completely know that I understood it. I'm like, and I'm like, that's fine. You're 10. You can watch this again in a few years, and we'll figure something else out. But he definitely did. There were like, can't remember exactly but there were parts where he just started, once the football game starts at the end, he was a little more engrossed and laughing at the physicality happening. So I think that was easier for him to grasp, and, the sawing through the different floors and stuff like that near the end. So yeah, I believed him when he said he liked it. Let's put it like that.
That's all you can take. That's all you can take.
I mean, start.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a Marx Brothers film, so it's it's plot thin. If you're wondering why we haven't really dove into any of the plot, it's a Marx Brothers film. There's scenes, they're pulling from their vaudeville experience of skits, basically. Scenes from the film are loosely connected together, but they're pretty much like bits.
It's kind of it's almost like they're all generally kind of pointing towards moving the plot, but they will pause and just do a thing.
Yeah,
it's almost like they're a sketch comedy troupe who have written a bunch of sketches and then found a way to tie them together slightly, which is really, it kind of sounds like what their their vaudeville act to some degree was.
Yeah.
It's like here's this general plot, and they kind of move through phases of a story and get you through, so you feel like you watched something at the end that wasn't completely just them making fun of things. But
yeah, I mean,
really
you get a wonderful musical number with "I'm Against It."
That's why I was listening to it so much.
Which was a great opener. That's Groucho as Professor Quincy Adams Wagstaff.
And it goes directly from whatever it is I'm against it into Always Get My Man.
Right.
Which is something I hadn't really paid attention to. I was like, it's weird, they're two songs, but his other entrances in Animal Crackers, because there he's Captain Spaulding. The song does the same thing when they introduce him. It goes from "Hooray for Captain Spaulding" into how he has to leave and things like that. So it's two songs with a little bridge that bookend each other. And I'm like, I didn't really click until like more recently that's a standard thing for a Groucho intro in these movies. It doesn't happen so much in Monkey Business because they're all together already. But when they're separate characters that come together, that's a thing that kind of happens for them.
It does, and that's what was interesting watching and revisiting this again, is finding the similar beats in a lot of ways to Animal Crackers.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got just a wonderful story there, but watching that, I'm like, And actually, not so much Animal Crackers, but Duck Soup. Excuse me.
He does the same thing there, yeah.
Duck Soup. Duck Soup's even more. I mean, that was after this, and it follows pretty much the same beats. We've got here. He is the dean of, he's the dean of colleges. Yeah. In Duck Soup, he's the leader.
And they have a song that's introducing him. He's not even on stage yet. He slides down, and they start another song right away.
They have a song for him. He ends up getting two guys who end up working with him, who end up going into a conflict, only that was a war. But I mean, still, versus football game. But I mean, it's
football is a game of war. Yeah. It's about taking territory and attrition.
It's similar beats. It's still fun. And this movie, 94 years old, Groucho to this day makes me laugh.
Groucho's one of my heroes, yes.
Because the understanding of the English language you have to make fun of the English language. People don't realize that. That was like the pianist comedian Victor
Borga.
Victor Borga.
Oh man.
Who was freaking hilarious. And he'd stumble sometimes and make fun, with his songs and that, and play silly songs or really fast or whatever. But you don't realize the talent he had to have to be able to parody that talent properly and fun in a funny way. And that's Groucho with the English language. I mean, you still get wonderful dialogue in here. Like, you should go home to your wife. Better yet, why don't I go home to your wife? You should pull over to the side of the road and show your marriage license. I mean,
outside the improvement, she'll never know the difference.
and
Ronelli, you have the brain of a 4-year-old child, and I'm bet he was glad to be rid of it. I can't even do it correctly.
It just boom, boom, boom like that, and it's like, oh man, it had me just laughing constantly. Or, all of the Marx Brothers. I mean, Harpo obviously doesn't, but he does it in other ways.
They just released a concert from like the early 1960s where he's introducing Peter and the Wolf.
No way.
You actually get to hear Harpo's.
You actually get to hear his voice.
It's really weird. It's almost it sounded like, I got to hear the intro. It's on YouTube somewhere. And he sounded like Chico, not doing the Italian accent. And after a few seconds of me kind of going, I don't know, I'm like, no, that's probably how Harpo would have sounded. Holy crap. My whole life I've gone without hearing this. Other people longer, certainly, but it was just like, oh.
What I love
that's weird.
What I love is each Marx Brother has their own style. I mean, Harpo, obviously, they had to have the harp nearby. And yes, we do get a breakaway for Harpo to go play the harp beautifully, but they had to be sure and get ready because you never know when he's just going to go over to the harp and play. Yeah. And Pinky does that in this at one point, just drifts over to the piano harp, starts playing. It's beautiful. And Chico's style, it's obvious in this, but in all the films, is where Groucho is like bam, 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 like just rattling off the lines. Chico has a little bit more of a cadence to a beat to him, like a little more of a pause to his, like, you know,
Yeah.
it's similar in structure as far as the jokes that Groucho does, but his is a little bit more steady paced, a little bit slower, at a different beat. And I just love that. I just love, you know, because then when he gets with Groucho, the two rattle off each other. When Chico's by himself, he's kind of like yada-da-da, yada-da-da, yada-da-da. You know, Groucho's like da-da-da, but then he's with Groucho, and they're just going back and forth. Those two going back and forth. And some of the scenes in here, you know, just you're like, did they script anything?
Yeah, that's the craziest part about that, because that's one of the things, you know, because you could say that, well, Groucho's just funny because he's reading these lines, and it's like, yeah, but then go watch him on a talk show, watch him with Dick Cavett and everything. He was just that guy. A lot of those things that they wrote in there were things he would come up with. They were constantly, if it was one of the stage shows, they were constantly working and getting bored, is the legend. And he would, they'd all just tinker with stuff. So it's like every night would be a little different while they, you know, figured out kind of how, you know, just let's try that. Oh, hey, I like that. Let's keep that in. How do we play with that? Just, you know, because otherwise you're like, they're doing the same show 100 times across the country. And
well,
these are not guys who, you know, these are guys who would get bored and play and just have a good time.
And that's the way it seems, because you get a speakeasy part where they're dealing with a password, and Chico's got the password, and Groucho's trying to get the speakeasy, and he's asking him for the password, and Chico's like, no, I don't. He's like, you know what? Let me come out there. And so he comes out there, and Groucho goes in, closes the door. They do this back and forth, and then they're both outside, and they ask a guy who the password is, and they don't know. Harpo comes in, holds up a sword, a fish with a sword,
puts a sword in its mouth, and that's how they get in.
And that's how they get in.
I like the first reaction too. That's the name of a fish. That's my hint. Mary. And Chico's like, that's not a fish's name. And he's like, well, she drinks like one. Yeah. Which it seems like a more appropriate joke going into a speakeasy.
Which it does. You know,
during Prohibition. That's why this is a speakeasy. Let's remember.
And you get the one female character you usually have in here that ends up attracting the attention of all of the Marx Brother characters at some point.
No Margaret Dumont in this one. We have Thelma Todd looking lovely.
Huh?
Yeah, no Margaret Dumont. Just Thelma Todd looking lovely.
Yes, Thelma Todd looking lovely, playing straight, playing the widow who, don't think about the age gap too much. It's 1932. But she's a widow who has the college guys, you know. Widow. That's how they get around it. She's a widow.
Big air quotes.
Big air quotes there. You know, and Zeppo playing the straight man, and he's the guy with the widow. And then, of course, the professor, his dad, and Baravelli and Pinky are all in there, and they're all being Marx Brothers around her. There's this wonderful skit where they keep all jumping in and out of the room, and then the gangster shows up, who you find out the gangster's whole shtick is trying to have the widow get the calls of the football game so they know what the calls are, because he could fix the game then. So he can.
This is the least sane plot point of the entire thing, because we found out right away that Huxley has not won a football game since 1888. This guy is betting on the opponent, and he is still working to make sure there's no possible way Huxley's going to win. He's going to get the ringers. He's going to get the football signals and everything.
Yeah, even though it's a poor team to begin with, but no, I still need their signals, which is why the widow is actually with the son of, you know, Quincy Adams, and eventually she tries to woo Quincy Adams and fails because he realizes the ruse is up fairly quickly. Like in all Marx Brothers films, that's what I like, is like the characters, you know, the straight characters, if there's a villain or antagonist, they'll try to fool, and you think, oh, they're just going to pull one over off of the goofy, you know, characters. But the Marx Brother characters, whatever movie they catch on fairly quick that it's a grift, or the, you know, the gig is up, so to speak.
Most of the time we're involved in the grift.
Most of the time they're involved in it.
Grift.
you know, or like like the one scene where you have all of them where Chico Baravelli says he's giving the widow piano lessons because the gangster comes in who's her actual boyfriend, and he's like about to kill these guys, and they're like, no, I'm giving a music lesson. And then he asked Groucho who he is. He goes, I'm the plumber. He goes, I'm just here in case there's something wrong with her pipes. And then he breaks the fourth wall and goes, first time I've used that joke in 20 years. And it's
Well, and then like not long after that, because Chico's like, I'm giving her music lessons. When did you start taking music lessons? When you walked in. And then he starts giving the music lesson, and then Groucho's just like, I have to stay here. You guys can
I gotta
like,
see how this plays out.
Towards the camera very deliberately to make sure he is breaking the fourth wall as much as possible. And then like that whole scene where they're doing the song is I was kind of trying to keep an eye out for it, because about halfway through when Chico's playing the instrumental, you can just kind of see Thelma Todd's hand is on the other side of him and does something. And that's when they smile at it. He like turns around and smiles at her, and she smiles back. The theory is that she pinched him kind of like playfully.
Sure.
But he doesn't stop. He just keeps going. And he's just like, they're having the best time. It looks like they are legitimately having this great time doing that moment. They're just playing with each other. That sounded weird until I said it out loud, and then I didn't mean it like that. But yes.
No, but the Groucho Marx movies are like that. This is a classic example of it. Just feels like they're having fun, and I'm like, with the audio technology that it was back then, it is impressive they didn't capture people laughing their ass off, because that had to be so hard to do with these guys. I mean, it's hard enough for the straight people, because, and this is what, and pardon my get off the lawn moment.
Yeah.
But this is the problem I have with like a lot of modern comedies is, in order, the best comedies, you have a certain group that are the jokesters. Everybody else plays it straight as if they're regular characters. So the straighter those folks play it, the funnier the scenes are. And that's what it is with the Marx Brothers, is that everybody outside of the Marx Brothers are straight. They're doing this like a regular movie. This is like a regular, like college, like fix the game type of story. But you've inserted the Marx Brothers in here.
I've had to explain that occasionally to people while we're doing shakes, where it's just like, somebody has to be the straight man here. You know, if you've got a comedic character, you got to have, and I'll if I'm playing and I'm playing it, I will almost instinctively become more serious to try and make that joke land harder, because if it depends on the moment and depends on who's playing. Because like Groucho and Chico are obviously both meant to be the characters, and they're allowed to play off each other. If those characters are supposed to be playing off each other, you need to play those strings. There's darn it, I forget which we modified it at one point. I can't remember which one it is off the top of my head, but there's this moment where you have two characters walking in and they're basically just going, I'd like to say it was nice to hang out with you, but it wasn't. Yeah. And so there's this awkward kind of pause this whole time where it's like, okay, I wish we were better strangers, stuff like that. And just kind of like, just go away, and nobody leaves right away. But you've got to have that kind of pacing to make that sort of thing work. You can't they're funny lines, but you have to let them land in a way for them to be their maximum funny. Well, you can't just read them and move on.
and that's where the vaudeville stuff comes in, and that's what noticing it with all of these films, especially here in Horse Feathers, is there are moments when they're delivering dialogue where it almost seems like, Groucho or whatnot, they missed a rehearsal or something, because there's either a pause or like they do some kind of physical comedy thing, but it's almost like they remember, oh wait, I'm not on stage anymore, and they kind of flub it.
They're still pausing for a laugh in a lot of
cases.
They're
pausing for laughs that aren't exactly there. So occasionally you'll get them and you're watching it, all of a sudden it almost seems like they're searching for their line or something, when they're just like,
no, we know
instinctively pausing for laughs.
Well, you see that a lot in Night at the Opera, because that's another one where they toured a lot of the Thalberg had them tour certain scenes, so they knew how to pause it properly.
Sure.
And that's why that one feels weirder if you're just watching it by yourself, because you don't have an audience laughing and filling that sound in that moment, because that's what's supposed to be there. There's a component missing, and it's called an audience. It's
Yeah.
why sometimes being in a theater with people and watching something together works out really nicely.
And it does, and it doesn't take away from it, but at the same time, it almost makes them feel like a little more awkward at some of those scenes, because it's like, they're remembering like, oh wait, I'm on a movie set, I'm not in the vaudeville, but yet they still take the pause in that, and so it just gives it a weird energy, and especially I'm like, there's no semblance of it. There's somewhat of a semblance of a game, but what's hilarious about the whole game segment, which is like the last 10 minutes of this film, which just gets more and more out of hand, to the point of you've got Pinky pulling out banana peels, and as he's running for a touchdown, he's throwing banana peels behind him, and all the guys are falling over like they're slipping on the banana peels.
That was one of the things my nephew laughed at. I remembered once you said it again.
And then he accidentally throws the banana peel in front of himself, and he falls.
Yeah, he ends up tripping the guy who he's trying to block for. Yeah.
And
he got the string on the football, so he could,
the string on the ball was great. Yeah,
he throws it, it comes back to him, and he runs around it. Oh.
But yeah, it just gets more and more crazy. Then at one point, Quincy's got to go in because they've hurt too many guys. So Quincy just goes in. That's after he just runs off the sideline and tackles someone for the hell of it. And then goes back to the woman he was talking
to a lady.
Then he goes still back to talk to the woman, going, "Hey, I need your number. I forgot what it was. Could you write it down?" Like,
right in front of the guy. That's one of the other things that I remember them pointing out. He's sitting right next to the gangster guy.
Yeah.
Who's got money on this game. Blankest expression. He's just staring away from what's happening. And I'm like, is he just trying to not look at Groucho so he won't laugh?
I think
kind of that same, like you mentioned before, where it's just like, I can't look at him.
I can't do this. Otherwise I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna break the scene. But yeah, I mean, and these are such fun movies, and they're so wild. There is, though, a structure to them. It's not complete chaos.
No.
There is, like we said earlier, there's a through line with the plot. As thin as it might be, there is still a plot. There is a through line with these different scenes. And then, like in a lot of true old films, they just end at some point. They just
that was not the original ending.
Oh, really?
The Bigamist Marriage was not the original ending. They apparently shot one where the college burns down.
Oh,
and
really?
They said it didn't work, and I don't remember if they
burned it down.
If we know why it didn't work, if it just didn't play right, or if it didn't look right.
No, because
there's like a picture or two, I guess, that have survived of like kind of some of it. I can't remember if I have them in a book somewhere or not, but I have a few books.
You have just a few books,
and a few Marx Brothers ones too. But so yeah, there was this other ending. So if memory serves, the marriage one was a little bit more of a. Okay,
you got to do something. Yeah,
and you can tell to some degree because Zeppo's not there.
Yeah, Zeppo's not there at all. They whoever's standing at the altar with the widow is. Behind, like cut, so where you can't tell who's there. So
well, that happened with Chico for a while in the film too, because midway through he was in a car accident.
He got in a car accident.
He had an issue with his ankle, so like
they had to shoot around him a bit. So
in the kidnapping scene, that's why he's sitting down the whole time while Pinky's doing all the work. He's he's got a cast on.
He's got a cast.
He's trying to hide it. He's like, this is all I can move right now, boss.
This is all I can move. So. Well, Doc, thank you for picking Horse Feathers. It was fun revisiting this.
I have a couple more little notes that I'd like to point out before we get done.
Absolutely, yeah.
One of them is that the other main song in the movie is "Everyone Says I Love You," and each of the brothers gets a moment with that song. So you have Zeppo doing the quote, the standard, the normal version. Right away after that, they take the Mickey out of it because Harpo's playing, kind of whistling it to a horse. Then in the apartment scene, which has got some slight damage in it, but during the scene, but not during that song, Chico's doing his little bit of it, and it's his playful style, and you get to where they're in the lake. Again,
Yes.
they're shooting outside. Sound, synced sound. That boat's moving. Who's paddling? There's no noise for that boat. It's fascinating.
Yes.
But then Groucho gets this moment where it's all very sarcastic and kind of demeaning and everything like that. And one of the council members pointed out that's kind of also saying everybody has their own way of saying "I love you," and I'm like, that's a kind of a sweet thought in that.
That's a sweet thought.
So
Yeah.
I don't think it was intentional, but I like that. The other main point is because Pinky's the dog catcher, he's got the hat that says with the plate that says dog catcher.
Oh yeah.
If you notice, when they go to kidnap the football players, it changes to kidnapper.
Yeah, I saw it.
And I don't remember if I noticed that before or not, but I was watching it Saturday and I'm going, that's hysterical. I'm sure I've seen that before, but it just caught me off guard again. I'm like, they changed it. It's so subtle.
But yeah, this is a wonderful film if you're a Marx Brothers fan. If you're looking for, classic older school comedy or seeing how to do comedy properly, these are the guys to watch.
Having fun.
I'd recommend this film. I really do. I mean, it's not that long, and if you like quick dialogue, jokes, because that's what they had. They didn't have a huge amount of budget, so not a whole lot of effects or anything in here, or even set pieces for that matter. Number of them,
the cards.
But yeah. I suggest you watch it. Doc, your final thought with Horse Feathers.
It's a lot of fun. It's hard to pick a favorite Marx Brothers movie because it always kind of changes depending on what you're in the mood for and what you see. But I wouldn't necessarily say Horse Feathers is my favorite, but it's quite often in that top spot, if nothing else, just for the fact that it's just silly and weird and it doesn't take up a whole lot of your time. And I've most familiar with it. I'm not trying to say anything about like Night at the Opera. Don't get too excited. Those people are duck soup, but they all have their place and they all have their style and they're all a little different. And this one just blows by really fun and exciting. It's relaxing in a way for me.
It does move. It definitely does move and have a great energy. So thank you so much, Doc. And now License to Shill is yours, sir. Do you got anything to shill? Go right ahead. It is yours.
I'm gonna shill a couple things real quick. Hopefully, depending on where you are and what you're doing. Hi, I kind of mentioned it before, but I helped co-produce a Unrehearsed Shakespeare.
And yes, that is another retro opening from the Final Cut. That one was from like 2009 I put together. So I've been doing some retro openings for our 20th anniversary specials here of the Final Cut. Yes, I just don't know when to quit, 20 years. And if you've been missing out on a series, basically, I've asked my good friends and folks who have been on the Spoiler Room and other shows for them to pick the movies that we review instead of me always doing the picking. And sometimes that works out. Sometimes we get discussions like we did with Mr. Ian Simmons and Freddie Got Fingered. And today, though, we're going back again, 1971, The Abominable Dr. Phibes, or just Dr. Phibes, depending on how you look at it. And I have a wonderful individual with me who picked this film. It is none other than the man himself from the establishingshot.org, as well as many other things, Mr. Jeff York. Hi, Jeff. How you doing?
Great to be with you, Mark, as always.
Oh, so glad, so happy. It was interesting that you picked this one because I recently just picked up the soundtrack this past year on vinyl for it.
Yeah.
And before we dive into it, just briefly, could you give folks just a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I have been a film critic for, I think, 16 years now. I come from the world of marketing and advertising as my main venture, but I've also done illustration and writing for various periodicals along the way, mostly caricatures, but I'm just illustrating my 8th book starting this week. It's been fun to be a guest on these podcasts. I used to have a podcast so many years ago called Page to Screen, which was done for the International Screenwriters Association, where I talked to a screenwriter each week about a movie that was out and sort of talk about the script and how that showed up on the screen, which is kind of things that we talk about on your show, Mark. But anyway, it's been fun. And my very start as a film critic was in this genre of horror. They needed a horror film critic for the Examiner online, and they had read some of my articles. I guess they saw them at the Establishing Shot and said, well, he's written a lot about horror. Let's see if he'd like to do it. So they called me up and I said, sure, yes. How much does it pay? Oh, not that much. Well, still, it's a good platform, and it was a lot of fun. And that lasted for 5 years. Ultimately, I started writing other reviews too. Usually I did 2 a week. And that's how I got to know Don Shanahan, and because he was one of the writers for them. And, I was there at the beginning when they started the Chicago Indie Critics. And it's all been fun, and games really sort of a great hobby turning into sort of, part of my week each week, and make a little bit of money off it, but mostly just have fun, and certainly thrilled and tickled to always be a guest on a show like yours. So thank you.
Well, thank you. We are honored to have anyone who will be on my show. I am always so honored and humbled that you'll want to talk films with me. And we're talking about an interesting one today. This has got a known name in it. British for sure, through and through.
Yes.
And would you mind giving a brief synopsis of the abominable Dr. Phibes, Mr. York?
Yes, I'm happy to. And he wasn't always abominable.
No, he wasn't.
He became that way when a medical team that attended to his wife's surgery after she was in a car accident ended up not doing a very good job, and she died on the operating table. And he was trying to get back to help her. He was a famous concert organist with the doctorates. It's kind of misleading. His doctorates were in both music and theology. I wonder how that's going to combine, but we'll get there in a second. Believe that she didn't have to die. And, while racing home during the knowledge of her death, he was kind of hasty and was in his own crash, but he was horribly scarred and left unable to speak. We don't know too much about all that, although we see him sort of as this character that looks like Vincent Price, and he doesn't move his mouth much. He kind of speaks through his voice box, but he's got this big mustache and this sort of clear wig of hair that's a little bit 70s going. But he starts taking revenge, seeking wreaking revenge, whatever, extracting revenge, I guess, exacting revenge, all those different kinds of things on the medical team that he blames for letting his wife die. And that's everybody from the head surgeon to the nurses to the anesthesiologist, 9 people in all. And to do so, because he is, of course, a theologian and, pretty smart guy, decides to exact that vengeance on each one of them, inspired by the, dare I say, the murder spree instituted by God in the Old Testament with the 10 plagues of Egypt. So you're saying, how does that work? How is somebody going to die from locusts or firstborn, or the different things that we all know from the famous Charlton Heston and Yul Brynner movie for the legendary Cecil B. DeMille? But it's very cheeky on the ways that Dr. Phibes chooses to kill them. Very surprising to watch because even the police inspector played by whose name is Mr. Trout, Inspector Trout.
Trout, yeah.
Because he's kind of on like a fishing exhibition. He's played by Peter Jeffrey, a very famous British character at the time. He's always saying like, well, how are they going to do this one? How are they going to do that one? Same questions we're asking at home as the audience. And then you find out, or in the theater as an audience, as it were. And then you find out, and it's suddenly like, oh, how clever is that? Those locusts crawling through that tube from the ceiling, there's just the grasshoppers is like, oh, yeah. But anyway, rats, frogs, bring them on, baby. The Dr. Phibes has a clever way to do it. And interestingly enough, Mark, I'll just say this quickly, and maybe this is a place to even start with the conversation. Not that I want to usurp any of your questions, but before the show, we were just talking about, it would be a good idea for some of these venerable institutions like the MCU or the DC universe to start bringing in different genres to help them. We talked about the DC idea of doing a caper comedy, almost a sort of a slick Devil's Wear Prada meets Batman world with a Catwoman story that won all kinds of awards back in the day called When in Rome, where she's over in Italy wanting to do a heist, and the Riddler's over there and some mobsters, et cetera, et cetera. Or, obviously Batman with the famed Arkham Asylum, which has been the backdrop of 3 very big video games. Dr. Phibes, I think, in a way, combines a number of things, not only theology and music, which is funny because Dr. Phibes is always playing this big pipe organ, which is to be sort of scary and reminds us of the Phantom of the Opera, but it almost plays like a Agatha Christie story because, and Then There Were None, where she's killing off people according to the nursery rhyme 10 Little Indians. That's what he's doing here, according to the 9 plagues. And again, it's sort of lots of character actors from the British world, all sort of in for their little brief role until they're done away with. And, it also sort of created another genre of horror in that this is really leaning heavily into the comedy, which became a thing now with horror comedies, whether it's Fright Night or, Scream, which is, direct satire. But also, this film, as we'll talk about, I'm sure, spawned a sequel called the Domino Fives, I think, Rises Again. Is that what it's called?
I think it's Rise Again. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the best of the 3 films, arguably, in a way, which is a little bit more serious in its sort of tone, even though it was a comedy. Of course, Theater of Blood, which I think is also Vincent Price's high watermark as an actor, because he got to play a Shakespearean actor who was killing off his critics who denied him a Best Actor prize on the London stage, according to Shakespearean plays. So, very derivative, but very well done and clever in many of the same ways that this one is. But this one is shocking because it's gross, it's gory, it's violent as hell, but it's also cheeky and it's also funny. It's very well acted. And it also kind of resurrected Vincent Price's career because suddenly he became this box office draw again, and they threw all kinds of movie roles at him. And, he was in his, I think, late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah.
Time this started done. And suddenly he was everywhere. He was on Columbo and different episodes of television and the Brady Bunch. And, he was doing movies. And, of course, capped it off with being a big influence on Tim Burton, of course. But anyway, that's a little more than you asked for, but I think that's the background of everything before we start the show.
No, it's an interesting and odd film, very British. Yes. So when you say horror comedy, we need to put the comedy in aspect of it's very British comedy. So it's very dry.
Very dry.
Very dry comedy.
And kind of nasty.
It is. It does.
Like corpses show up and, nobody's like really mourning anybody. So like, well, I guess you got another one, didn't he? What's next on the list? It's that kind of thing where like, oh, we're trying to solve this, and these things are, dare I say, an inconvenience.
So I mean, it is a very dry, and I saw descriptions of it being tongue in cheek in that, and there are comedic elements in here, but I would add that there are far darker moments in here than comedic moments.
Yeah.
Although when we first are introduced to Dr. Phibes, you're like, oh, you're kind of doing Phantom of the Opera, and then he has this wind-up band that plays, and we're not going to give too many spoilers, folks, but I just have to do this opening because when we're introduced to his character, he shows up and he's got this wind-up clockwork band, which it's even called, I think, what's it called? I've got it in my notes here. Dr. Phibes Clockwork Wizards is what it's called, and it's these animatronic robots playing this band, and it's very 70s music. Trust me, I've got the soundtrack here. And it's the most unusual soundtrack for this type of film that I've heard, I think.
Yeah, and they kind of announce it right off the bat, don't they? That they're going to have a little cheek with all of this.
Yeah.
And even Phibes, when he shows up, I mean, you can recognize Vincent Price in the Dr. Phibes face, but it has a kind of ashen face to it. Doesn't seem real in a way. He doesn't move his mouth. He's got this big, almost sort of Pringles can mustache and what looks clearly like a bad sort of Moppet kind of wig, almost like, something that Herman's Hermits or, sort of the bowl cut almost from that era. And he's wearing a big robe, and he's doing all this stuff. But then, of course, he goes out to do all this stuff and he dresses up as like, an undertaker or orderly in the hospital or different things. So it becomes very funny that he's out there and about running around doing this. And then when you see the reveal of him and the background of who he was, that's when you see the real Vincent Price and get a little bit more sense of him. Although he's even under more makeup when he's revealed sort of what he really is now. And it's funny, they gave that away in the poster, which is kind of unfortunate. Because I think he looked so good as Dr. Phibes and scary and odd that it was really kind of unsettling that they shouldn't have done that. But they decided to lean into the cheek. The posters were really not only telling very blatantly what the plot was, but then they even did vamping on Love Story. Yeah, there you go. I mean, and I think love, didn't they do a line like love means never having to, say you're crazy or something like, or something.
Yeah, I think,
but I mean, I think they did a riff on it, which was, just a year earlier that was the biggest movie on the planet. But, I think people didn't mind that. And even if they had that sort of given away, the shock is to one of the characters in the story, the Joseph Cotton character, who's the main doctor, the main surgeon. Of course, they save him for last. And he's got to operate to save his firstborn son from becoming basically have his face washed away by dripping acid, which is sort of apropos because it's kind of echoing what happened to most of Phibes' features in that car accident. But there's plenty of fun to subscribe to in this film and enjoy, even having known what the poster was and maybe even the plot of it, because there are so many different surprises in the way they do it. The police inspector and his assistant are very funny commenting. I mean, it's very much in that, to your point, British world. And, it's a little bit of the Avengers. It's a little bit of Frenzy. It's a little bit of, are you being served?
Yeah.
It's all that kind of stuff sort of rolled into one. But it's really, really well put together. And they very much had a great sense of what they wanted to make it tone-wise and, sort of that balance between humor and horror. And I think in some respects, they underline what is, I've always said is, I think the key to really a horror movie being super successful and maybe becoming a blockbuster and sort of a repeating character or franchise is it has to have fun to it. Now, it doesn't always have to be funny. Like, this is definitely horror comedy, but it has to have fun to it. You have to enjoy watching. Like, even in Backrooms just this last month, when Pirate Clyde starts going after the doctor and he's ridiculous looking. It's like, oh my God, he's this huge thing and he's walking with a peg leg and he looks like he's made of plastic or wood or whatever. But he's also vicious and he's also a threat. But it's fun to watch her, I stumbled into this hat rack. Well, I guess I'll use the hat rack now to attack him. So there's a certain amount of fun to all that. If not, you're left with some of the Eli Roth movies, which I think are, unless you find gore to be that much fun, they're a little more unsettling. But even his stuff, I mean, you can find plenty of laughs in things like the Green Inferno or Hostel and things like that. But I think where horror for a while there was getting into the sort of dark and depressing and gory and sort of nihilistic stuff. I think the better ones, the ones that last, have a great deal of fun to them. Fright Night, things that help you laugh a little bit. I mean, when you watch Jaws and Psycho the first time, they're terrifying movies. When you watch them a second time and subsequently after that, they get funnier and funnier because you see the humor in it. You see the craziness of the characters and the like in Jaws, the dynamic between the three men out there on that boat. And in this one, obviously they lean into the humor, but they're having fun with it. Like, they know they're being scary. They know they're being gross. They know they're being unsettling. And they also know they're being cheeky. And that sense of fun, I think, makes it very easy for the audience to go along with it.
Well, and it helps you have Vincent Price. One of the things that I love,
yes, I love him.
One of the things I love about Vincent Price, and I love seeing this about, there's not a lot of actors out there that do it, but there's certain ones that no matter how big or how whatever they're known as, they always are not afraid to either make fun of themselves or just take a role that, you would like this one. I mean, he is Anton Phibes. Vincent's always had a little bit of glint in his eye with almost any role he's played. So when he's playing even the scariest person, there's just this little glint of light in his expressions or his look. Like, you could tell he's having fun and he's smiling inside,
Yes,
even if he's
that's a great
looking evil.
point.
And it's lovely because he takes this role as Anton Fibes. And yeah, 71, he's an older, he's older. He's done many movies. He doesn't necessarily have to, but he's doing this. And you see some of his other filmography and you go, wait, the horror master, the guy who's known for, he's taking like this role. Or like you look at The Raven with Roger Corman, one of my all-time favorite films, to where he's playing it seriously, but also cheeky. And you get that here where he's a Dr. Fibes and he's pulling in his best Phantom of the Opera. He's playing the organ, and then he's not just going over and starting the Clockwork Wizards. He's whooshing so that the cape whooshes, and then he's got a wonderful assistant in the form of Volnavia, who's played by Virginia North fantastically.
Yeah, so well done.
I really liked her performance. These two together were just having fun. And the fact that, Fibes talks through a microphone on his voice box into a bullhorn of an old Victrola.
Yeah, Victrola, yeah.
record player is just wonderful. It's just wonderful. And the way the guys are dispatched too are both scary, but have a little bit of a humor. Like you said, you mentioned it earlier, like a Agatha Christie type of, or a Poirot type of angle, to where, yes, it's a murder mystery, but this guy was dispatched in kind of a ridiculous manner. Like they kill the one guy by freezing him, by putting this frost machine in a car.
Right.
Not to spoil too much, but it's just the kills that you get in here. And then you look later on at the films like Saw and that, and you're like, they're influenced by films like Dr. Fibes for sure. Because if you look at Fibes and his motivation, I'm like, this is Saw.
It is. Well, even like, you look at James Bond and you can see some of the Vincent Price horror movie in there. Like, how many times did they, disfigure a villain? I mean, as recently as Rami Malek in the last Daniel Craig Bond. It's like, really? We're still disfiguring villains' faces? Yes, we are. And Vincent Price, even in Fibes, it's a callback to the House of Wax, where, we meet him. He's, this genteel artiste, maybe with an E on the end, because it takes place in France.
Yes.
Do you really think my Marie Antoinette is that perfect? Yes, she's my favorite. And he's so cheekily affectionate, but then, there's the fire and all that happens, and then he comes back and we don't know that, he's now under a wax makeup to assume the look that he had at the early part of the film. And then when it's finally knocked off, we realize, he's got this terribly scarred face, not dislike Dr. Fibes. So, it's a callback to Vincent Price's oeuvre. The funny thing is, if you look at Vincent Price's films, he's played villains that are straight villains almost rarely, because there's always a bit of fun to them. I mean, I would say you'd have to go back to maybe the Witchfinder General to find him playing a very straight villain in a very evil piece. That's a very scary story, and it's a true story.
Yeah, that's a dark,
very, very dark, and he's brilliant in it. But in everything from Laura to the Ten Commandments to The Fly, there's, to your very point, that glint in his eye. He's having a little fun with it, and you can tell too, because the way he's such a good actor and he's got such control over his voice, but he almost sings a lot of his lines in it to show you that he's having fun. And one of the things I always love too is, like, he has this sort of voice like this when he's talking sort of normal, like, oh, I could do that, but I don't really know. Laura, she was such a wonderful woman. Oh, are we going to really give the slaves that many days off? I mean, he's almost, a little bit of a Nance kind of character in some of those. But then on a dime, he can turn vicious. And when he turns vicious, there's that, like, still think that this is right. And he almost spits it out, like he's, just right before he's going to kill somebody. He did that to very great degrees in Theater of Blood, of course, where he gets to pontificate as, Shakespeare, and then suddenly he turns into the angry Edward Lionheart, who just sort of, practically is full of venom when he says certain lines. But that's all part of the fun too. That's a glint in his voice, if you will. I think where he's using his his dulcet tones to let us in on that he's having fun with this, and you should too.
Yeah, I agree, and there's still some tension-filled moments, especially at the end, where again, not giving spoilers, but let's just say the solution that he comes up with for the final doctor that he wants to put him through this test, this curse, is actually rather tension-filled.
Very much.
You know, and just before that, you're having jokes about people misnaming trout. They call him, you know, various fish names, but not trout.
Yes.
You know, and then how he he uses locusts is an interesting one because of how his method to figuring out where the person on the second floor below him was. He lays this outline of this.
Yes.
It's like, wait, what are you doing?
I know, it's just those delightful little bits of like the preparation and how he does it, which makes those scenes, which are almost expositional, really splendid. They're very entertaining because usually that's the kind of stuff that nobody really wants to, like, if that would be like if you'd see Joker planning the Dark Knight, like that bank heist.
Yeah.
No, the fact that this whole thing was choreographed and right down to the buses, the line of buses at the end, it's like, just show it to me. It's fun. But here, you know, you see him laying it out. It's pretty funny because, first of all, he seems incapacitated, but he's really smart and he's very thorough and he's doing all of it himself. So, you know, he walks the walk and talks the talk.
Yeah. And so, I mean, again, for the humor part, you're going to need to be familiar with British humor on this, especially 70s British humor, because it is dry and subtle. And some folks who may not be used to it will sit and go, where is the comedy? But it's there. It's humorous, but it's definitely a bit drier than you may be used to. Now, just a little fun fact with this is that according to reports in 1971, it was made for £300,000, which is about 5.5 million pounds today. It made the equivalent of today's money of $24 million US, because they think it made about 3 million in the America when it was released. So that's a winner in Hollywood eyes. That's why it's probably spawned 2 sequels. And so, you know, if you're looking for those of you who don't want to look at films prior to whatever, I mean, that's your choice. But, you know, Fives is fun. This is definitely one of those where it's going to surprise you. You know, it's a little bit out there. It's very 70s as far as the production design and that goes, in the outfits. But, you know,
it has that Avengers look to it, doesn't it?
It's
like
got
the Hammer films, the Avengers. There's something about the cinematography in British films in the 60s and 70s, unless they were doing The Lion in Winter, that had this sort of brightly lit, almost too brightly lit. But I mean, the America movies did too, and TV shows. I mean, they all had that Universal Studios kind of overlit thing going on where, gee whiz, every Columbo episode looks like they've got 20 lights on the scene. It's like, does they ever walk in a room where there's like low light, or they only have one lamp? Come on,
there's not a shadow in sight.
There's not a shadow in sight in these things. But one of the things too that I think is a delight about this film is, as you kind of get used to it, and then you're waiting for, okay, we've got 5 more deaths or 3 more deaths or how many it is. They not only have fun with like showing him prepping or things that don't go entirely right, and then he has to improvise a bit. Or what I think is the great sort of biggest laughs in the film are when the cops, who are always a good 2 beats behind Fives, they enter it, and we've already been grossed out because we've already seen the gross thing, or we see it before they do. And then we cut to their reaction. And their reaction is always twofold. One is like, what are we going to do now? You know, it just kind of slides right into that, like, and to the point where they almost get unfazed by the last couple of deaths. Like, well, there it is. I guess that's the end of him. What's next on the list? And it just becomes like, you're not expecting that now. You are, if you've watched the show, but their reactions to it become also, dare I say, part of the dark humor, because I'm not so sure that they're moral or good, or the contrast that you expect in a good versus evil kind of story. They just want to do it and get home and have dinner, I think, but they can't just yet. But sometimes it's funny too, like when they go out into the scene where they're out in the car, as you said, or there's a couple where there's a plane that's flying and it has rats in it, you know, which is funny. I mean, they did a little bit of stunt work in some of these things. They did some location shooting. They had to go out and scout a field and get a airplane pilot and make him sure he's a stunt pilot. So, I applaud them. Every dollar of that rather small budget is up there on the screen.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, they made the most out of their money, which is always fun to see. But we'll wrap it up here, folks. The Abominable Dr. Phibes, or Dr. Phibes, however you want to name it. Vincent Price, a lot of fun. 70s is a weird time for cinema. And production designs, especially artistically wise, and approach to films, or just, even art, writing in general. 70s was a weird time.
Well, it was caught in between, Hollywood studios and big pictures and the indie cinema, which was burgeoning.
Right.
On. So, in a year like 1967, I think it was 67, the Best Picture nominees were these landmark films like In the Heat of the Night, Bonnie and Clyde, The Graduate. I mean, all these classic films about this very 60s time and the new sensibility and new minds and all. And Dr. Dolittle was also nominated. Guess Who's Coming to Dinner was the other one, I think.
Yeah.
But Dr. Dolittle, which is this big, sort of corny musical with all this special effects. And, it just felt like one of these studio almost dinosaurs where it's like, really? They're making movies like that still? Yeah, they were. And they're nominated for Best Picture because they're still that faction of the Academy. But this one is one of those where, if you look at it, I think it's a precursor to the edgier horror that was coming, where we had the Hammer films of the 60s going well into the 70s as well, but this is really dialing up the humor where you're like, oh my God, I was laughing as much as I was being sort of grossed out or scared.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm glad you recommended it. It was a fun watch, sir. Hope this has people seek this out to try to catch it as well, because I think it's worth a watch. It breezes by. It's not that long, and you may find out you enjoy it and seek out other, especially Vincent Price films, which if you haven't, shame on you, because those are the stuff to watch, especially. So Jeff, thank you so much for doing this. Real quick, once again, License to Shill, where can they find your stuff at?
Well, as you said, and you can see it there, you can read me at theestablishingshot.org. I generally write about the week's movie that is opening, or sometimes television shows that are opening or premiering then as well. You can follow me on Instagram at Jeff York Chicago. I also do caricatures. I have a website called jeffyorkcaricatures.com, a secondary Instagram page as well called Jeff York Caricatures. I am available for commissions. So if you have a favorite movie or actor or singer or pet or wife or significant other you'd like me to draw, I've done Christmas cards many in my day. Let me know. I'm happy to be an illustrator for you and your special one-of-a-kind drawing. But those are the main places you can follow me, and most of them link to this website, theestablishingshot.org. I guest on a lot of podcasts, including Mark's, which I'm always grateful to be asked to. And at least once, if not twice a month, I write for pipelineartist.com, which is a online magazine about the arts, and I tend to write about sort of trends in showbiz and mostly movies and television there. That's a fun outlet too. So if you get sick of me, I understand why. I'm everywhere.
He is everywhere. Couldn't get sick of your opinion, sir. So yes, folks, check that out. I hope you enjoyed this 20th anniversary final cut. And as we say at the end of each one of these, till next time, keep that ticket stub. And here we are, folks. Our streamathon continues. We're streaming to end Alzheimer's. And I am very honored once again to be able to talk to Wisconsin's own multi-talented individual, the man behind a lot of very creative things, including Ed Gein, the musical up there, among other, a lot of other roles. None other than Mr. Dan Davies. Thank you, Dan, for joining us today for this.
Oh man, you're welcome, Mark. How you doing?
Oh, we're doing good. We're doing good. We're getting in there. We're in that home stretch now of this. So,
Perfect.
you know, it's been a fun experience, interesting to put together and then seeing it execute. So
Yeah.
putting a program together like this, but I've been very fortunate to have folks like you who've been volunteering to come on. So I appreciate this quite a bit.
Well, it's my honor, and Alzheimer's is like a lot of families. My grandfather had it full blown, and my dad had a version of it closer to his last days on Earth, which was 4 or 5 years ago. But it's a degenerative, terrible, insidious, systemic disease, and it strikes probably 1 out of every 2 or 3 people in the U.S., I would imagine. And there's got to be some sort of a cure for it, or at least to mollify, it as we get older. But now you're seeing even younger people getting it, which is
it's
odd.
It's a crazy condition, and that's why I wanted to kind of do this for the association, because my mother, we pretty much had dementia. It wasn't like completely diagnosed, but we pretty much, they're like, that was one of the things that was she had before she passed. So, it's touched everybody. I don't think there's anyone that I know who doesn't either have a direct connection to someone who has the condition, or knows someone who knows, and it's one of those things. So I appreciate you coming on, and you've been a busy man. You've been you're always busy, but you've definitely been busy lately. Especially, we talked to JB earlier, the giant spider invasion tour you've been doing. How's that going for you?
Boy, that was so much fun. And by the way, thank you for showing up in, was it Marshfield or Stevens Point?
Stevens Point. Yeah.
Stevens Point. Roger Cinema was so gracious to have us and really promote the heck out of it. We had, a few hundred people that came to see it, which is odd to see a 50-year-old film in, a theater. But with these new additions that we added about 9 to 11 minutes of new footage, period correct footage. People really enjoyed it. But it was so cool. And I made a post of this, Mark. You're one of the few people that's actually worn a T-shirt of one of my previous movies, and you wore it to my latest film.
Well, I'm a fan of yours as well, and Ed Gein the musical. I love wearing that shirt for Ed Gein the musical, because it starts some conversations, or at least gets people to double take, and then they chuckle a bit, and then I tell them, "Hey, it's a real movie," and they're like, "Wait, what?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, including stage play. Stage play.
Yeah, now it's a stage play, and that's and the T-shirt that you wore, I've never seen that iteration before.
Oh, really?
I've seen the black with the white lettering, but not the black with the red lettering. The black with the red lettering looks awesome. Man.
It does. It's more fitting too, red and blood.
It really is. I don't remember seeing that when we sold merch, and SRS Cinema actually has their own line of merch out of LA and Salt Lake City, and their stuff is really kind of cool as well. But it's funny how when we do the showings, people bring these things, to the screenings, and I'll be like, "Where the hell did you get that?"
Where'd you find that?
Yeah. So, and that's always a compliment. Your film is kind of graduated to quote unquote cult status when it has that type of following, and people bring different posters and different merch that they bought online from it. So it's always an honor, and I'm real thankful for that. So that's always kind of fun.
And it's great that you mentioned cult, because we had that discussion earlier too with JB talking about giant spider invasion, and how even though it was big at the box office in 75, it still kind of faded to obscurity till, was it MST3K came out with it. And people discovered it again, and now you have the enhanced version, reimagining version, however you want to name it, for the 50th, and it's brought it back to light again. What has surprised you at these showings? Because it seems like you're getting a huge turnout of new fans for this.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's great to see people, because I always ask them, is there anybody here old like me that originally saw it in 1975 or 76 when it was in the theaters? And I actually saw it. One of my uncles was drinking, and he took me when I was about 9, 10. to the Rosa Theater in Wapaka. And so just a couple of old timers, raised their hand. Oh, I saw it. Or they saw it in '77 when it went to the CBS Friday night movie.
Mm-hmm.
And then I asked, well, who's seen it at Mystery Science Theater 3000 and who's seen it on Riff Tracks? And that's a whole different audience, but it's only about, all told, maybe 40% or 50% have seen it before. There's this brand new audience, which is really shocking. And it's young, younger people too. And I remember we were at, in Platteville, at State Theaters there. And usually a lot of times if I don't have to do the MC and all kinds of crazy stuff or sell merch, I'll figure out my film is like 90 minutes. Say it's Edgy and the Musical's 93 minutes. So I set a stopwatch on my phone. I got my Google Maps. I find the nearest bar that has nachos. And then we head to the bar and have a couple beers and nachos or pizza or whatever. And then at about 10 minutes before the film ends, I saunter back in. I usually sit way in the back, so it just seems like I've been sitting there the whole entire time. I hate watching myself. I really absolutely do. So it's always kind of a pain to do that. But in Platteville a couple months ago, I said, the hell with it. I'm just gonna sit down, relax, and I had my soda, my popcorn, and I listened and I watched the reaction, and it was heartening. It was amazing, and it was a laugh track, and not laughing because they're laughing at you. They're laughing, with you, I guess. They're getting the true comedy of it. And it is campy, but there is this very funny element to the film. And that was wonderful to see that. I was like, that is so cool. And having these young people too get really excited about it. And which is weird because I think back to when I was 20, I would not have wanted to see a film that was 50 years old, other than maybe Casablanca, or Wizard of Oz, or It's a Wonderful Life. That'd have been just about it. Those three films. So, and those are classic beyond classic. Those are three of the greatest films ever made, and they're still some of my favorites of all time. So it was so cool. And I asked, what did you like about it? Oh, it was campy and it was funny and it was different and it was exciting, but it was just very funny. And I was like, that is so great. And Bill, had that in mind, that campiness, when you're doing a full science fiction film with only a $300,000 budget. Now, granted, this was 1975 and 300,000 would be about, $2 million in today's dollars. But that's still, chump change for a science fiction film, which are probably $40-50 million they're spending just on the film alone. So they had to not cut corners, but they had to amp up the campiness and the comedy to make it really interesting, because they couldn't, have another 50-foot spider and another Volkswagen in the chassis with the spider, or have a billion spiders, crawling around. This is before FX or, green screens and things like that. So for what it is, and for the amount of just the great reaction that we've got from it, it's just been amazing. It's really, really cool to see.
Yeah, that is really cool. And it's interesting that you have younger folks, because JB said that he's like, younger folks are showing up to it who've never watched it before. And, that surprises me in a good way, because I've always loved B horror and campy horror films. And, and for me, the version that you guys got out now, I enjoyed many aspects of the new stuff. There were a couple of shots I was like, okay, but I enjoyed your stuff. And I'm not just saying that because you're here. I enjoyed the reporter stuff. I think my favorite segment was you on the scene with the news van, and you're reporting on the attack of the spider on the festival. I think that's like my favorite part of it. Just the way the whole dialogue is, that it goes, the cameraman going, hey, I think my kid's up there.
They're like, he's fine.
He's fine. You're just like, he's fine.
Well, I'm glad you like that, because it's Aaron Yanda from Chad Vader fame is the cameraman. And I called up Aaron right away and I said, Aaron, I got this role for you, but we can't afford your normal day rate, but we'll give you this. and drinks and food and halfway decent pay for the day. And he said, "Oh, hell yeah, I'll do it." And so we did a little improv, but Bill didn't really like the improv. But I said, "Well, Bill, this is video. Just let the camera run." So there was actually one part that I thought that they were going to keep. Now, when he says, "I think I think my son's down there," and I'm like, "Oh, he's okay." And then I go, he wasn't the chubby kid, was he? He's like, "Yes." And another one was, "He's okay." And then Aaron goes, "But I think I saw my son's jersey in the spider's mouth."
Wow. Oh man, that's hilarious.
It's so funny. And I'm working with Aaron Yonda on the 20th anniversary Chad Vader.
Yeah, lucky. It was funny, Chad Vader, because I mean they've been around. That's around as long as I've been on YouTube. I'm celebrating the 20th anniversary.
2006.
And they were one of the early folks too, and they went viral and they just exploded amazingly. And I used to do a web series with my little action figure, Stormtrooper action figure. It was a vlog of his, and I actually recorded when you could do video responses on YouTube channels for a very short time. I actually shot with my action figure in character. He was responding to a video, and they left it. They let it post, and they shared and commented. And
oh wow,
yeah. So I was really appreciative of that. I didn't think they would, because they were so big at that point. They took off. But they were kind enough, and the fact they're out of Wisconsin just, hey, shows you the talent that we have around here. Right?
Out of Madison. Oh, geez, yeah, out of Madison. That first video that was on, the front page of YouTube back in 2006 when they used to let them for days on end. That got, I think, 15 to 20 million views, just that episode alone. And then they did 4 seasons, 2006, not every year, but 2006 to 2012. And that now has over 100 million views.
Yeah. It's funny. It's hilarious stuff. It was fantastic. I enjoyed it. There was a part of me just starting out on YouTube going, "Oh man, look at these guys," with this. But at the same time, I was also very much enjoying it. And the fact they left my response up, and that got huge hits at the time.
Oh, that's great.
For leaving it up. I really appreciated them doing that, but I loved their stuff. So the fact you got them involved on this, and the fact that you're being involved in their 20th anniversary is really cool. And they've got, a huge following as well. So, that's creative stuff. But, that shows I've had a lot of Wisconsin folks, almost all, actually it was all Wisconsin folks I've had, almost all, one or two, talking during the streamathon. And it's part of the reason I did that was because I wanted to feature all you fine folks and show how much talent there is actually out here in Wisconsin that people may not equate film with Wisconsin. And I'm like, it's you should, because you've got Chad Vader, we've got we've got so many wonderful folks out here making great stuff that I think people don't realize comes from Wisconsin.
And now with the tax credits, the rebates that came into fruition January, February of this year, that is really going to hopefully attract, but also I think generate filmmakers from within the state to set goals of spending that 100,000 minimum to get the 30% tax credit back. And now the city of Superior, up in near Duluth, but Superior, Wisconsin, has their own film tax credits.
Oh, really?
So they're stackable. So you can add those onto the 100,000 or the 30% from the state. So now I think theirs is like 20 or 25% cash back. Yeah. So, and I think the minimum buy-in for the city is either 10,000 or 25,000. I don't know for a fact which one it is, but that alone, once you have a cast and crew with hotels and food and transportation, that gets eaten up real quick.
Oh yeah.
So and so that's good money for the city of Superior. And then you're hiring your PAs and craft services and drivers and all those jobs that people in Superior could get while the film is up there. There's some really high-ended jobs that are very specialized. So you're not going to get someone who's a DP with $150,000, red camera, or, a director, or, but you do have a lot of people who are educated and hardworking, like a lot of Wisconsinites are, that would love to have pretty halfway decent, well-paying jobs for 2, 3, 4 weeks at a time.
Sure.
And Superior is really kind of cool. It's right on Lake Superior.
Mhm.
Across, the river is Duluth. So between the two of them, it's about 100,000, maybe 125,000 people. So it's not in the middle of boondocks. You're, you have all the amenities of a city would have. And I've done pictures, I've done films where, like on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota, where there is, it's the size of Connecticut, the Pine Ridge Reservation. They have one Taco Bell and one supermarket, when it's not even really a supermarket,
Sure.
It's a market. And it's vast, plains basically, and sprinkled with a home here, and then you go 5 miles, there's another home, and then
Right. Yeah.
and all kinds of stuff. So that's difficult. But yeah, I'm excited about just to see what Wisconsin has in store with these tax rebates, and how to be a part of it too. That's interesting and exciting as well.
Well, yeah, and like I said, you are a hardworking man, and you've been doing this for a while. You got a number of films under your belt over the ages, but you've seen, how has the landscape changed for the better or worse for indie filmmaking? Because now a lot of people, as we've talked about it before, and we were talking about before in the Streamathon, you've got your equipment now in your hand. You've got, you've got a film studio on your desk. How has it changed, I would say, for the better, and maybe changed for not the worst, but it fallen off a bit?
Yeah. And it's democratized it. That's first and foremost. Anybody that could get a halfway decent lighting rig and lavaliers and a boom mic and a camera, a 4K camera, you can lights, camera, action. You can start shooting. The problem with it is Hollywood kind of shot themselves in their feet, both of their feet, when they started making these $200-300 million films, to the exclusion of the small dramas and some of the action, adventure type stuff. They go with Marvel, and they go with, Superman versus Aquaman versus Avatar,
Sure.
all those things. And so they were, back in the day, 30, 40 years ago, they would have this pile of money, 500 million, and they'd go, we'll spend 80 million on this film, but then we'll do 20 million on this drama, and then 15 million on this horror, and then they spread it out. Now they have their eggs literally in one or two baskets. And you see that surprise, like Backrooms and Obsession and some of these lower budgeted films, that gives hope, but also the platforms that you can get it on, is amazing as well. And that's relatively, the last 10, 15 years, even with Tubi is amazing. And some are better than others for the filmmaker. But I always tell people, if you have that goal to become a filmmaker, shoot a film. Just no one's going to be knocking on your door, and,
you can post as much as you want your experience. No one's going to be like, oh, hey.
No, not. And, but if you could start making things and showing them, and it doesn't matter where they're at, show it at, a bar restaurant that has a big screen in there. And a lot of them have because of the Packer games, which is cool. They've got those widescreen, the screens that come down from the ceiling, and those things are amazing. Those are 4 or 5 feet across, and you could get 50, 60 people in there comfortably to watch it. And, go to the bar owner and the restaurant owner and say, hey, can you give us a deal on soda and beer and pizza while we're doing this? They'd love it. Well, I got 50 people here drinking and eating, and so everybody wins, in that scenario, but you want to get it in front of people, and you want people to see your product. It's all fine and good to make a film, but if it's just you and your buddies in your living room, and that's okay if that's your goal, but you want to get people, you want eyeballs on your project. And that's the bottom line. And then work it from there. You start with a bar and then get into a cinema and try to do a 4-wall, or try to rent it, or try to do a deal, a 60-40 or 70-30 split, and do all the hard work, do all the promotions via social marketing and media, and get people there. And like with Rogers Cinema now and State Theaters, we have a really good track record for other projects. You know, that was their most, you know, watched film of the year was Giant Spider Invasion, which is really cool. And we were just there for an extended weekend. It wasn't a full week, you know, and they did really, really well. And Bill Rebane did great with merch, selling all the posters and the DVDs. And it was weird because I didn't want to steal any of his thunder because he's a living legend and I'm, you know, an alcoholic. So I just kind of stood kind of ancillary to the table. But then people would come up and have me sign all this stuff. And then they brought me Twister's Revenge, which is one of Bill's films. And he's like, could you sign my Twister's Revenge poster? I go, do you know that I wasn't in that? I don't care. So I ended up signing films I wasn't even in. But that was so amazing. And again, just to see Bill Rebane at 89, seeing these people and people lined up for the films and lined up to buy merch, and it was really kind of cool. At the end of that night, we had to drive them back, JB and I, up way past Merrill,
right?
And he was in seventh heaven. He was just like, this was such a great night, and you know, he wanted to stop and at a bar restaurant and buy us a dinner and drinks, and JB's like, you know, Bill, we got another 4 or 5 hour trip.
we got still some time to go.
Yeah, we can't celebrate. You know, we can celebrate when we get closer to the Fox cities, you know, Appleton or Oshkosh, but he was in seventh heaven. And to see the original director 50 years later at 89 that happy, that was a good moment.
Well,
that was a really good moment.
That's awesome that you had that moment, for sure. And you wear multiple hats. I'm not kidding, folks, when I say that Mr. Dan Davies here not only is actor, who is a big bulk of your work, but as you can tell, producer as well, learning the business. How has those two positions, or doing the multiple positions as you do in indie film, has that helped you in your acting? Knowing kind of the business, directing, you know, all of those little hats, does that help you in your acting, and vice versa? Does acting help you kind of, you know, understand the other positions? Kind of how do they complement each other?
Yeah, I always, you know, because I studied a lot of my favorite actors are kind of hands-on people that eventually ended up, a lot of them, directing and or producing. And a great actor should know about lighting, and should know about sound, and should know about the cameras, and should know all of these things. And the business, you know, it's called show business. We're part of the show, but then the other half is business. They should realize about, you know, timetables and time schedules and overtime and all these things, and know what it takes to produce a film, even a short film. All that entails. It'll give an actor a better understanding and an appreciation of the craft, knowing that it's just not them. There's, you know, 30, 40 other people working all in conjunction to get this project off the ground. And for me, that was humbling too, because once you learn about all the jobs, and it's like, these jobs are tough, you know. You know, I got it easy. You know, I've got somebody that has my coffee and bagel and does my hair and makeup and make sure that I'm not overheating, and, you know, just, you know, and they're out gutting, you know, in 90-degree weather and humping it. And if the more you can learn about film, because that's the thing too, I always tell people, eventually you might want to.
Oh, I think we lost you there for a minute. Uh-oh. We did run into a problem. Hopefully he can come back. We lost you for a minute, Dan. Hopefully he can come back. He was in mid-sentence too. Of course, that's always the way it goes, right? When someone's in mid-sentence, that's when the tech issue happens. So it looks like he will come back, folks. Dan Davies will be back. We will definitely work to get him back. Hopefully soon he can reconnect. Joys of technology. So, I think he's coming back to us. Come back to us, Dan. Come back to us. But I think we're going to take this moment to just say, if you haven't yet, please check out the QR code, the button, the link in the description, and donate to the Alzheimer's Association. If you haven't already, please do so. It helps us out quite a bit to try to get closer to our goal. And that's what we're doing this whole streamathon for our 20th anniversary over the next 2 days. And hopefully we can get Dan back here. I think he's coming back.
Can you hear me, Mark?
We can hear you now. We're back.
Right.
Hey, all right.
Okay.
Fantastic. Of course, I did it to you in mid-sentence, right?
I don't know. Can you see me at all? It's okay.
We can't see you, but that's okay. We got your voice, which is the important part, the dulcet tones of Andy. Oh, there we go. Hey, there he is.
Okay.
The joys of technology, right? I mean,
that's awesome. I can't see you, but that's okay too. I can hear you.
As long as you can hear me, you don't need to see my face either, so that's okay.
Okay, great. But you can hear me and see me, right?
Absolutely, we can. Thank you.
And I guess to reiterate, you know, a filmmaker, an actor, a screenwriter, a director should know and have an appreciation for all the jobs on set. Mm-hmm. You know, and understand why a director might be a little bit short with you because he's under a lot of pressure or they're running behind time, and you know, your most days on films are 12 to 16 hour days.
Right.
So you get really burnt out really fast, and you want, the setup is half the battle. That takes the most time is setting the cameras and lights and gaffing and electrical and sound. And it's the more that I learned about it, the more I appreciated it, and the more I love acting. But I think, and I love writing, I think probably even more so than acting. It's more creative. Mm-hmm. And I don't mind directing. I've directed before, but I love acting and I love writing, and producing I don't always appreciate.
Well, that's a tough job. I've learned over the years just how tough producing is, and
it's tough because it's a thankless job. Mm-hmm. And you're under the gun from many different angles. You're under the directors, the actors, the cast, crew. I mean, you're plugged into all of them, and that gets to be draining a lot of times too. And I'm of the producer, I'm boots on the ground.
Sure.
And I tell that to people. A great producer is always boots on the ground. Even an EP, an executive producer, there's always like the silent money, that just said, I'll give you money, but I don't want anything to do with it. And that's fine,
sure.
But if I have skin in the game, I want to be there. Mm-hmm. And I don't like lord it over. I think a lot of times people are like, when I'm on set, they're like, oh, Dan Davies he's done over 50 films, and I'm very laid back.
Sure.
And I'm very, I have that esprit de corps. I have that teammate mentality. I want it for the greater good. Anything that I do, even if I make a suggestion, I'll pull the director aside and just say, hey, I just got a suggestion, and you can take it or leave it, but I think this is why you should do it this way. But then I tell them exactly why they should do it this way, or maybe change a line or two. But I just don't come in and say, oh, you should be shooting here and doing this without giving them an explanation, or changing a word or two because it's redundant or whatever. Just, I don't say, get that line out of here. I say, I say that line is redundant because we said it 4 pages back.
Sure.
and you're kind of, burying the lead if you say it again. So we don't want to be too on the nose, too, ham-handed with it. We want to be a little clandestine, and secretive. So I always give an explanation, but I think people are always like, and I'm like, geez, I'm the most laid back. I try to be the most laid back person in the world, and I'm, I'm a little, like, soft little cuddly grizzly bear, but I'm still a grizzly bear.
You're still a grizzly bear, though.
Yeah, but if you pet me, and rub my head and give me honey and beer and food,
You're
I'm
a happy
fine.
bear. You're a happy bear.
I'm a happy bear.
That's
But then if you keep pushing, then I'm a 1,500-pound Kodiak with its claws and teeth out. But I give people so many opportunities to mess up.
Mm-hmm.
And I always wanted to be that way, to give people an opportunity to make a mistake and then tell them why they made the mistake, and then I'd have them say, I'd want them to say, hey, I'm so sorry. I'll do it better next time. Or you're absolutely right. I shouldn't have done it that way. I'll learn, for sure next time. And that's how you learn. And, for me, it was always when I messed up, I got thrown off a building, in my family, literally. So I'm very cautious about just being very cognizant of how I go about that. And which is odd too, because people don't really, and it's very strange, and I don't really like it, to be honest with you. I'm not afforded that same treatment a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
So when I come on to set, I have to be as close to perfect as possible.
Sure.
And I hate saying that, but I'm very forgiving when people mess up, but people usually aren't that way to me, which I don't understand that, but so I've learned that lesson numerous times on films in the last 15 years. So I really have to come well prepared and get my stuff done and not allow myself to mess up, because if I do, it's major. And people,
that's unfortunate you don't have that kind of leeway
leeway
for that, because everybody's gonna make mistakes or whatnot, and it's a team effort too. Making a film is a team effort. I mean, we've reviewing films for so many years that I have, it's like, man, production was great. Everybody's performances were great. That script sucked. You know what I mean? And it's unfortunate that you get that element of man, this is really good, but you have the one element that'll stick out if everyone's not kind of working together for the same goal. But not having that leeway can also put the extra pressure on you.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. But it really helps me, prepare. I wish it wasn't always that way. To be honest with you, I wish, there was a little, give and take. But I've learned that lesson, and you just have to come in exceptionally well prepared. And I've also learned the lesson of, and I tell this to everybody, if someone messes up on set, be the first to own up to it. Say, hey, right. I made a mistake. I was wrong, and I'm going to do better next time. And someone suggested I move the camera over here, and I didn't. They were right, and I was wrong. It's real difficult for people to ever have that mea culpa, that moment of saying, I am wrong. It's so difficult to say that, because we hate, obviously, being wrong. But if you can be the first to admit it and also point out who was right, you're in like Flynn, because it's so rare and difficult for people to say that they've messed up. Right. They're always trying to point fingers, or it wasn't my fault, it was because of this, and this. But I'm the first person to tell people, yeah, that's my fault. And I almost do it in slow motion. I'll say, I'm wrong, and you were right. I really want them was wrong. But I really want people to realize that it's so important to fess up and to say those things, and then to work better the next time so it doesn't happen again.
Well, and if you fess up, you move things along a lot quicker. You go,
Yeah.
you know what? We did that shot great, but it's my fault. I didn't have the camera focused in. We're going to have to do it again. I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's focused now. Can we do it again? And then people like, oh, okay, that's what happened. That's what we've got. Let's move on.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
You know, because this isn't high school anymore. This is real
No.
life.
It is.
Some people handle it like high school occasionally. And you're just like,
it's weird. I've even been in the position in the film West of Thunder. We filmed that in an 1890s town in the southwest corner of Wisconsin, near Potosi in Platteville or Cassville. And then we shot it at the Pine Ridge Reservation in Agua Dulce, California. But when we were at Cassville, at this 1890s town, I had a brain fart. And I was supposed to come into the sheriff's office and say this line, and I kept messing up. And I it was the damnedest thing. And I had no, I probably took 9, 10, 11 takes for me just to get this line out. And I was very tired because we had gone already 10, 12 days and 15 hours, but that's still no excuse. And I literally pulled everybody aside and apologized and said, because of my faux pas here, I added probably another hour to our day almost. And, it wasn't fair. Right. And I told people that. And I said, do you accept my apology? And I'll work better next time to be better prepared. And there was no excuse. I literally just had a brain fart. But that's important to do that. And people on set were like, oh, you didn't have to do that. I go, yeah, I have to do that because I messed up. Mm-hmm. And it added 45 minutes to an hour to an already long day. But people appreciated that. They came later and said that was really cool that you did that. And I was like, well, it needed to be done.
you had to just to explain it. Yeah, no. And it's great that you were able to do that and that they were accepting of it. And I think a lot of people, if you rather just come up and say, hey, that was on me, I did that, then it kind of usually takes the wind out of the situation too much too, to where you're like, okay, well, let's fix it. Let's get on the horse again and fix it and push forward with it. And especially with indie films. I mean, you've worked on the huge productions, but you've also worked on the very small productions. And when you get those middle to smaller productions, there's not a whole lot of extra time to argue or go back and forth or whatever. You gotta keep going because you only got that location for a day.
You bet. And in great filmmaking is finding answers to questions, right? Because you're gonna questions and obstacles will arise throughout the day. You might not get the right location. The location, we thought we could be there at 10 a.m., but the place doesn't open till noon. They thought it was noon. You got 2 hours. What are we going to do? So it's always about finding solutions to those obstacles on a daily basis, on an hourly basis. Mm-hmm. And if you're able to do that and think on your feet and say, well, we can't waste 2 hours, guys. Let's set something up and do a quick scene. We can maybe get his scene where he's doing his monologue and boom, boom, boom. And so it's all about solution finding. And that's what great filmmakers do. And that's really kind of fun too. It's like a jigsaw puzzle in finding the right pieces in it. But especially independent film, you got to wear many hats because a lot of times you're a skeleton crew of 6, 7 people, and some of the films I've been on, there have been 50, 60 people, 60, 70 people, and which is cool because then you can just kind of concentrate on just acting. And for me, it's acting and eating because, the food on set usually is just amazing. So
the craft services is so tempting. I've heard on
it
the
is,
larger,
and
on
especially
the
in LA and Atlanta, it's it's or overseas, it's amazing. And I try not to gain a lot of weight when I'm on set doing films, but you know, sometimes you do, because it's just, you have downtime, and it's a Wisconsinite at like an all you can drink or all you can eat buffet.
Yeah, no, that's an explosive combination, like permanently
It is.
explosive.
You know, it's like, even with a trip to Jamaica, when we're filming in Jamaica, we had to do a little problem shooting.
Sure.
And the hotel we were at, which was an all-inclusive hotel, was under construction. So the manager said to our whole cast and crew, said, "I'm so sorry, it's going to be loud. You guys need your sleep. We own a few other places in Jamaica. Would you like to check those out?" So the director and one of the executive producers didn't know I was right behind them. And so they're talking to this guy, and he apologizes, and he goes, "Well, are there all-inclusive ones where they have all you can drink, you know, alcohol?" And the hotel manager goes, "Yeah, we have 3 of those, and we have one that's just all you can eat food, but not alcohol." And so they go, "Well, we're going to go with the all you can eat food and no alcohol, because we have Dan Davies on our cast."
Dang Wisconsinites, those damn Wisconsinites.
And then I'm like, "What?" So then I click him on his shoulder, and he turns around and goes, "Oh shit, you're right behind me." I go, "I heard every word." He goes, "But it's true." I'm like, "Oh, you know,
I'm not lying here.
I'm not lying." I'm like, "Yeah, you're right." But yeah, then everybody was like, "Oh, we can't go to an all-inclusive because Dan Davies was going to drink the hotel out of beer and brandy." Like, wait, what? You know,
all of it.
Not all of it.
I'd some, you know, you share.
A little.
We're from the Midwest.
So that's
we share, you know.
Yeah. So it's been really a great adventure, and there's so many great, you know, projects coming up. You know, you mentioned Giant Spider Invasion, and J.B. Thompson is directing The Visitor that Ezekiel Drews wrote, and we're filming that in Lake Mills, Wisconsin, starting first thing tomorrow morning. And that's, you know, that's going to be fun. And it's part of the script is in Ukraine, the Ukrainian language, which is just very difficult. But so tonight I'm really kind of doubling down on my memorization and getting myself all set for the start of the shoot. But yeah, that's really cool when you can keep these projects going with filmmakers that are motivated and that are bright and that are hardworking, and that's really, really cool.
And we also have yes, Mr. President, in your head of state.
The deep state.
The deep state. That's what it was. Yeah. How are you done shooting that and all of that?
So it's a sequel to Happy Birthday,
right? Yep.
Which won like over 50 film awards. And Ezekiel Drews did an amazing job helming that as well. And so this is the sequel to it. It's actually a prequel to it, because my character in Happy Birthday doesn't survive. So they have me come in prior to this pandemic. And I'm kind of like I guess if Bill Clinton and Donald Trump had a baby, that's who I'd be.
Oh wow, that's a mental image I didn't need, but
nobody needs that. Yeah. So that's been really fun. So they got the proof of concept for that. It's about 30 some minutes long.
Okay, sure.
So it's essentially like a TV pilot, basically. But we filmed that starting last summer and over about a 3-4 month period. And we're going to show that snippets of that August 15. I've got a book coming out. The sequel to A Forest Dark, A Forest Savage, is coming out August 15th, and we're having a book signing at Tardigrade's bookshelf in Appleton, Wisconsin. But they also have a large screen and projector. We're going to show some really cool little vignettes that are ancillary to the book, called Miriam Tribunan, the Mother of Invention. Supernatural kind of weird, freaky stuff. Sure. And then we've got the Deep State proof of concept, which will be essentially its premiere on August 15. And that's really, really cool. So really, you know, got my work cut out because I still have to finish the book. So I'm about 2/3, I'm about 3/4 of the way done with the book right now. And so I'm concentrating, this weekend, with
the acting,
Visitor.
and then you go back to the writing, and you just
which I've got all of next week kind of cordoned off just to get the book pretty much done to get it to Amazon, KDP. So so that's going to be cool. And with Giant Spider and Deep State and The Visitor and Chad Vader 20th anniversary, it's really been kind of cool. I just need to keep working hard and keep saying my prayers, eating my vitamins, and like Hulk Hogan, right?
Yeah. Say your prayers, eat your vitamins, listen to your mom and dad. Yeah. No. Let me tell you, brother. Yeah.
All right, brother.
Yeah, all right, brother. You gotta act, brother. Just act, brother. Yeah.
Oh man, that was a bummer when he died. Hulk Hogan.
He was an interesting character, but wrestling, that's a Midwest staple around here for sure.
It is, and I think a lot of those wrestlers don't much live past 70. I think that they brutalize their body so bad, and then when you add in steroids and all the abuse that their body takes just with the human growth hormone and steroids that they were taking, all those guys that were that huge, over 300 pounds, not many of them, gosh, a lot of them didn't live much past 50 or 60. And have Ric Flair is like one of the few, but Ric Flair wasn't
he wasn't a muscle guy though. No, Hogan, you could tell when. That's what's always interesting, is not to get out of wrestling tangent, but you could always tell with Hogan when they really pushed down and pushed back about them not using steroids. The 24-inch pythons weren't exactly 24 inches anymore.
No.
It's just so weird how they just kind of, we didn't mention that anymore.
Yeah. It's weird too, when you have Lex Luger and a lot of these guys that were these really big muscle heads and almost like bodybuilder turned wrestlers, and the amount of physical problems that those guys have is just a lot of them are in wheelchairs in their 50s, 60s, and 70s, and wow, is it worth it? I mean,
you ask a lot of them, they say because they enjoyed that, much like you enjoy acting and pushing yourself and doing all kinds of projects. That was their thing, and you got to respect that at least. And I respect you quite a bit, sir, and your work for sure. It's always a pleasure.
Well, thank you, Mark.
So
thank you so much, and thank you for supporting and always being in our corner. Giant Spider Invasion and Ed Gein the Musical and all the projects that we do, and love to see you there August 15. We have a Bill Rebane Bash at the Time Cinema in Oshkosh August 8th.
Yeah, I heard about that.
There. Yeah, so we'll be there with Giant Spider Invasion, myself and Bill Rebane, signing everything and just having a good time. We're looking forward to that. September 11th at Milwaukee International Short Film Festival. Ross Bigley's September 11th. We got Giant Spider Invasion. So lots of fun stuff. Lots of great stuff. And where can they follow all this great stuff for you, sir? Do you have a site or Instagram or what do you want? So dandavies.org, which I do need to update, actually. Thank you for reminding me. Sure. So dandavies.org. And if people now, my Wikipedia page gets pretty much updated as well, which is cool. So just Dan Davies actor on Wikipedia, and Grokpedia, which is even better than Wikipedia, is Dan Davies actor as well on Grokpedia. And whatever that AI, that Terminator keeps my page up, up to snuff. So you just want to double check on Grok, because sometimes, they want to just put something in there that they want. Yeah. Never sure. But thank you much, Dan Davies. Support independent cinema, folks. Thank you so much. Please like, subscribe, and also donate if you haven't yet. Please donate to the Alzheimer's Association. We appreciate all the support, and every little bit counts. And we will talk to you again soon, Dan. When more things come out, I'm sure we will definitely see you around. Oh, thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate you and all you do for independent film in the Midwest and in Wisconsin. Well, we try, sir. We try. Thank you. Okay, buddy. Take care.
here we are. Yes, it is a Final Cut 20th anniversary special. That is an opening from 15 years ago that I used to use for my shows. So I've been doing the retro openings. And yes, I have another wonderful person who has been a guest on our channel many times over the years. It is filmmaker and a creative, a multi-talented person. Tanya Atomic is with us. How you doing, Tanya?
Hello, I'm doing really well. How about you?
Doing very well. Just busy doing all of these wonderful things, trying to mark this milestone, whatever that means, for being on YouTube for 20 years. I don't know what that says about me, but nonetheless, I'm still here. So
It's great. We love it.
well, today I love it because doing these specials, I have my guests pick the film that we are going to review. And tonight we are going to review a film that is a Robin Williams film that some folks may not realize is out there. And I'm so glad she picked it, because not only is our film called The Final Cut, but our show, but the film tonight that we're talking about is The Final Cut from from what, 2004, I think it is. So before we dive into it though, Tanya, why don't you tell my fine folks out there just a little bit about yourself?
Well, I'm primarily a filmmaker, indie filmmaker. I'm known mostly for Monos Returns, which is the sequel to Monos: The Hands of Fate, the notorious worst film ever made. Although people argue it's not like actually the worst film, but it has the title of the worst film ever made. I've also done a few other films, some comedies. I did Plain Devil. I have a film that just came out, A Stab at Love, which was a mix between comedy and horror. Hobo with the Trash Can. And hopefully for there's several other movies coming out. I'm also an actress. If you look me up, I'm in a lot of movies, and I'm in a lot. I realized this one time. I'm in a lot of sequels.
Oh, well, there you go.
Most of the movies I'm in are sequels, and some of them are pretty high numbers, like part 6, part 7, that kind of thing. So it's kind of funny. But yeah, so I feel like I have a history of being in sequels and creating sequels, and
you're a sequel scream queen. There we go. And tonight you picked The Final Cut, starring Robin Williams, among other fine folk, from 2004. Would you be able to give a brief synopsis of The Final Cut?
Yeah, it is a little bit different than what I even expected. Reading a little bit about it before going in, but it's a sci-fi film set in a world where people can buy for themselves or for their children, actually, an implant which records all of your memories. And then upon dying, there's these people, and this is their profession. They're called cutters, and they actually edit together sort of a little bit of history of your life, so that friends and family can have a memory of you out of your memories, like a movie of your memories that they can watch. And the job of cutter is kind of like, it seems kind of like a union thing or something, where they have yeah, they have a creed, and they have meetings and things like that. And Robin Williams played his character is a cutter, and he has memories of his own that haunt him, and he as well as he is interested in other people's memories. It's his job is actually consumes him. He very much reviews these people's lives for the most part, and finds honor in the crafting these what I forget what they're called, rememories.
Rememories, yeah.
Yeah, of these little movies that he makes of their memories for the friends and family, and he finds honor in that. And along with that, there's a social movement that is against these memories. It's against the implants.
It's Zoe, yeah, iTech and Zoe, I believe it's called.
Yeah, yeah, and they they it's like part of their ideology is that they don't believe people should be recording these memories or creating these rememory movies because it is sort of a false way to look at someone because you're just cherry picking out of their lives, and it creates a view of a person that is not accurate, and they believe that it's actually keeping people further from
Mhm.
action and further from the truth because it is so heavily edited. And I don't want to spoil too much. There's just stuff, that has to do with Robin Williams' memories. He's a cutter with dealing with other people's memory. I guess they're the deceased people's memories because that's when you can take the implant out.
Right.
So it's only of the deceased. So it's like him dealing with memories of his past while he's also dealing with memories of the deceased past and how that interweaves with his current life and how that is affected also by the anti memory
Movement, yeah.
movement. Yeah.
Yeah, it's his name is aptly named Alan Hackman.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, that's a bit on the nose.
Yeah.
But what made you want to pick this one?
It was called The Final Cut.
Oh, the final cut for the final cut. No, I love it. I love the
Picked it
duality
solely for the name.
We've got a wonderful duality here, but also this I remember seeing this film a number of years ago when it came out on video. I didn't see it in the theater, but I did see it when it came out on video, and I was impressed by it because this is later Robin Williams, so this is him doing more dramatic and darker stuff. He was also doing 1 Hour Photo. He did, which is a really dark film for Robin Williams to be a part of. I don't know if you've seen that one, but 1 Hour Photo is such a dark movie. And I think, let's see, because he did this one in 2004. I'm trying to see quick when 1 Hour Photo was. I believe that's what it was called, was 1 Hour Photo. Yeah, 1 Hour Photo. So that was the year before this. A couple years before this, he had done 1 Hour Photo. Then he had done Death to Smoochie, Insomnia, and then this. So he is in a more darker. He was taking a more darker, dramatic turn with his picks, and I really dig this film. It's I like it because it's science fiction without over explaining the science fiction part.
That's what I liked about it too. Yeah, you have to just get it in bits and pieces as you're watching it and hearing the dialogue and watching what they were doing with it. You had to kind of piece together the world.
Right. They don't but they do enough to give you enough elements to where you can kind of flesh out the way the world is. And given the age of Alan, who through a number of different scenes or whatnot, we pick up that he's 51. So I related to that because that's very close to me, to my age. But he's 51, and the event that we saw, way back was like when he was 10 or something. It's like, so it's like 40 years. So, and it's implied that this tech's been around for a while. So this is in the future, but it's not future where you have flying cars in that. You just have this one aspect with the Zoetech, with the Zoetech from iTech, they're recording. And I liked that. I liked that it wasn't a huge scope sci-fi, but yet enough to where you get, because most of the stuff was practical, like what we're used to today with the way you live. And in fact, some of it seemed retro, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, like the way they did his editing bay, it was wood instead of, like plastic parts. It was really cool. His editing bay was amazing.
You want that for a film editing bay, don't you? You're just like, yeah, I'd love to have that set up for a film editing bay.
Yeah, I feel like there are definitely things I related to in
Mhm.
this movie because I have edited footage before, and you're scrolling through a ton of footage to find the best stuff to put something together to make it, you kind of create something that
Mhm.
wasn't there, even if it's a documentary, you're kind of creating it your own way, but by cherry picking what you want in there. So I kind of related to that. And I also liked the theme of um, memories and traumatic memories affecting
Mhm.
you as an adult, and the whole like I wish I could just delete that. There's a part where he's editing somebody else's rememory, someone who's passed on, and there's like parts that he just cuts and deletes.
He just,
And
yeah, he completely eliminates.
yeah, and I think it has to do with, like bad memories we wish we never thought of anymore. Wish you could just cut and delete that part. And I think that just is something people can relate to for sure.
Yeah, it's just the grief. It explores a lot about what we think we remember and what actually happens,
Hmm.
and how those, especially in grieving, because this is one of the, I think, underlying themes it explores, is how people want to grieve, or they want to remember a person that they loved that passed, versus what that person may have actually done in real life. Because Alan, he deals with the higher profile memory ones, but also tend to be the ones that are the darkest ones, the ones of people that have the most disturbing secrets with them. But he handles it, as we deduce, because of what had happened in his past. It's kind of, he mentions at one point the sin eater, and that's kind of what he is in this. It is a sin eater. And yeah, I thought this is a type of sci-fi I really like. It's done on a limited budget. It's only 90 minutes, but they tell a lot of story.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in there having to do with memories, guilt. They're like he's an observer,
Hmm.
and you know, almost in a way he has. I feel like maybe it's within their creed that they have to be confidential
Right.
about what they see because it is so private. And there are it deals with some issues of privacy too. Because there's a part where, because Miro Sorvino has either a past relationship or some sort of it's complicated relationship
Yeah.
with her, and he's watching someone else's memory of her, and she finds it an invasion of privacy. And so there's just a lot of human stuff in here, and dealing with things of memory, privacy, intimacy, shame about past, about something you may or may not have done in the past. And um, a lot of that stuff is in here in a way where it's just woven within the story.
Mhm. And Robin Williams everybody else does okay in here, but Robin Williams really puts in a nuanced performance, I think, in here for
Mhm.
him. Because we're used to him kind of being the guy out there, being a character or whatnot. But in here, seeing him play this kind of introvert, shy guy who we realize is due to this, this traumatic event he had. He plays it so well, and it's one of those things where I really like him in here, especially as the film moves on and he learns some more secrets about things, how his character changes. I think
Mhm.
this is a great performance by Robin. I really
Yeah.
do.
He does kind of a less is more thing in
Mhm.
this one. Definitely very what do you call it? Constrained
Constrained, yes.
type of, yeah.
Yeah, if you're expecting funny man Williams, you never really get that out. You don't even really get quippy Williams with this.
Mhm.
He really plays it straight in here, and I like that. Yeah, the relationship he had with Mira Sorvino's character Delilah, that was an odd dynamic. I'm like trying to figure out exactly, and it was leading up to a specific moment where they have a conflict about privacy and that. And I'm like, is that the only reason they put this in here? Because they don't do a whole lot with that,
Yeah.
outside of trying to show his character maybe trying to care about someone.
Yeah, I felt like they were kind of at the tail end of something, or it hadn't been working out or something. But I did also feel like it was there to show how he was not a very social person, and he didn't really have his own social life, or he was trying to, but wasn't doing very well at it. And really, he was living his life through the memories of these deceased people.
Well, and it all hinges on to, and that's another, I think, thing that is being explored by this film is guilt, severe guilt that he's carrying for something that happened. And that has defined, you get the impression that's defined his whole being, is carrying that weight. And part of the thing we see when we pick up in his life is him dealing with that. And that shows as well of how not letting go of something or coming to terms with something can affect you because it's affected him quite a bit in here.
Yeah.
And made him more introvert, which makes you wonder if that event didn't happen, how he would be.
Right. I think it does, just the way they show him. He definitely keeps returning to that. And I think it did change him, because they show him as a child, his memory happened when he was young, and they show him as a child, and he's much more carefree and outgoing, and he definitely is not that same person when we see him as an adult.
No, he isn't. And I had forgotten after I watched this the first time, the cultural aspect, the protesters of the rememory stuff, and kind of this underlying subplot with these folks, which kind of comes together with Alan's story near the end. But these folks ramping up their protests against the Zoetech and the rememory stuff. I forgot about that, but I forgot it escalates so badly. But we've kind of seen that recently in protests and such, how they escalate, with a cultural thing. And privacy is a big subject today. So it's funny watching this film. I'm like, this is only like a half a step away from being relevant to topics today, especially about privacy and what folks know, right? Because of social media. I mean, this is like going through someone's social media.
Right. Yeah, at the time when this movie came out, there wouldn't have been, I mean, there was social media, but it wasn't like it is today.
No.
And there is a lot more out there that it's harder for people to be private unless they're offline.
Right.
So it's interesting how some of the issues in the movie would have been more metaphoric then, I think, and now they could be very much literal.
Yeah, right. And that's what I kind of picked up when I'm watching this, going, I'm like, this is not far from people, what people have been talking about now with, Ring cameras and other things, Google glasses, where you're being filmed now and you may not realize you're being filmed, or someone may be seeing this footage that, and they kind of touch on that. That's what the protesters, but more so the protesters in this are against the rememory stuff because of the cherry picking of the memories to try to make the person look good because they passed. And I thought that was an interesting thing, that's what kind of they were protesting, was the fact that, one, all of everything's recorded, so there's no privacy for the other people you are around when they're recording this. But also just the idea of, this ends up covering up bad things for people.
Yeah.
It,
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know how much there's a character, Jim Caviezel's character used to be a cutter, and so I
right.
don't know how much he's either he turns to be one of the protesters. I don't know how much he influenced them, but
I yeah.
I think as far as his character, he's seen that he doesn't like the fact that certain people, especially people maybe that had more money that were able to purchase these kind of things, are the kind of people that might be committing crimes that end up getting covered up.
Right.
And I think that was what he saw. So I don't know if he influenced other protesters about
I
that.
I think he developed the impression I got with Fletcher was that he kind of developed on his own, and that's what drew him to the protesters. You know, I think
Mm-hmm.
the protesters were there all along. Him, at least for the group in the area that is bugging, like Alan and his group, I think maybe Fletcher helped influence them. But this, you get the impression this is a movement that's bigger than this. It
Yeah.
just so happens that they're near the company, the headquarters of this technology that's been around for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I think they do very well in here. The director of this film is Omar Naim. Naim. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that, but they hadn't done a whole lot. In fact, this was like their third feature. The other two before that was a film called When Simon Sleeps, and then a Grand Theater Tale Beirut. So almost like a documentary. And there wasn't much done after by this director, but I really liked how they handled this whole story. You know, this is something that's telling a lot through efficient filmmaking, because there's not a whole lot of extra set pieces in that, but yet enough to give you the impression of the tech and the world they live in. And I think it's, you know, I think it's really well done. What
Mm-hmm.
about you?
Yeah, I was impressed when it started, just how, they show you scenes, and then you really do have to put it together mentally, but the information's there for you to do that. But I was impressed with that. Like, they never tried to overspell anything out for you or try to come across with the, like, here's what you're supposed to think now, here's what you're supposed to feel now. I didn't get any of that. I just got, oh, this is an interesting idea. My
Mhm.
my mind actually wants to explore what this means, what this could mean in my life, kind of thing. And I really liked that. I mean, if I was going to nitpick, there were just a few little things towards
Mhm.
the end that could have been, I'm not sure, but there were a few little pieces of dialogue that felt like they were a little choppy. I don't know
Yeah.
if it has to do with the editing or what, but that's my only complaint, and I don't know why they were the way they were. Otherwise, I thought it was really well done.
Yeah, same here. This is more of an indie film with some, some big stars in it, some names. And the ending, I don't want to give away the ending, but I will just say the ending I thought was very interesting because of how events play out. And it involves the Fletcher character. I wasn't quite sure how to feel at the end, because we
Mhm.
realize what they're doing at the end, and it's a bittersweet
Mhm.
ending, because on one hand you're like, oh, okay, on the other hand you're like, oh, okay, because
Yeah.
where we got to at the end and what we had to do to get there
Yeah.
was definitely bittersweet, I think.
Yeah. There's a
um
there's a there's a resolution to sort of the overarching problem of the film, but then with the plot, it's definitely tragic.
yeah, it is a tragic film, so not exactly a happy ending, but an interesting one.
Mhm.
Just like the rest of this film, while it's not completely depressive, it's not exactly a happy film either. I mean, especially as they dive into, when we get Hackman talking to folks about who are grieving, talk about how they want to remember this person versus maybe the way that person actually was. So almost like people are lying to themselves in a way, and using the rememory as a way to kind of lie to themselves and ignore maybe the bad things that happened. And so, yeah, it's dark, folks. It deals with some dark subjects. So it is not exactly, I mean, it could trigger some folks. There are some situations presented, though briefly, and not shown completely, just implied, but still it goes to some dark places. But that's kind of the point. I never felt like those were put in there just to shock people. I think it was there to be more making a point, personally. What are your final thoughts with the final cut?
I thought it was really well done. I thought it definitely was dark. It wasn't like every moment you felt eerie or on edge or anything like that. But when you thought about the situations, it led to a darker part of the human psyche, of a real human psyche. People, the whole like idea of lying to yourself or not wanting to see truths. Even the name rememory, it's like it's not a real memory, it's an edited memory. And that has to do with the people, we lie to ourselves every day about certain things, or have the tendency to. And it had to do with that and why that was so dangerous, and also false memories that just happen naturally, and how that can also affect a person. And I thought those are very interesting and important things to explore, and I thought this movie did it really well.
Yeah, it did efficiently, really well, and within 90 minutes, it told a better story than some films take 2.5 hours to tell. So, I hope you enjoyed this review, folks. The Final Cut. I'd say go seek it out, especially if you're looking for Robin Williams' more serious work, and you like some interesting sci-fi that definitely covers topics to discuss as we have here tonight. So, Tanya, thank you so much. And now, where you got your chance to plug your license to shill. What would you like to shill?
Just you can find me anywhere, Tanya Atomic. My movie that just came out is called A Stab at Love. You can find that at skullfaceastronaut.com. He has a link to buy that DVD. Monosreturns.com. Check out Monos Returns. It's streaming lots of places. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for doing this, Tanya. And yes, folks, check those films out. They're a lot of fun for sure. And until next time, we will say, as we always do here, keep that ticket stub. And, and here we are. It is our special 20th anniversary final cut. And yes, lovely retro opening. One of the many openings I've used over these 2 decades I've been doing this crazy wild ride. Thank you for joining us, folks, today as we're talking movies here on the Final Cut. And I have with me a special guest. Yes, it is none other than the BFD himself, Mr. Glenn Bittner, one of the OG Spoiler Room members as well, is with us today. How you doing, Biff?
I'm doing good. Thank you, Mark. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Don't do that. You're creeping me out now, man. What are you gonna cast a spell on me or something there? I mean, you already got better hair than me, so I mean, you're welcome to. Don't do it. That's creepy, man.
What do you mean?
So yes, we have Mr. Glenn Bittner with us, and as I've done, in case you haven't watched the other specials, normally I'm picking the movie to review, but I left it up to my wonderful guest to pick the movie to review, and we talk today about a film that we covered on the Spoiler Room a number of years ago, but I very welcome to always revisit it and talk to new folks about it. And we're talking a 1977 House, or Houseu. Houseu. Yes. And Glenn picked this. And before we get into what this film is about, why'd you pick this one?
This is, I don't know, it's one of my, for whatever reason, it's one of my favorite movies. I've since the first time I saw it, which was college, so 34 years ago.
You mean last year? No, just kidding.
Yeah. It's just it's so off the wall and bizarre. It's I don't know, in some ways it reminded me a bit of like the original Evil Dead. So it's just, I don't know, it's just exceptionally bizarre.
That is a wonderful description for this. And what's funny is if you look at the IMDb description, it is accurate, but at the same time, just barely scratches the surface of what goes on in this film, because it says a schoolgirl and her 6 of her classmates travel to her aunt's country home, which turns out to be haunted. And that, if you want to get down to brass tacks, that's the very basic plot of this film. As with some horror films, their concept is fairly straightforward, but
yeah, I mean, it's on the barest surface, that is correct.
There's so much going on in this movie. That came out
like, I don't know, that's kind of like summing up the Bible as this woman gives an apple to her boyfriend. And that's where you leave it.
There you go. But there's so much more with this film, with names that are very on the nose for what type of characters they are, like Melody, who plays the piano, and Gorgeous, who's of course gorgeous, and Fantastic, who dreams a lot. And then you have
Kung
Fu, who, guess what she does?
She's a baker.
She's a baker. And yeah, so you have this interesting group of characters, and man, I get it too. This is, I only more recently watched it. It was one of those to where it's discussed in many cult movie and many of the groups of films that you and I both enjoy quite a bit. It's always been discussed. And then one time I sat down and watched it, and I'm like, I get it. I'm like, this film, it's like just someone took the rails off and they just said, here's somebody, whatever you make, make it 87 minutes or 97 minutes. That's what I need. and then the director just goes crazy, and it is so amazing because it goes to so many places you don't expect it to.
Yeah. I love the fact that there's a Criterion Collection edition of this.
And it looks gorgeous.
Yeah.
They remastered the shit out of this. I mean, it looked, because that's the version that I watched, and I'm like, wow, did they make this one? They clean it up well.
Yep.
And we're talking 77, so Star Wars, this is the year of Star Wars. This is only 2 years removed from Jaws, which you were mentioning before we hit the record button here. This was kind of a connection to Jaws in it. Well, it kind of
in a way. So yeah, Toho Studios, who made this movie, they greenlit this because they were trying to find like their version or their answer to like Jaws and Western horror. Popular Western horror, and they were hoping that this could be something that would do that. So, but it was interesting because no one at Toho none of the directors wanted to do it because they felt it would ruin them because the movie was too bizarre. and Obayashi, who did direct it, he wanted to, but they wouldn't give it to him because he was too inexperienced, they felt. But he made a manga series about the story. He did like commercials. He did like a whole bunch of other stuff, like merchandising, like that wasn't a movie. And when that all took off, they finally agreed to let him direct it.
So nice. So he used the marketing for the concept in order to get nice. Yeah. That's an interesting way to go about it. I mean, and we're talking, the late 70s. So that's not a bad way to go about that. I mean, that's the equivalent of doing, a website and building up your fan base before you actually ever shoot a film.
Yeah.
And so that's a creative way. And it's funny, their response to Jaws, because you do have a creature in here in the form of a cat who I just love the part the cat plays in this film, because I mean, it's a cat. So, I mean, for one, he's an a-hole, but the fact that they make it centered around this cat who seems like just a docile, just a cat. And then you come to find out, no, it's more to it than just a cat. It's demon cat.
Which is almost an oxymoron.
Which is almost an oxymoron. Yeah, but
not an oxymoron. It's more redundant. I mean, it's redundant, demon cat. But yeah.
But it's interesting because, like in in a lot of Asian culture, cats are revered at kind of being, at least the ones that I've seen, have been more malevolent. They've been not malevolent. They've been more on the positive portrayal. They're good spirits. They're they're watchers. They're that. And then you get this one, which is like a completely opposite of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting to put the cat in here. And what surprised me about this was the sheer volume of comedy that is in this film.
Comedy? I don't know what you... I didn't think it was funny. It was all... Yeah, no, it's yeah.
Because you look at the cover and you think about it, you're like, oh, this is going to be, serious and that with it horror themed. And no, I mean, they're breaking the fourth wall when they meet up with Auntie, who that's when things really start hitting the fan. When you meet up with Auntie, she's constantly pulling like a Deadpool.
Yeah.
She just pops into frame and then she just look at the audience and smile and then dance in the rafters at some point for whatever reason. Glenn, would you say don't try to think of why something's happening in this film, though?
Yeah, no. This is not a thing of the well, now how is that plausible that they would do that? Let me think about the physics behind this person's floating head. The handless fingers playing piano. Let's see if we can delve into the science behind this.
I love the fingers play because Melody at one point, because yes, this haunted house we learn to find are spirits, and I don't want to spoil too much, but let's just say at one point Melody, while playing the piano, befalls a major accident due to spirits, and she loses her fingers, but her fingers decide to keep playing the music.
It's all muscle memory.
It's all muscle.
There's your science behind that. So,
and considering this is 77, while we do have a lot of compositing, we do have some animation, lots of wonderful practical effects in this movie.
Yeah. Well, and some of the video effects, Obayashi contends that he is the first Japanese director to use video effects.
Really?
Particularly one where who is it who dissolves in the water? I'm forgetting.
Oh, yeah.
When she dissolves, that's like one of the first video effects ever in a Japanese film.
Wow. Yeah, and then they have that wonderful scene with Kung Fu, which I want to talk about it, but at the same time I don't want to spoil it because we get to the climax of the film, and let's just say pardon the pun, kung fu plays a part in the climax of this film.
Yes.
She plays a part of the in it. Yeah, it's a wildly imaginative film. Parts of it obviously are done on sound stages, but I mean, it's all done on sound stage, but some of the spots look better than others. I mean, like when we get to the cabin, there's wonderful matte painting of the sunset. I miss it. Makes me miss matte paintings, Glenn. I miss matte paintings. But yeah, I mean, and it's funny is it doesn't take too long to get to the supernatural creepy stuff.
No, not really.
I mean, and our friendship part too, they do this kind of subplot with Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Gorgeous is the one whose dad comes and he's like, yeah, your mom's been dead for 8 years. We've got this lady and now she's going to be your new mom. And that plays around to the very end of this film, which I thought was an interesting bookend for this movie. But yeah, I mean, the practical effects for 77 for a horror film, Glenn, just in general, the gore effects and everything, I think that's part of the appeal for people is just what they all use, because they don't stick to one style either in this, do they?
Not at all.
You get animation, you get practical effects, you get hovering disembodied heads. You get
Yep. You get plenty of wire work type stuff.
You get odd scenes though, like we get to see Kung Fu's prowess with martial arts by kicking a gem that falls from a chandelier for no apparent reason whatsoever. I just love some of the random stuff that happens in this movie. They find a panel that's loose, so Kung Fu just decides to kick it. Never mind, it's her auntie's house.
Whatever,
And then they have rats show up, and then
kids being kids, man. Just kids being kids.
Kids being kids. I'm not sure if they're how young they actually are. And
most of the actresses, and I use that term loosely, because most of them did not have any real acting experience before this.
You don't say.
They were models who had done commercial work. But most of them were born. They were about 17, 18 when they made this movie.
Right.
A couple of them, one or two of them were a little older.
Mm-hmm.
They were definitely in their 20s. But I know 3 of them were born in like 1960, 1959. So
they were still
17,
young.
18.
They're still young actresses, but I think they do all right. I mean, for that being the first time, I think it helps because it is a horror comedy and they're playing the characters of their names. They don't necessarily need layers. They're pretty much one note. I mean, Kung Fu kicks. I mean, the only person that really has layers are Fantastic, and I love these names. Fantastic and Gorgeous are the only two that really have any type of depth. Otherwise, the friends are just there.
Which is interesting in one way too, because generally the Gorgeous one is usually one of the most one-dimensional characters in most horror films. So
and she's the one that actually ends up getting the deepest story in here, which again is it does kind of break from the norms. This is not a normal film, but I think that's why it's still talked about in some circles still even today, is because this is one of those creatively control director as a creative control and really had no restraints.
Yeah.
And but the thing is, as chaotic as it is, it does have a through line. It does have a story in here.
Yep.
And actually, it has a bit of a love story. There's a little bit of theme of love in here, which I'm just like, okay, that's not, where we started. I didn't think that's where it would go.
Yeah.
What do you have a favorite scene in this film, Glenn, at all that really that you just love? If you had to pick one,
I mean, I like the whole scene with Melody.
Mm-hmm.
That one I like a lot. I mean, the entire end is phenomenal.
And by end, I mean this thing, like 20-25 minutes. It's an hour and 26 or 28 minutes long, so it's 88 minutes long. The last 20 minutes of this thing just does not stop.
Yeah.
It a certain point, all hell breaks loose, literally, and it just does not slow down, like, at all.
Right. Yeah, it does not.
Which surprised me, because I was watching it because I knew the ending was chaotic, but I'm like, wow, no, they really just don't put any there. It does not hold back at all in that last 20 minutes of this film. It goes balls to the wall, and you just got to sit back and go, wait, what?
I also like the produce guy.
Produce guy is great. He's a side character. He shows up twice.
Yep.
There's a wonderful gimmick at the end too, because there's a driver that the girls at one point call to come get them when they realize this creepy house, they don't want to be there anymore. He eventually goes out there and they pull a gimmick at the end, which is fantastic because they don't call direct attention to it, but you see it. And when you see it, it made me smile, because I was like, oh, I forgot that part. Because everything is kind of tied together in that. And it's just so imaginative. So imaginative.
It's just it's testament what can happen when the director's just allowed to just do what they want.
When you have a studio that doesn't care, they're like, okay, this is your budget, please don't go over here, go make a movie.
I mean, I have no concrete proof that the studio wasn't involved, other than the fact that the movie exists how it exists, which I would find hard to believe the studio was involved, and this is what they said. Yep, you're on the right track.
I love what you're doing here. This limb right here in particular, I love that, how it comes out of the goldfish bowl. And I mean, and some of the effects, they do date it, but I think that's what gives it its charm too, though.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go back and watch a movie from 49 years ago and be like, well, it doesn't hold up special effects wise. Well, yeah, of course it doesn't. It's rare that a movie would. I mean, even Star Wars looks a little dated now when you watch it.
It
I
does.
mean, it's still better than a lot of actually what's still made, but like there's not a lot, especially when it came to horror. I mean, these movies did not have huge budgets.
No.
So they're doing what they can, and I don't know what the budget for this was, but
well, and you're looking at being made by the studio that is mostly known for its kaiju movies and its other movies. So when you hear Toho, you don't think horror comedy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they make but it's just one of those things where it's like, it's not what they're known for.
Well, and that's the bulk of what American audiences know them for is Godzilla primarily. And that's what is most of what they're known for overseas before, the internet and stuff like that. And when people could find other movies, like the only reason I saw this one is because I had a friend who, he was a big, what's the word I'm looking for? Stoner. That's the word. So he just had all this weird stuff that he would find because his family would go on trips everywhere. And he got he had a VHS that was a dub of a dub of a dub. I mean, the video quality was pretty bad the first time I saw it. Like the whole spending half the movie just trying to, the tracking.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No. Oh, wait, there we are. All right, just don't move, because if you let go of the button, it's going to get all blurry. Which I think kind of added a charm when I first saw it.
Sure.
So, and then when I actually saw the first time I saw it when it had been transferred to DVD, I'm like, okay, some of the stuff I thought was just the bad quality of the VHS we had was was the intentional effect they were going for. So
that was the effect they were going for. So
yeah, and this is one of those movies I love introducing to people, and also I use it as a small amount of a litmus test if someone has seen this and if they don't like it, I'm like, Do you not have joy in your soul? Is that the problem?
Do you just do not want to be happy?
Yeah, like,
because this is happy, because it's funny. We even get we get character intro scene in here to where literally we get this intro and setup, and then as they're walking to Auntie's house, we literally get the little bubble with a close-up face, and they have the name of the character right next to it, just so you know who's who.
Yep.
And there's some upbeat music playing, and yeah, I mean, it's
the sun is shining. It's great.
It is. It's great. I mean, they got the comedy worked in there very well, so you know. And I think maybe they work the comedy in there so they could put more gore in. Now, I'm not too familiar with 1970s, regulations or restrictions or whatnot in filmmaking, but I suspect some of the comedy may have allowed them to do some of the more graphic things that they did on screen.
I'm not sure how it works how it worked in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know just culturally, there are things that strike a Westerner as odd,
right? And
some of that is like what is and isn't allowed to be shown graphically,
right? Yeah, so, it's definitely something different that many of us aren't quite familiar with. Well, yeah, and I should be. I know I fail, but because I love Asian cinema. I love cinema from across the Pacific, a lot of it, because it's just so imaginative. And this is like a prime example of that. It's just like, yeah, there's no way you can't really see a Western mind coming up with what they come up with here. I mean, they could, but not. It's just like, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And so folks know, it was 300 million yen in 77 was the budget, supposedly, which is approximately, by today's money, $3 million. So, I mean, there is the conversion rate and all that in there, but if you need a little bit of context in there, so I mean, by Hollywood standards, it's low, but that's low budget. I mean, by indie standards, sure, it's high, but by a studio film for $3 million today, that you don't make it less than 10. So, I mean, this is a lower budget, but yeah, I do adore this film too. And watching it again for our show here made me realize just how wild and crazy this truly is. It is not underselling it, folks. There's some films where you go, oh wow, this film was wild and crazy, and you watch it, you go, kind of. This one for sure. I mean, from right after we get the character scene, introduction scene, it just goes. It just goes to where you're just like, the Auntie character is just so much fun. She's just this devilish character who, like I said, is always winking to the audience like, yeah, I'm going to do some stuff now.
Yeah. And I'm pretty certain that I could be having a horrible day, and if someone pops this movie on, the second I hear that voice go, house, I'd be like, all right, day's better. Day's going to be better from here on out, at least for the next 98 minutes. So.
It's going to be better here. I can enjoy my day now because we've got this complete with cat with glowing green eyes and
one of the best movie posters ever.
Oh, that movie poster is fantastic.
I wore the shirt I'm wearing on purpose because it looks less like a cat and more like Fizzgig from The Dark Crystal. Just with the it's just the hair is just.
Yeah, the cat they had in this was fantastic, and that poster is so great because you look at it and the poster will not give you anything away of what goes on in this movie at all. You look at the poster and you're just like, oh, there's a cat, and then you see the cat in the beginning, like, oh, everybody's liking the cat, and then you get into the house, and then just sit back and prepare yourself accordingly because what you see.
Yeah, and then it comes that fucking cat.
And it's that fucking cat. That it's like, really? That cat? That cat. Yeah. So thank you very much, folks. Glenn, who would you recommend a house to?
Everyone over the age of 4.
Over the age of
if you are a horror fan, I mean, this is a must watch.
Mhm.
I think if you are just a cinema buff in general, I think you should watch this. This is a piece of cinematic history.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know. It's just I think everyone should see this movie at least once.
And any cinephile should really see this movie once just to experience it, because movies like this that are so unhinged, that are just so like, we've taken the training wheels up, just go, there's no breaks. We don't get as many movies like that as we probably should.
I will say, if you are a little squeamish around gore or
Mhm.
lots of blood,
Yeah,
bear that in mind when you watch this movie.
there is that.
Watch it.
Yeah. There's a lot for 77 though. It's 77 gore, so that's a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different than today's score. And and I'm not saying that they don't make wild imaginative films like this, but we do get far more few in between from bigger studios. Like I forget all the time that this came from Toho. I really do. I always forget that this came from actual Toho studios. So
yeah.
And the fact that it did, it's like, yeah, it's one of those that should be seen just to experience, if nothing else. So thank you so much, Glenn. We appreciate you, sir, quite a bit for doing this. Do you got anything you want to show, or?
Do I right now? I don't know. I mean, I do some charity stuff with role-playing games online occasionally with a group called For the Cause. We use a game called For the Queen, and we give it different themes twice a month.
Mm-hmm.
And we raise money for different charities every month. Last month, we raised, I don't know, it was like $430 for Trans Youth Equity Foundation, which does like summer camp for trans and non-binary kids. I forget what we're doing this month, but it's already looking to be fun. I'm going to be on one that's going to be a Cthulhu-esque themed one, so that should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. That's coming up on the 21st of July, which I think is one of our game nights, so I won't be there.
Oh no. Maybe we should move it to next week.
Yeah. I love you guys, but this one's for charity. So
it's charity. You got to do it for charity. So well, thank you so much, Glenn. And you know what I forgot to do though?
Happy 20th, man.
Huh? Well, thank you. Thank you very much for that, sir. But I forgot to do this at the beginning. I've been doing it at everything. So we're going to do it just a little bit at the end. Before we go, Glenn, could you just tell my audience just a little bit about yourself? Anything you want. Or nothing.
Well, I was born to a family of tin miners in the hills of South Dakota in 1744. I am. Well, I do love movies and stuff like that. I am more of a gamer, tabletop gamer. I do a lot of role-playing games. I write role-playing games. I review them. I read them. I run them professionally. I sell them for a living. That is what I do. I am a big game nerd. I have made a couple of short films that you can find out on the YouTubes. Just look for Games in a Bunker Productions, I think is what my YouTube channel is called now.
Yeah, that's still what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I got my 3 little short films. My most of the budget was spent on lunch. So on those
I
movies.
have them on my shelf of DVDs over here.
Yes.
So they are part of the collection for sure. So awesome. And I'll put links for that down below. So thank you so much, everyone. Hope you enjoyed this discussion. Hope you made it. You go seek out House. And we will say, as we always do here, folks, until next time, keep that ticket stub, my friends. And here we are once again, my friends. The last segment of our streaming to end Alzheimer's. I mean, it's been a long journey. It's been a fun journey. Reminder, this is for a fundraiser. So click or scan the QR code at top, click the link in the description, or go to the specialmarkproductions.com/stream, click the donate button, and help contribute. Any little bit helps the Alzheimer's Association. It's a great association, and it's been so much fun doing this 20 hours for 20 years of being on YouTube. So
Pretty impressive.
Thank you. And tonight is a show that has been a long time discussed, especially amongst some of us. They're always like, Mark, you love soundtracks. You should do a soundtrack show. You do. Well, we're doing it tonight, folks. I've just called this segment, yeah, that's soundtracks. So, kind of play on words there because we love playing on words. And yeah, I've got a wonderful crew of soundtrack lovers tonight to talk movie soundtracks. Now, we are going to narrow it down because especially all of us with our love and passion for soundtracks, we could just go in many directions. So I did give a little bit of homework for my guests tonight, who we will introduce in a minute, that tonight we're going to talk about our Desert Island soundtrack, which is, for those of you not familiar, that one soundtrack that if you're trapped on a desert island, what's that one soundtrack that you would wish you had with you, that you be the only one you could listen to over and over again with that solar powered record player or whatever you have, media player. And the other one is your favorite villain track that's not the Imperial March. Okay, we had to put that parameter in, not the Imperial March, because that's a tune that people who've never seen Star Wars know that tune as the Vader tune, basically, is referred to. So I've got a wonderful group with us tonight. He is back with us once again. We've talked to him before. You caught our interview. He's got a YouTube channel with some wonderful programs on there. Make sure you head over there. But right now he is here. Mr. Ted, the soundtrack guy, is with us. Ted, so glad to have you back, sir.
Mark, it's a pleasure to be back. Thank you so much for having me on. Yeah, I'm very excited to be here. This is going to be a good time. Wherever a group of intellectuals are gathered together to discuss film scores, I'm there.
Well, three intellectuals in Gleek, the mop bucket monkey. That's me. But,
I don't know if I count myself as an intellectual. But
Wow.
At least
I will
two,
take the compliment.
I was going to say, at least two of us are intellectuals here, including yourself. And yes, you heard him. He is back with us once again. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Jeffrey York, is with us. How you doing,
Very
Jeff?
great to be here. It's always a pleasure, Mark. Thank you so much. And as a soundtrack enthusiast, I must confess guiltily, I've been one of those nagging you about it for numerous months, years, decades.
We have talked quite a bit about a soundtrack show. And also with us, Mr. Mike Crowley, the man himself. You'll probably agree with him, which you will probably agree with him on many things in his reviews. Longtime critic, and we've gotten to know him and call him a friend. And glad to have you here as well, Mike.
well, thank you for having me. This is a long time since I talked about my favorite soundtrack. I think I did a video on it like years and years and years ago. So it's good to revisit this. There's a lot to talk about.
And it's good to have you on the show. And I'm very happy to have you all on the show. We may be joined by one or two folks later. There's some folks that couldn't be on here who are our fellow lovers of soundtracks. Don Shanahan and Ray Sidman could not be with us tonight. You were here with us in spirit. So hopefully, we can talk to him again, because I have a feeling we may do another one of these in the future. But tonight we're doing it live. Screw it, we're doing it live. So we're going to start off first with the Desert Island soundtrack discussion. And Mike, let's start with you.
All right. Well, when it comes to a Desert Island soundtrack, I was like, all right, what soundtrack can I listen to basically endlessly for the rest of my life? And I guess that, and to my surprise, I thought it would have been John Williams or something like that, but then I thought about it, and it was actually Gladiator by Hans Zimmer, because I remember when I was a kid, I would listen to that movie on CD, and wherever I would listen to it, I remember there would be other kids, criticizing me, being like, "Why don't you listen to regular music?" And I'm like, because regular music sounds boring to me. It mostly just sounds like a bunch of beats and then some guy talking behind it. Where Gladiator, it's melancholic, it's climactic, it's all these different waves of emotion in one. And yeah, that was my introduction to Hans Zimmer. And he's produced amazing scores since then. I mean, he's done his work with Christopher Nolan. Interstellar is his best. He did The Lion King. Like, that was his first Oscar, was The Lion King. And I think his second Oscar was Dune. So, but this one was the one I remembered. I would always go to the gym and work out to that soundtrack. And other people at the gym actually started complimenting on me when I was playing it in there. And they liked it. So, yeah, it's something where even if you're not into the film soundtracks, I think you could really like Gladiator, because there's just a lot of great tunes to it.
Yeah, that Gladiator is a great choice. I mean, Ted, are you familiar with the Gladiator soundtrack?
I am, yes, indeed, but I'm a little ashamed to admit that I haven't yet taken the plunge on the La La Land Gladiator that's complete remastered. I think it's 3 discs.
Yeah, it is.
I think it's 3 discs. I mean, that's a title that normally I would snatch up. I call them insta buys. So if there's a Jerry Goldsmith, for instance, that is released, it doesn't matter how many other versions of that same soundtrack I have. If it's Jerry Goldsmith and it's coming out and it's new, I just instantly, there's no thought. The others, I kind of have to where's the budget? How much do I want this? Do I have the other version, and how much more am I getting? But Goldsmith, boom. But there are some exceptions too outside of the Goldsmith bubble that I just snatch up immediately. Gladiator is actually right there, but for some reason, the way that my life has been situated, I've been a little behind the curve on that one. But yes, the original album that was released with the movie years ago, I'm very familiar with it, and I think it's wonderful. I love Hans Zimmer's music. Something amazing that's really exciting about Hans Zimmer to me is that he's evolving. You go all the way back to what he was doing early on, and you kind of go through the whole progression of, it's like film history. As film was evolving and becoming what it is currently, you can see Hans Zimmer just right there on the cutting edge of all of it. And then he's doing some, a lot of, I don't know if experimental is the right word, but maybe more experimental sound design type scores, like what he's done for Dune and things like that. And it's just astonishing. Some of that kind of stuff isn't always quite as palatable, because in terms of just setting up the record on the player and just listening to it, because it's maybe not quite as melodic as something like Gladiator or Backdraft or some of these others. I love his early stuff too, like Driving Miss Daisy.
Driving Miss Daisy is great.
It's a great score.
Just like amazing. Regarding Henry is an oft-forgotten, really intimate, beautiful, just touching, sentimental score that I honestly, I can listen to that over and over again, especially like when I'm writing and stuff, because it's not too obtrusive either, but it's just lovely. So yeah, Gladiator is an excellent pulse pounding classic. I think that whatever Hans Zimmer is going to be remembered for, of all his modes and all of his evolving over the years, I think Gladiator is one of those titles that has sort of eternally fixed itself. When people think of Hans Zimmer 100 years from now, they're going to be thinking Gladiator is one of the number one things they're going to think. They're going to pick it out of off the tree. And that's Hans Zimmer. I love it.
And it's amazing how different like each of his scores are too. He doesn't just have like John Williams is great, but John Williams used to have like one kind of like sound.
He's changed his sound, but usually, it's a recognizable sound. Absolutely.
Yeah, but again, he's my favorite. So, but still, like Hans Zimmer, you can like listen to something like the Batman soundtrack or the Lion King or Gladiator or Dune or Interstellar, and they all sound like completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're just going to pause just for a second. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. We got $100 donation.
That's amazing.
Nice.
Ka-ching.
Congrats.
So thank
Yeah.
you very much for
Bravo.
that. I'm not
Mhm.
mentioning who does it just in case they don't want to know, but thank you so much. Wow, that really bumped
Yeah.
us up.
Yeah, that's great.
Amazing. Thank you. Very appreciative. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, Jeff. I just wanted to give
No.
a shout out
I
before
don't want
that
to already
happened.
start an argument here. I'm just going to push back a slight bit on Mr. Mike. I think
Well, I'm meeting.
And
I
we
think
have our
that,
first we have our first bout. Go ahead.
no, because I agree with everything that he and Ted both said about Gladiator. In fact, I think it's actually a score, and dare I say, a movie that I think actually is starting to look better. There was a time there where people wondered, how did that win Best Picture? I think you look at it now compared to some of the choices they made in the last 10 or 15 years, you go, oh, that's why they picked Gladiator, because it is dramatic, it is moving, it is sentimental, it is exciting, it's well shot. It's Ridley Scott, for heaven's sake. And some people said, well, how did Russell Crowe win for that? I'll tell you how. He was great in it. It's a big star turn, too, and he was physical and everything else. But the one thing I'm going to say, just as my slight pushback against Mike, who God knows he knows I love him because I'm on his show almost every week. But I think it's a little unfair to say that John Williams is only sort of this sort of big sort of, lots of brass, triumphant, orchestral stuff that, yes, he got into that period for a while there. But one of the things I was going to say I like about Hans Zimmer that I also like about Jerry Goldsmith and John Williams is they did a whole lot of variety before they became sort of maybe pigeonholed or hired for some of those certain kinds of soundtracks that wanted that John Williams sound or the sort of Hans Zimmer sort of new agey sound. And might I point out, I think one of the most interesting things about all three of those names I chose, and many others out there too, is when they do a comedic score. Like I think Hans Zimmer's one of his best scores is the score he did for Sherlock Holmes. I mean, and that's very different from him. And it's funny from the get-go, and it lets the right tone, And then I love the fact that and then again, of course, you have to use the fiddle, but he uses it very sparingly there. It's like, dun 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 dun, diddly boom boom diddly. It's just the end of the musical notation there that he uses the violin mostly. But it's very clever, just the use of that. And like John Williams, I think one of his best scores is one that most people don't even mention is his comedic score for Catch Me If You Can. I mean, that's a very different score, very comedic. Some of Home Alone is very comedic as well. And Jerry Goldsmith, I don't think he gets enough credit for the Gremlins score, especially that rag that to me let everybody know, even though we're blowing up monsters in microwaves, this is supposed to be funny, folks. And that Gremlins rag certainly underscores that.
And you make a good point because some of Williams' scores are totally different. Like if you listen to like E.T. versus Schindler's List, for instance,
or JFK.
Yeah.
JFK is almost
or JFK or Nixon.
Is a trumpet and a snare drum mostly,
Yeah. Or
and let us not
AI,
forget
artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
Like that when they're like during the ending that everyone hates except me that I love.
I love that ending.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I cry like a baby during it, just as Spielberg intended. And like as they're flying through, what's
the last shot of that movie, Mike?
Oh, when he's going to bed with his mom and he dies.
The
that
last
part
shot is Teddy climbing up on the bed.
Yeah,
his work is now done too.
Yeah, I know. It's oof.
You're gonna make Mike cry. Don't make.
I was trying for that. Like, don't cry, Mike. It's okay. I've only waited 100 years for this moment. That's my Teddy imitation.
That's not. Thank you, Michael. But yeah, no, like there's that one bit in the movie, like when they're flying through the world after it's been frozen over, and it's just the humming of like this small choir, and it's extremely haunting. And it was something that Williams kind of incorporated into his other movies later. I think he also put it in Minority Report, a little bit of that note. But anyways, I'll stop with that.
What were you gonna say, Ted?
I just, as long as we're talking about John Williams and his variety, let us not forget, we can forget the film, but let us not forget Heartbeeps. That was a wonderfully original score from John Williams, and maybe the the most use of electronics that I can think of that he ever put into a score. John Williams uses actually more electronics than people realize, but they're so subtle and they're so subdued that they're not like when Goldsmith does it, you can kind of you know you're hearing the electronics.
Yeah.
But Goldsmith's electronics are so organic too, and they don't sound like, you know, they're just direct played and recorded from the board, and somehow they clash with the orchestra. When Goldsmith is doing electronics, his orchestral ideas sound like live instruments, and so the whole thing is just such this perfect blending the way he puts it together. But yeah, Heartbeats, I love that score. But I mean, you know, listen to A New Hope front to back, and then right after that pop in Heartbeats. You were going to be like, it wasn't the same dude. It couldn't have been the same dude. Yeah. And two of my other favorite John Williams scores are Presumed Innocent and The Accidental Tourist.
Oh, yeah.
Just such beautiful, wow. And Presumed Innocent is just so haunting. And I get goosebumps when I listen to that score. There are moments in it every single time. I mean, I goosebumps, I'm chilled. It's just, it just goes for the throat, and it doesn't have to be like psycho slasher strings about it. It's so psychologically resonant that you're just, you know, every one of us has felt guilty, or I'm about to be caught, or I'm about to be accused of something that I didn't do before, whether that's when we're a kid and our parents catch us or whatever. We know what it feels like to be in a position where it's like, I'm going to get caught, or they think I did something and I didn't do it. And that music just like, it pulls out all those emotions, all that trauma that you thought you dealt with. You know, you listen to Presumed Innocent and you need to go see your therapist again. It's good. I love it.
You know, you might
It's good
actually have a second show right there with that as the sort of dare I say theme of it, because I think one of the extraordinary things about composers, as you become a fan of them, as we all have, is you hear where the composer truly sort of, and the term is often underscores, and it basically, you know, highlights the emotion. And then there are those times where really the music is the emotion. And I'm thinking of The Accidental Tourist. It's a very, very subtle movie, incredibly subtle. William Hurt's performance goes from A to D in it. And it's well, it does. And it's supposed to only go from A to D.
Yeah.
And the big last shot of it is finally he smiles and he can sort of enjoy life when he sees he's picked the right woman and he's happened to drive by to pick her up in the cab. But literally that whole last 5 minutes of The Accidental Tourist is so subtle, with him just in the back of the cab, passing the boy who reminds him of his dead son and wondering where he's going. He drops off his picture, you know, of the child to sort of leave it behind with his bag, and he doesn't need that anymore. But that music carries the entire thing right up into the two shots of Gina Davis looking at him like, oh my God, look at you. You're here in the cab to pick me up, to him smiling at her. The music is the emotion there. I mean, it's written, but it's so subtle. The music takes it to another place. You walk out of that theater feeling, I dare say, almost high, because he's really made that music come to it. I'll just give a quick comparison. I think is another place he did that is, you know, everybody talks every time they talk about Jaws and how great the score is. And, you know, he was very judicious about not bringing it in if the shark isn't there. It's not in the kids playing cardboard shark fin at all. But I think they underestimate the fact that not only did he scare everybody by giving the shark this villain's voice, which we're going to talk about in a minute, or how many minutes, but also he made the movie fun. A lot of times when you might have forgotten, oh yeah, this is supposed to be fun. I mean, he said he created the main theme, to be sort of like almost a pirate theme. You know, like these guys out to sea and stuff like that, you know, dun 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 ba 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 bum. You could see that almost in Hans Zimmer's Pirates of the Caribbean, but instead it's in the orca going out, and then he slows it down to be sadder. Sometimes it's at the very end when the two guys are kicking back into shore, and yet, you know, even the Tourists on the Menu, the one track on there that doesn't seem to work and fit with all the rest of it, it's there to say, like, this is still supposed to be a fun romp, if you will, in a way, at least an adventure, that we have to underline the comedy or the fun of scenes that are opportunities to be a little more fun, because it's not like Alien, and nothing against Jerry Goldsmith there, but that movie's very depressing. It's very tense. It's very hard to watch. And the music never gives you a break, where John Williams is giving us a break in Jaws, and he
Yeah.
heightened the score, his score to heighten the emotions, to make sure that people weren't quite as quiet about the rest of the movie Accidental Tourist.
Well, yeah, because you've got that wonderful epic, not epic, but very high adventure nautical section in the Jaws soundtrack. It's like all this lower stuff, and all of a sudden he comes in with these high strings. It's just like you know, they're when they're chasing the barrels of the ship, you know, and it's and it's suddenly,
I mean, you get that one part. Oh, good, good.
Yeah, you just suddenly just have this large, very adventurous, upbeat nautical theme that sounds like something taken from an old, like, seafaring movie.
But he can turn on a dime too, because you get that part where we're waiting for Hooper to tie off the rope.
Right.
And, don't wait for me. Hurry up, Mr. Hooper. You know, and done.
Just the tension, yeah.
And then suddenly, boom, he gets it, and then suddenly it turns into the pirate shanty. Dun, 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 and now we're off to the 3-barrel chase. I mean, that kind of scoring is amazing. Everybody goes, oh yeah, Jaws, dun, 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 dun. It's like, that's one of the most expansive scores he's ever written, and I don't think people even realize it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Mike.
Oh no, I was just. I remember I saw John Williams, I think in 2000 or 1999, at Ravinia, and he actually played a song from Jaws, and he kind of made a point saying this isn't the, you know, bum 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 theme that you actually know. This is something different. And yeah, when I was hearing it, I'm like, boy, I don't remember it from that movie. This sounds like a totally different movie. And it's because it totally goes over our head that, yeah, Jaws actually is quite an eclectical score, but we don't realize it when we're watching it. But yeah, it kind of has like an old-timey, adventurous, fun theme to it. And it also has underlying horror element to it. And yet none of it feels out of place. It flows together really well.
Yes,
you know,
it does. Well, and we talk about beautiful scores. I mean, Hans Zimmer has that kind of reputation of the Hans Zimmer,
which people forget about the Lion King,
which is prominent, but at the same time, if you listen to Interstellar, some of the, I think the most effective tracks in there are the quieter, more beautiful piano, like, you know, the rolling piano sound, and you know, and it matches the action, you know, when he's traveling through whatever it is, you know, the dimensions or whatever, you hear that
and he goes,
it's just this melodic thing that emphasizes what's going on.
There's like a religious kind of side to it. Like the way it plays is very much like an organ from a church, you know? So it's kind of playing with the notion of, okay, it's us, but what if we're like God sort of thing? But
I will say that he has one of the most effective opening soundtrack tracks, which is from The Dark Knight, right? From The Dark Knight. That Dark Knight where you've got the dissonant under serious tone, that tone that just is so uneasy, and
Joker's theme,
that Joker theme there, it just make your skin crawl, and you're just you found just that right tone to where you're like, prepare yourselves accordingly, folks. So,
it kind of plays like a jump scare with the guitar riffs going dun 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 dun, and you don't see it coming in. Like he really kind of gets into the head of the Joker with that music. I don't know how to say her name. I just know how to say her first name. Hildur, and then starts with a G, and she won the Oscar for Joker. And nobody knows how to say her name. So it's insanely hard to say. But but her stuff's amazing. I was actually just listening to her soundtrack from the Bone Temple. And it's great when it comes to composers who can just handle like one violin, like she nails it.
Oh, the music from Bone Temple is actually really good. Surprisingly, from that film, that's you know, mixed reactions on that one, but but no, you get a great
Guanadatar, I think is how you pronounce her name, but she's also to Ted's earlier point, where I think a lot of modern soundtracks, more often than not, that's maybe unfair to say, but quite often these days take on more of the sound design qualities versus necessarily something as inherently melodic or hummable, even as Jerry Herman used to call the difference between his scores and some of the modern Broadway composers. But yeah, I mean, I think that, and sometimes it works. Sometimes it's, there are those moments where, for a large part of the Batman scores that Zimmer did, it seems to be percussive, that dun, 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 that kind of stuff and everything else. And it works great. I mean, when, the Joker's at the party and Batman is breaking apart the gun and going to his panic room to change, it's like, okay, I'm waiting for the rest of it. And then it's just that. And that's okay. There's a lot of that. And I think that even the Joker was, in some respects, a lot of just this weird tension and uncomfortableness that's maybe not something you listen to on that desert island as Mark wants, but it's still very effective. I mean, and I always think it's interesting when you hear different composers who can do that, but then can also turn around and create, oh my God, as soon as I heard the Sherlock Holmes score, it's like, that was to me one of the most hummable themes of the last 20 years. And yet Zimmer was kind of known as, other than some of the stuff he did with The Lion King, very much sort of a sound designy kind of person in some respects. I mean, and that's what he did with Dune, which as soon as that movie starts, it's like, oh my God, this is so immersive, and it's I'm on the planet, and it's
Aura farming the movie.
Yeah. But it's not necessarily like, here's a Horatio Hornblower kind of Star Trek theme or something.
Oh, come on, let's not put Toto's soundtrack. Let's not forget Toto's soundtrack. No, anyway,
hey, that's a good one too.
Are you talking about Flash Gordon?
I've got a quick question for Mike.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I'm wondering now. Of course, Gladiator is your Desert Island soundtrack, so I'm wondering, do you happen to have like a favorite cue or cues on that album that just like, I mean, obviously the whole thing is going to be a 10 out of 10 for you if you can listen to it over and over again on a desert island. But I'm just wondering, like, what are some of the highlight moments where you're just like, oh, this cue right here, and why?
Well, there's the opening cue, which is Progeny by Yvonne S. Moriarty, and I think that those are like one of her songs is in this was before Gladiator. It was The Insider, and it was like the song where she's humming this very tragic, woeful kind of beat. I like that as bringing it in, and I also like the battle songs. So like when they're at war and they're fighting each other, like I love that song. I think you could use both of those as like, all right, I'll start listening to this, and then I'll listen to battle to get myself riled up, ready for a workout on the weekend, and then I go back to bed. I'll go back to Progeny.
Yeah.
So like you can listen to it in those two kind of orders, and you can make a day out of it as you live the rest of your days on the island.
Yeah.
Nice.
Something that I always thought was really, really cool about how Hans Zimmer has approached scores like Gladiator is that, Gladiator is a period piece, right? But his music is so modern and so hip, and yet it's not. I maybe this isn't the right word. It's not stupidly hip. Like I've heard hip soundtracks in time, pieces where I'm just like, that's just not working for me. I see the edginess and what they're trying to do, but it just doesn't work for me. But Hans Zimmer, he manages to be like modern, but stay in the environment and the tonality of the period, which is pretty impressive. I mean, I can't think of too many composers that can pull that off quite the way he can, where it's like, you're in modern time watching this movie in an amazing Dolby, surround theater, whatever, and just like all the technology we've got, and we're still in our universe, and yet we're also swept back in time, really like time travel, because we came from the future to that place, and Hans Zimmer is working it on both levels. It's amazing how he does that. So you bringing up, that the action scenes, that the way he writes his action music, I've thought about it before, and I'm like, that I can't think of too many other examples where composers are able to pull that
where they have real melodies and it's not just click tracking.
Yeah. And you've got the drums and everything.
Yeah.
It's like somehow it's got the sense of place, and yet it's hip.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's modern. It's almost like a rock. Well, and he's got that
actual
influence.
concerts.
Yeah. So he does concerts. So he's got that like in his wheelhouse and in his blood. He's kind of a rock star type, and he pulls it off really well. So
very
I
few
think it's a
people do
great
that
choice,
anymore.
Gladiator.
Yeah, and very few people do that. I mean, most composers do not, do concerts. They just don't. And if they do, it's a retrospective.
Or it's someone else doing the music for them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or they bring them in to salute them, but it's a one-off for one night at the.
Well, rest in peace, Michael Kamen. He did that. He was one of those composers that did scores. And I'm going to tell you right now, the reason I bought and my buddy bought Metallica S&M concert was not for the Metallica songs. Don't get me wrong. It was for the fact Michael Kamen was conducting and composed, arranged orchestral scores for the Metallica songs, and on the CD you could choose the orchestral only track, and that's what I listened to every time, because Michael Michael Kamen, some of those tracks you just listen to, you're like, oh man, he just understood modern composing quite a bit, modern music. And he was great at melding both modern and classical together, I think, quite a bit. Michael Kamen.
100%. He's got that guitar, that guitar piece that he did. Right, it's like it's been a while since I heard it, but yeah, it's a great album. Yeah.
Well, and then you look at the Die Hard soundtrack. The score to Die Hard is hilarious because he takes common themes or songs that everybody knows, and he rearranges them, and he has fun with them throughout the entire Die Hard score.
Kind of similar to Die Hard's too. When you hear the villain theme, they both got to have the same sort of like bombacity to them.
Exactly. Well, and they played a lot with Christmas ditties. Richard Ansel did that. He did that with the movie Scrooge, where lots of riffs on everything from God Rest You Merry Gentlemen to Silent Night to oh gosh, what's the one? I forget the name of it now, but it's the woman who watched her, come and die in that Irish thing that they're singing when Alistair Sim goes over to his nephew's for dinner.
Oh,
anyway, that's if there's a Christmas movie, they will do a riff on at least half a dozen Christmas.
Well, of course. Why wouldn't you? So excellent choice there, Mike, with Gladiator. Great choice. Ted, what about you, sir? What's your Desert Island soundtrack? It's a Jerry Goldsmith soundtrack, right?
Are you psychic? All right, so I'm going to cheat just a little bit because this was a close call, and I like to have Desert Island soundtracks, plural.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
it's not fair. Sure. It's not fair. So I'm going to cheat just a little bit, and we don't have to camp on this title because this isn't my pick. But I really struggled because I went back and forth between these two so much that I thought I have to bring it up. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom could very easily be a Desert Island soundtrack for me. And if I'm not mistaken, Mark, is it you or somebody else? Don't you have this on vinyl?
Yeah, I do. I have both the original pressing on vinyl and the re-release they did a year ago.
With two records in it.
Where's 2 records? Yeah.
So good. And we've already talked about John Williams a lot. Hey, let's talk about him more. But I'm just saying that Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Oh, okay, real quick. I had that album first on cassette. I'll never forget it. I don't know. I was like, maybe I was 9 years old, 10. Sure. And I bought it from a Tower Records on cassette, and I played that cassette tape so many times that eventually the tape started to fall off of the wheels, so that when you played it, it didn't. I played it until it didn't work.
That's wonderful.
That was a possibility in those days.
That was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have so many tapes that got wrecked on me where you had to take the little pencil and coil it back up so it would go inside.
Hard to believe that we actually put up with that shit for as long as we did. Like, really?
Right.
And videotape? that dumb tape. It's like, really, this is what we've invested in. What the heck?
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
But no, my actual Desert Island soundtrack, at least for this go round, I had to go with Poltergeist
nice.
by
Yeah.
Jerry Goldsmith. Oh, you know, where do I even begin with this? This is the film score monthly version, and it's gorgeous. It's got the two discs here. The first one is the film score presentation, and the second one is the soundtrack album, which I also had on cassette tape and I listened to on my Walkman to death. That was probably another tape that I wore out to the point where it wouldn't work anymore. But yeah, my YouTube channel is technically called My Favorite Soundtrack with Ted the Soundtrack Guy. And the idea is that I'm reviewing all of these soundtracks because I'm on the hunt to figure out definitively what is my favorite soundtrack. Because I really put a gun to my head. I guess maybe I could pick Poltergeist, right, like I just did. But it's so hard for me to decide. But Poltergeist is a title that every time I ponder this, it immediately springs to my mind. So it might be my favorite soundtrack. I would never trade the legendary collaboration that Steven Spielberg and John Williams have shared. It doesn't get any better than that. But the few times that Jerry Goldsmith worked with Spielberg, or with Spielberg as producer in the case of Poltergeist, I think Poltergeist is easily one of the best things that Jerry Goldsmith's ever done. And you know how I feel about his body of work in general. So I don't know. I mean, we could explore the score a little bit more deeply. I'm curious to know how you feel. When I said Poltergeist, everybody responded. So I'm assuming it's a favorite.
It's a noticeable one, but it's also one of the ones that I think is a lost art with what Jeff was alluding to, is that, and it's a bad term, but it's a term that I took the soundtrack class in college. It was the alternative, and I was that guy. Oh, Mr. Carter. Oh, arm up every time the professor finally just was like, dude, just
enough.
Right. But, the 80s soundtracks do it more than today's soundtracks, is that they were doing cartooning in which the score matched the action. It was enhancing the action. Like when you listen to a cartoon, the music is going along with the action, right? It punctuates. And so it's cartooning, I believe is what it's referred to. Otherwise, it's incidental, in which case it's playing over the emotions. Huh?
Oh, it's called Mickey Mouse. When I went to film school, they called it Mickey Mousing, aka click track. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Where, but Poltergeist has kind of that, to where if you listen to it, you can almost pick out the parts of the movie that you're listening to. You could hear those scenes. And that's a great choice. Jeff, what do you think of the Poltergeist?
I love it. In fact, I think it's one of, maybe if not the exact example of the genius part of Goldsmith was to, dare I say, zig while others zag. Now, there are plenty of moments in that motion picture soundtrack where he knows how to deliver the scares and the sound design that makes and enhances the terrifying parts more. But it's a family story too. It's about a mother's love for her children and them trying to get this daughter back.
Yeah.
And the pathos in that track, in that score rather, is paramount. I mean, in some respects, the main theme of it, which is, hardly, this sort of tension. I mean, he's done tension in movies that were far less tense than Poltergeist. But I love the fact that he saw that and sort of got what the essence of it was, even though it is this scary story and plenty of, you didn't move the bodies, you didn't move the graves. It was great. I mean, I love that. But it's also about this family, and they're staying together and they're trying to get their daughter back. And it's very emotional. And that comes through so well in that score. And I think that, to me, is what I like most about Jerry Goldsmith, is I think that he's always looking at what is the essence of the story.
Yeah.
And I'll give you one example of it too. And this is the only one that he's won the Academy Award for, of course. And that was The Omen. But there is a way that you could have scored The Omen where it would have just been scary. And it is a very scary score. I mean, the idea of Satan worship is already scary, and a satanic choir is pretty awful, and everything else.
Yeah.
But there is a certain amount of cheek in that entire score that lets you know this is also going to be fun. And that's the way Donner shot it. It's the way Seltzer wrote it. And I mean, I'll give you just one quick thing about Goldsmith that I love is, like, he never forgets that this has to be fun. Like, I think one of the most terrifying scenes in it is where they go to the old graveyard and they discover who the mother is and what happened to Ambassador Thorne's baby. But there's these dogs sniff around. And of course, the photographer says, oh, they smell the graves and all that. But the way Jerry Goldsmith cues that scene, it's funny. It's already scary enough, but he wants us to remind us, this is fun, folks. And we're going to watch Gregory Peck crawl over this really high fence and get his arms stuck and like, ah! Make these contorted faces, almost like Arnold in Total Recall. And there's
also a Goldsmith score.
Exactly. There's just amount of cheek to that. And it's so funny the way he subtly does it too, because a lot of it is just sort of this, pseudo sound design with some wind and some, but then it starts in with a little bit of that choir, which is almost like laughing at these two men as they're thinking they're somehow going to beat the devil. And it's like, hey, 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 ha, ha. I mean, it's literally you almost like they're going, ha, 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 Johnny, ha, ha. And it's, I just love that he does that. So he got the essence of that movie. He got the essence of Poltergeist. It's a story about, we have to get our daughter back. We love her. This is a family. It's all of us together, even though the daughter shows up halfway through the film. What's going on? Well, you weren't here, but we'll tell you later. And that's what I think is brilliant about Goldsmith, is that he gets that more. Even like in Planet of the Apes, he used unusual instruments, garbage can covers and razor blades and saws and stuff like that to help
the mixing bowls, right?
The mixing bowls to make it sound different. Like, this isn't our world. This isn't a normal orchestra, because we weren't in a usual world. He gets the essence, I think, better than almost any other composer.
Yeah.
And sometimes it seems like it's counter, but it isn't. It's actually what's at the core of the story.
Such a good point. Yeah.
There you go. We got some kindred spirits here for sure for Jerry.
Yes, we're starting to geek out on Goldsmith.
Mike,
about that, guys.
Mike, what about you with the Poltergeist score?
I have to listen to it again. I have to admit, I haven't heard it in forever, so I don't remember what it sounds like. I do remember watching it again recently, and people were like, "Oh no, Steven Spielberg was only the producer on this," and he said it. I'm like, nah, look at the way every single shot is.
that ye old debate of
his fingerprints are all over it.
Yeah. And Goldsmith.
Maybe Joby had an earpiece in, and Steven's in the back. That's a good shot, but what about moving Joe Beth over to the side? Okay. Maybe let's move Joe Beth over.
Poltergeist is a great soundtrack. I remember because I had to rebuy it because I think the CD that I bought wouldn't actually play in my player because it was like one of those gold discs or whatnot, and it just didn't play. And I was like, "Oh, come on!" So I had to rebuy it, but I didn't mind. But I dig the Poltergeist soundtrack. I mean, being the horror consumer that I am, music plays such a part in horror films that you need a good score, and Poltergeist is a horror film. Let's not beat around the bush. That's just a straight horror film, and I think that music really adds to the emotion. I mean, whether it's accentuating the action of a woman trapped in a swimming pool with skeletons, or the most frightening scene ever that made everybody scared of a clown doll ever. With the kid getting throttled by the clown. All of that is accentuated by that score. So no, that's a good pick. That's a really good pick.
Excellent.
Well, there are many reasons why Jerry Goldsmith is my favorite composer. I mean, we call them film composers, but just in general, he's my favorite composer, and one of the main reasons, and there are many main reasons, that I love Jerry Goldsmith is because he is such a genius about scoring the subtext, scoring what you don't see, scoring what's beneath the surface, the stuff that really, like, as people that's where we're resonating.
Mhm.
It's so difficult for us to communicate on that level because it really is a level above, you know, standard communication,
Sure.
nonverbal even,
Mhm.
and certainly above,
Mhm.
you know, oral communication, speaking. It's on this spiritual plane, and Poltergeist was the perfect vehicle for Jerry Goldsmith to really just let loose at what I think he's best at, and that is doing that, because I actually think that the film is exceptional. Horror movies generally don't get appreciated, especially when it comes to the Academy Awards. You know, they have a pedigree that they want to award, and I'm not saying that the movies that they acknowledge aren't worthy, because they are, but there's something about horror that's maybe a little bit too pulp, or too popcorn, too, I don't know what it is, but they tend to get overlooked. Poltergeist to me is a masterpiece as a film too, and the performances in that movie blow me away every time I watch it. Like Craig T. Wilson and Jo Beth Williams, they're actually married.
Yeah.
They're actually a couple. When they're sitting there
Wow.
in their bedroom, well, and of course, I mean, that's how convincing
Right.
they are.
Yeah.
When they're sitting there in the bedroom, you know, and they're having a toke, and they're
Joint,
just,
yeah.
you know, and they're just having that moment, husband and wife, their kids are in the other room. I am just like, this is real. I am a fly on the wall. I'm not watching a movie. I'm actually looking into someone's private life. It's just so real and resonant. And then so much of that movie actually works in your imagination. You don't
Mhm.
actually even see it. So like when they're, you know, they're trying to take measurements and readings in the living room, and they ask, you know, Jo Beth Williams to call out to Carol Ann, you know, call out to your daughter. And she's standing there, and she's like, Carol Ann, you know, and they're communicating. You don't see anything, that whole scene. And yet that's one of the most powerful scenes in that whole movie, when Carol Ann is swept. She's in this interdimensional space, in that space, and she's swept up the stairs. And her mom is like slowly climbing the staircase, and then somehow she's catapulted by the evil spirit that's got her back down the staircase and through her body, and the air and the wind blast of Carol Ann's spirit passing through her mother in that moment. And when she turns around, and Goldsmith just comes in with the main theme, only it's just such a subtle, quiet, you know, bum 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 bum, and she's just like had this moment where my daughter just passed through me. That movie is amazing.
Yeah.
And then you take, you know, the what was her name, Tangina, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
The master psychic, you know, that's going to clean this house at the end, when she's talking about it knows what scares you there at that moment, when it's building up to the rebirth scene, when they go in, tie the rope, and they basically, you know, jump in to try to pull Carol Ann back out of this. Leading up to that, again, it's the same thing I was talking about, where they're in a hallway and Tangina is talking to them about, say this to Carol Ann, do this, do that, and she's warning them about this spirit that's full of rage and just pent up anger and all this stuff. And you're absolutely terrified. You haven't seen the monster. You don't, I mean, this whole time they're just talking about it, and you don't hardly see anything. I mean, the one really, really scary thing you see up to that point is when that dude runs away from that maggot-filled steak, and he starts tearing his face off in the mirror. Okay, you're messed up when you see that.
Well, it's interesting too, because that's the most Tobe Hooper part of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
In fact, that's the part that people don't think Spielberg directed, because they said he would never have been that grotesque, which is not really fair, because, you know, we saw Robert Shaw spurt blood out of his mouth, and then the faces melted in Raiders. So I think that's a little unfair. But you raised the point about those notes you sung so beautifully, and that is, I think Jerry Goldsmith, for all of his timpani and brass, gets not nearly enough credit for being gentle. And the soft moments, even in, like, you know, the sad parts of the Gremlins, which is still a comedic score mostly, but a lot of it is, you know, sad and sort of poignant. Poignant is maybe the word. I think Poltergeist is very poignant. I think you know, from the Russia House is very poignant. It's, you know, and it's done on a saxophone, because that's what the Sean Connery character played in it. It just, to your point, whether it's called the essence or the sort of, the under part of it, but the part that you said is exactly right. The part that connects with us most emotionally as audiences. And that's why I think a lot of times, people say, why didn't The Social Network win the best picture? It was clearly the best picture according to critics then. It's smart, it's of the time. Most of the main characters weren't very likable. They were Harvard entitled pricks. And in The King's Speech, they turned the king of the #1 nation in the World War at the time into a sad little child who was never treated with love because he spoke differently.
Yeah.
And that just was, for most people, like, I can relate to that because I was insecure when I was in second grade about this, or I didn't get the girl in high school, or I wasn't very good in college, and it wasn't until years later I figured out what I wanted to be, or whatever. But I mean, I think most films, I always say to people, when you're predicting the Oscars, think of the voter voting with their heart, because they don't vote with their head, they vote with their heart. and maybe their gut a little bit too. But I think one of the great things about Goldsmith, as Ted pointed out, is he speaks to that heart. And sometimes it's the scary part. But very few composers can do both the bombast and the poignancy.
It's a roller coaster. Poltergeist is like a roller coaster to me. It's got the highs, the lows, the ups, the downs, the sheer terror, the grotesque horror, those poignant moments. And that's the perfect word that you selected. That's what it is. I watched it again on Father's Day. And I have two very young daughters, and I watched Poltergeist again on Father's Day. And it just floored me all over again. I mean, I'm a little bit over the top about it, and I get that, but like it got me to cry twice. A little bit in the scene I'm telling you about, when Carol Ann passes through her mother there, and just the reaction of her, it's just beautiful. The whole thing is just incredible. And then at the end, I never cried watching Poltergeist before, but now in my mid-40s, I have little daughters. It hits different, you know what I mean?
It's different when you have kids, yeah.
It's like, because it's that story, about like going and getting your daughter, and some people have
losing a child.
Experienced tragedy where they lose children.
The worst thing that can happen to a parent is to lose a child.
And if you could do something about it, if you could tie a rope around your waist and jump into hell itself and get them back, a parent would do it. Sure. And when you've got that shot, that low shot from inside the bathtub, I guess it is, looking at the ceiling, when they're coming through and she's got Carol Ann in this embrace, and they land in the tub, and they've got all that pink slime on them or whatever. And that shot, and then Jerry Goldsmith's climactic moment, that da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na, right there. I don't know. I was undone. I was like, you got her back. I lost it. It's great. So anyway,
it also works for you, Ted, too, because if you're stuck on that desert island alone, you don't have your children with you. So this reminds
there
me.
you go. It'll be that effective. We do have a comment here that Goldsmith Odyssey is tuning in, and they said that the cue you're talking about, Ted, is the jewelry with the pass through, and it's the centerpiece due to the score. And they say you're not over the top. It's a beautiful family movie in the best way. So there you go. You got some.
It is a beautiful family movie. And I think I saw in an interview, I forget where it was, but I'm almost convinced that Jerry Goldsmith at one point in an interview was talking about Poltergeist. He said, this is a love story. This is a love story. And he's absolutely right. It is, of course, a horror story, but at its heart, it's a love story. And the horror gives it that contrast. It gives it the stakes to emphasize the love, because you've got the rom-com varieties, and most men roll their eyes, right? Oh, I gotta sit and watch a rom-com because she wants me to. Rom-coms are fine, but I just like Poltergeist is a man's love story. That's where you've got the hard edge, you've got the rough edges.
I want some death in my love story.
I need some skulls,
ghosts,
and
guys' faces getting torn apart.
Hell yeah! Now that's my love story.
America.
Goldsmith Odyssey says it's David, and this is his top 5 for Jerry. Said he did say that he also had a great time working on it, and Nim and you can feel his pleasure in those scores, his warmth. I believe that too, that you can feel that with composers, because let's face it, there's a reason when you listen to E.T., how emotional that score is, and that's Williams. I think Williams has gone on saying that's his favorite score. You could tell. You could tell that it at least is one of his favorite score. You could tell, because
imagine that ending scene without the music.
And yet I'm going to push back a little bit. I think there's a lot of emotion already in that film. I'm not so sure that music is as critical to that. I think there are other places where the music makes all the difference in the world. Does it enhance it, Mike? Yes, but come on. An alien saying goodbye to everybody and I'll be right here. I think that would work. I'm sure it works. I'm sure
it works.
When they read the script.
I wasn't
I'm not
saying
it's not a great score. I'm just saying it's a score that I think is fantastic, deserved the Oscar that year, but I think there are more important scores that he's written that are more crucial scores to the success of a movie.
And I wasn't saying that, but
That's
I'm saying that the reason it sounds like it is when you hear it is because you can tell it's one that he's so invested in on that. You know, you can and it's one of those things with some soundtracks, you can tell the composer's like, oh, he is in on this. It's like, this is like, you know, and that's why later on, Williams, he, and I'm not going to say anything about Goldsmith because we have wonderful fans here, but let's just say that later on, works of Williams are a little bit not quite as well done as far as complete scores. He still can write themes very well, and you can tell why Ray's theme from the sequel trilogy is probably his favorite, because if you listen to that, that's probably the best track to come out of the sequel trilogy, and you could tell he loves that track. He liked that character, and he loved that theme. He came up for it, and I love Ray's theme for it, just like Duel of the Fates we got from the prequels. I mean, it's like
the
prequel scores, you don't remember much, but damn, you're gonna remember the Duel of the Fates.
Well, then you got Duel of the Fates, and then you had the love theme from the second one, and then you had Battle of the Heroes from the third one.
Right.
And the prequel trilogy, they had memorable scores, not memorable stories, where the sequel trilogy had about like maybe 2 memorable songs, if even that. I don't know if Kylo Ren's theme is really that memorable.
Well, some of it he reused too. So, but I mean,
it felt like bad guy, bad guy. Bah, 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 bah. Like, that's what it sounded like to me.
It might not have been the best decision to necessarily go back to John Williams for all 9 of those scores. Nothing against him. He owns it. He created it. And yet, when you're trying to reintroduce a faction of the Star Wars universe, and then to go back to somebody, even if it's one of the most famous scores of all time, and ask him to recreate that lightning in a bottle 6 more times.
Yeah, that's a lot to ask.
I think as new filmmakers, as decades later, they might have been smarter going with somebody different, just to say, what's your take on this? Let's give this a fresh spin, and not put too much pressure on a 78-year-old composer.
Or do a collaboration. I mean, we've got a number of songs. You know, Danny Elfman's probably one of my favorite composers, and there's soundtracks where he's done like the main theme, and then they had another composer do the rest of the score for it. They could have had Williams come in and maybe do one cool main hero theme or a couple things, and then have him collaborate a bit. But yeah, it wasn't a lot to ask him later, especially in his career, later in his career. Here, give us an Imperial March 6 more times. You can do it. We got a few more comments here. E.T., according to Goldsmith Odyssey, I do think a different score would have blown it. What Williams does is exactly right for the film, and something else could have been too much or tonally off. That's true. And he says but not to pull you out, but to allow you to cry, which E.T. does make many people cry. It did for years for me. People don't cry if they're pulled away from it or pushed to it. It's quite a line to walk, and it is. I mean, and music really helps bring that emotion out. And E.T., while it probably is arguably maybe not his best, by many people. It's one you can tell he really loves. So the really good choice. So with Poltergeist there, Ted and Jeff, we are to you now. I know you've been wanting to tell what is
No,
your,
it's all right. It's all good. All good.
what
all
is
good.
your
This is
desert
fascinating.
island?
Well, I'm going to tell you why I picked this first, because I think it's important. It is a soundtrack that you're going to listen to alone, and it is going to have to sustain you through those kind of moments. And there's some scores that I like that are a little bit harsh or depressing that I wouldn't want to listen to over and over again on a desert island. That would only underline my fate. So I picked something that by and large is sort of buoyant, to create as like, well, I could get up and work out to this, or create a new hut for this, or look for food for this, and feel inspired. And I picked Jerry Goldsmith for my theme thing part of the show. But for this, I did go with John Williams. And it's the Superman score in 1978.
Oh, yes.
And I think of all of his scores, in some respects, that may be the most varied and sort of, because of that, impressive. He created not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 different themes for that film. And that is unheard of in today's time. Most even, if they have one that's recognizable,
you barely get
exactly.
A theme.
If I can recognize one ditty, I'm happy. Let alone 5. And I also dare say, and because I was a teenager when that came out, yes, I'm that old. I could be your dad, Ted. Sorry to say. Darn it! But maybe that's good. Maybe you're my long lost son from some college tryst or something. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He's a chip off the old block, that young man. I love him.
That's right. That's right.
But I dare say sometimes composers, and I think unfortunately or fortunately, maybe for him, John Williams is sometimes handed, you have to create a great score, but also has to do this.
Yeah.
And like, for example, in Jaws, and Steven Spielberg today says 50% of the success of Jaws is John Williams' score, because he did not have a shark to show. And it's all, the shark is there. Everybody thinks the shark is there unless they really study it. And that's because the music's there. And the music is this great villain theme, which we'll see if somebody picks that next. But here's what I loved about what John Williams had to also do with the Superman score, is he had to make it all get sold. The tagline, they were very brazen about that at Warner Brothers. It's like, you will believe a man can fly. And hot damn did you ever. I saw that in 70 millimeter. And when he's at the far end of the, the Fortress of Solitude, and he just lifts up slowly, and then dun 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 dun. It's like, okay, I'm already there. And then the scene with the helicopter and all that. But that score is making it triumphant. It rises with him. Even it almost sort of says Superman.
Oh yeah,
yes,
which is great. I love the fact. I love it when composers add the lyrics to it. Like that's one of those examples. I also have to say, the big surprise for me, and why this probably gets the vote for me over some other scores that also have 2, 3, 4 themes, maybe back in the day. The most recent one I think is Alexandre Desplat did, I think, 3 themes for Grand Budapest Hotel, which is a terrific score. But is when Lois interviews Superman, and it just becomes this transcendent moment where they fly together. And even though narration by Margot Kidder is a little New Yorkish sounding, can you read my mind? It might have been better if they had thought of Maureen McGovern for it. I think they would have gotten the Oscar for Best Song if they sang that part. But that, you are flying with them. It's some of the best flying sequences. And, just going over, like, what would you do? Well, you'd want to circle around the Statue of Liberty and fly by all this, the skyscrapers and all that. And just that music. And then even with the falling part, when he drops her and bomb, and he catches her. And it's amazing. And, he even reminds us that these villains are formidable, but they're also funny. And he introduces us with the ba-dum, and that keeps coming back, like when they're stealing the missiles, and Gene Hackman shows up and waits, hi, he's gonna give him this Hashmacher mouth to mouth resuscitation, but Larry Hagman beats him to it. So that was my score. And I tell you what, I've listened to it since '78. I still listen to it a lot of times when I sit down and write or draw. And it's good enough for me on the desert island because of all that.
And Goldsmith Odyssey would agree. They said 1978 is an undefeatable score. It's so good. Took them weeks to get past side 1, and a few more to pass LP 1.
Yes. Yes.
So, what are your thoughts, Ted, on soundtrack Superman 78? I mean, I think I know what it is, but I mean,
yeah. I mean, first of all, another outstanding selection if you're on a desert island. This is just an amazing choice. And if you have the La La Land Records version of this thing, it's a great choice too, because you've got so much of it. So it's not going to be quite as repetitive as some of the others, because they give you all the music. And so anyway, but yeah, Superman, boy, does he make you believe that Superman can fly? Yes, he understood the assignment. And you could even maybe technically pick your favorite villain theme from this one. Speaking of villain themes, John Williams has done so many memorable villain themes. It's like I was thinking about this, like, who else am I supposed to pick from when I'm picking my villain theme? It's got to be John Williams.
I didn't say Williams, just Imperial
Yes,
Arts
I know,
is off the table.
Yeah. No,
yeah, everyone uses it. Even at like you see videos online, people will follow behind cops and they'll be playing the Imperial March. So
yeah,
it's too ubiquitous with
it's
people.
Off the table, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ted.
No. Yeah, but Superman, you can't really get tired of it. I think it's just amazing. The John Williams is known for his brass writing, obviously. In particular, his trumpet writing. He's written so many fanfares for trumpet. Even his work for Olympic fanfares are trumpet heavy, and even scores that are really, I guess the word would be subtle and sentimental, poignant. Again, maybe for something like Saving Private Ryan is very, very brass and trumpet in particular heavy.
Yes.
John Williams is he is right at home with anything that he does. I mean, he's literally a legend for a reason. Like, no matter what he's doing, it's like, yep, I mean, you're the prodigy, you did it. But there's something about his brass writing. If you want to rile somebody up and get them up on their feet in the bandstands, Superman, I mean, and the build of it too, right?
Oh, yeah.
You can feel it coming. It's like it's off in the distance, and it's like bump it up, bump it up.
Well, I gotta tell you this too, Chad.
And builds, and then bump it up, and you're just like, I mean, you're already soaring, and you're Superman, Christopher Reeve, but it's like I'm flying. I'm in this movie. I didn't know that. John Williams is the one that does it to you. And it's just, and the levels too, which you mentioned, Jeff, talking about the love theme. Just for maybe to pick the most obvious one out of the hat, the levels of you go from that march, the Superman march, to that love theme. I'm kind of a touchy-feely guy, and I'm not ashamed of it. I love romance, and again, I already told you what my favorite romance is, Poltergeist. There's something about romance and really just not holding back, because these days, I notice there's kind of this thing in movies where it's like we're too stoic for that. We're too, we're not going to show our heart because we're just too cool, or we're too cold, or we've been too hardened, and so it's embarrassing to weep in front of other people. It's embarrassing to admit that this is actually affecting me, and I'm a human being. Somehow I get this feeling these days that in cinema, and the movie scores reflected a little bit to some degree, not always, of course, but where it's sort of like there's this coldness. There's this, I'm too cool for schoolness, and we're not going to be maybe super geeky and just let it all hang out and just weep, or, write the Valentine. And let your heart just open up. John Williams writes music like that. And it's a great example here in Superman with the love theme. You can't be more like almost, first love, high school, young love, maybe even earlier than that, like middle school, your crush. Just, you know, da, na, 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 na. I mean,
Yeah.
I love the transparency of it.
And he turns us into Lois Lane in that moment.
Oh yeah.
We're Lois Lane. We're falling in love with Superman. We're falling in love with
Well,
the
heck
whole
yeah.
idea. And
I
it's
mean-
not like we're falling in love with Margot Kidder, all the geeks and the boys out in the audience who want to be Superman. We're falling in love with the idea, and maybe secondarily fall in love with Lois. But he's the filmmakers, and Williams' score is asking us to fall in love with Superman.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, one thing I just want to throw in too quickly here that I get to say because I'm the old guy in the group, but not only did I see Superman in 17mm, but you cannot imagine, or maybe you can, maybe it comes across in television. I don't know how your experience is in watching it, but when they start off with the black and white newsreel footage of the little girl reading the comic book and in Metropolis, and then it pans up to the Daily Planet, and then it goes beyond the Daily Planet, spinning globe, and then it goes up into the sky. And to your point, the John Williams brings a bump, and then that those three-dimensional titles come on. I tell you, those still are, I think, maybe the most powerful titles I've ever seen through, because both Williams and Donner said, get ready because you're going to believe this flying thing. And I'm going to start by having your emotions soar with this music, with Williams' score that is also soaring. And God bless America, I'm going to do it with three-dimensional Helvetica medium that you're going to soar as well by. It's like, wow, I'm already convinced, and I barely have started the film.
Let's not forget with that main theme, when he starts with the bump of the bumpado, he's teasing the main theme with a single solo horn early. It's like,
that's right.
You know,
it's just like doing a happy Jaws.
Yeah, and then it comes back
like, because you're
and you're just like,
but you're waiting for Superman to figure out that Lois is hanging by the seatbelt. And and then of course the cheeky thing where he can't use the actual phone booth. But I mean, just that bumper where he's building, it's like, we know it's coming, and then it finally comes in. It's spectacular.
One of the other things that I just love about John Williams, and I'll try to make this brief, is I love soundtracks because they're written of drama and narrative storytelling. And John Williams is so exceptional at creating an arc in not only the entire score, which I think Goldsmith is the supreme master at doing that from the entire score perspective, but John Williams does amazing arc work within a cue. So, like, speaking of this romance and the love theme, it starts off just so tenderly. And I think it's on clarinet that it starts.
I think it's oboe, actually.
Is it oboe?
I think it's an oboe. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
I think,
off the top of my head, I wasn't sure.
But it's a great point you're making.
We'll say it's oboe, and thank you for that clarification. And it's just so tender. But you trace that along, and speaking, of the dramatic arc, they talk about it in terms of climax. It takes you to the most satisfying, explosive climax you can imagine musically, and it's just so perfect. And especially when you're dealing with the emotive, like love, and you're not holding that back, because there's something about love that just, it's perfect for starting that way and ending, as a supernova. And John Williams, he does that so well in that score in a lot of different areas, not just the love theme, but his levels. Bro.
Mike, you got anything to add to Superman?
How explosively climactic in this? No, I love I love John Williams. He's my favorite composer because he really understands the heart of a character and the heart of a scenario. Like Star Wars, he understands that this is a big space adventure and it should feel larger than life. So immediately when he slams the audience with that first bomb, you're right in the movie. With Superman, like you're saying, Ted, that's great. There's a slow buildup where he's just coming towards you, and he's coming from a far distance of the sky, and he gets closer, and oh my God, it is Superman! It is Superman! It's Superman! And you get the idea of like the old kind of 1940s show kind of feeling in the music. But it's updated and it doesn't feel tacky. It doesn't feel like a lot of composers they're like, oh, I'll do something that sounds old style, and then it just sounds like some cheap riff. Like he's actually making something that genuinely comes from the soul. And yeah, it's like his Superman theme makes you feel like Superman. Margot Kidder's Lois Lane theme feels like you're Lois Lane, and then you have the bumbling idiot sidekick theme, bum, 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 bum. And it never feels like it's Mickey Mousey, but it feels like it comes from like a real kind of. I think there's a reason why Williams and Spielberg worked together for so long. I think they're both kind of like very young souls, and it comes across in their work. And yeah, there's just something so genuine in it. And of course, like, yeah, John Williams is in his 90s now. His stuff isn't going to be as memorable. But yeah, John Williams is the guy where whenever you listen to his music, you know, you laugh, you cry, you do all the things because he is the goat of it. And I
this might be a good time, Mark, for me to tell my quick story because we're good.
Oh, yes.
This has become such a Valentine too, as Ted pointed out. A Valentine. Okay, so when I started writing film criticism online in 2010, and I was one of the Examiner critics. I don't know if you remember the Examiner, but it was this online magazine that was across the world, but it was really where they had numbers of film critics and all this kind of stuff. But one of the things I used to write about every year was who the AFI picked for the Life Achievement Award. And sometimes I was very critical of them. I mean, of course, we know they stupidly picked Tom Hanks when he was like in his mid-40s. And there was a run there where they were picking some people that seemed a little too early or maybe even too late or whatever. But they picked Steve Martin, which I thought was a good choice in 2015. Because they never recognize comedy very often. And so I wrote about that. And then I thought, you know what? There's some people that they just keep missing. And I don't understand why that is. And I'd written about it before. But I wrote this singular article that said, the AFI needs to give the next Lifetime Achievement Award to John Williams. And I made the argument that he was the composer that everybody in the world knows. He's a household name. I think he fundamentally, in many respects, changed scores because of the bringing back of sort of the orchestral big sound. I mean, that was part of the charm of Star Wars is like, wait a minute, he's treating this like it's important. Like this isn't some weird thing that has like, the beep, up, like all the futuristic or space stuff tended to have then coming off of television and other places. And my God, this man could write a theme, and he was also heralded. I mean, people forget he was Johnny Williams, who did television theme songs and was one of the great studio musicians in the 50s and 60s. And if you wanted to play piano, you got John Williams. That's John Williams playing the Peter Gunn theme. Dum, 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 dum. My God. So I said, and you've never given it AFI to a below the line talent, which is also embarrassing because they've been screenwriters. They could have given it to Edith Head. They could have given it to Jerry Goldsmith before he died. All these different great people that they passed over. So I print this, I publish this, and this will be fast, the rest of it. And that weekend, I got a call from the president of the AFI, and his name was Bob Ghazali. And because I sent him a letter as well, or did I send him a letter? I sent him other letters, but so he knew who I was, but I think he somehow saw this one. And basically he said, you know what? We never thought of that. We should have. And how bad on us. And he took it to the board and said, you know what? We should start thinking of people like this. And to this day, he's still the only below the line person they've given the award to. But he was the next recipient of it. Now, I'm not saying I'm the reason exactly he got it, but I'm the person who put the thought into their head. So they voted for it. But Ghazali could not have been nicer either. We talked about the history of the award and some of the choices that were controversial, et cetera, but he was very gracious and very, dare I say, kindly grateful. But it was almost like it was like us. We could have been on your podcast, Mark. He was that easygoing and forthcoming about it. He said, we've been very controversial for many years, and I think he had just maybe gotten the presidency. But I was really impressed that he was receptive, and sure enough, John Williams was given it then. But but he's the only guy below the line that's gotten it so far, and
fantastic.
They do others.
Fantastic.
A wonderful story. That's awesome. better than my story of the reason why Gene Roddenberry died. I'm probably the cause of it. No, just anyway.
Oh no! Did you hate Star Trek?
I was like, you read them over.
Really?
We do have some comments real quick here from the Goldsmith Odyssey, who said that Williams even nailed Schindler's List. Despite asking Spielberg to try to find a Jewish composer, he got Williams, but that theme never does not move me. And I'll agree. That's such a sad but moving theme. And then he says, what you're saying, Ted, reminds me of the Homer quote. It says, the job of the music is not to make you cry. It's allow you to cry. Which is true. And he thinks Williams does that for men's men with tough guys who all tear up for E.T. And
yeah, that's a good point. And dare I say, Saving Private Ryan and many others.
And Saving Private Ryan for sure. Yeah. And the last comment before we move on here is he says, also when Superman came out, I didn't hear, it sounds like more Star Wars music. Likewise, when Raiders hit, he got a thing, but he doesn't clone himself. He doesn't clone himself on the bigger films. I've got the Fury soundtrack, which if you listen to that and never heard anybody say that it was John Williams and you listen to it, you're going, oh no, that's John Williams right there, because he does use a few cues.
Well, and Ted's right when he talks about the trumpets and the brass, and you know, Star Wars was right before Superman, so of course everybody goes, oh, he's repeating himself. No,
he is not.
It's an epic genre. It's using brass. I think the better ears pick up on that it isn't that. And I don't hear that argument much anymore. But at the time, again, it's, you know, it was a little too close to Star Wars and became a phenomenon. So, of course, people are, you know, wanting to bring somebody down a peg or looking for, they didn't have the trolls on the internet then, but they still had trolls in magazines.
Oh, yeah, they had trolls. It just took them a lot longer to write their commentary on it.
Right.
No, I joke, but I mean, we all know who is the king of cloning himself, but at the same time, I love his scores. James Horner, rest in peace. I love you, but oh my Lord, that man out of any other composer.
How many times did he have to bring back that Irish flute before somebody appreciated it?
Or the horns, the wonderful horns that he used as Khan's theme that ended up, like, you realize going, oh wait, he used that in Krull. Oh wait, he used that in this. Oh wow,
yeah.
He's used that,
which is a perfect segue to the villain theme. I think there, Mark.
We don't need my island, desert island.
Oh, are you?
Well, what about your desert island?
What is your?
We do. What is yours?
Mine is, you guys are. It's not a Williams, it's not an Elfman, though it would be, because I love them both, especially Danny Elfman. And as much as I love Danny Elfman's work, I love it. Edward Scissorhands is gorgeous. I think some of his earlier work is just phenomenal. And his later work is too, but definitely his early work. But for me, Basil Polduris, Conan the Barbarian, I have listened to that soundtrack more than any other soundtrack I have. And I know it sounds odd, but
it's a good one.
One of the reasons I go to it is because it's one of those scores that you could really listen to and never have seen the movie and really appreciate it. Now, Goldsmith and Williams have done that as well, but this one specifically, Polduris, I like Basil's work anyway. I don't think he's in enough conversation sometimes, because I think he's done some great work. But Conan, and I give this example, and if people have listened to our pre-show, they've heard me say this before, and we can just move on after I'm done. No one's interested in Conan, I know. But for me,
that is not true, sir.
but for me, the Conan, and I'm not talking about the extended score, because some of the extended score is a little slow and redundant, but the album they released of the tracks, every single one of them sounds like an orchestral piece on its own. It doesn't necessarily sound like it just came from a movie. It sounds like a composed piece, just a classical score. But when you've got a film where your main title character doesn't speak for 20 minutes in the film, from the Tree of Woe to the battle at the mounds is almost 20 minutes, and you need to fill the emotion with something. You need to fill the themes with something. And so you've got this sweeping, just wonderful score, this very just, the timpanis love Conan the Barbarian. They get to do stuff, you know, but you get the writers of Crom, that opening theme. I mean, how better to you open a film with that theme that, boom, 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 and that's another buildup, like with the Superman theme. He first comes in with the heavy low timpanis, and then you kind of get the bells that and then it starts to build up, and then all of a sudden, when the guys come over the hill, you just get that full, da, 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 da. It's just so
yeah.
And the other tracks are like that. It's such a wonderful film because it's one of those things why I give a prime example of why scores are important. It helps give the emotion, because if you took that out, you wouldn't have nearly the scenes as moving, because Conan doesn't say much. There's not a lot of emoting. It's one of Schwarzenegger's first major films, so his acting isn't the best. But how do you do that? Don't get him to say too much, but you got to fill that in with something. So give me the score, and the score is so good, especially with the Blu-ray release where they did the isolated score. It's so good. But yeah, this is my Desert Island. I've listened to it more than any other, and I don't know why it's resonated with me so much, but it is a great score that Basil in general doesn't, I don't think, always get put into the conversation, because Hunt for Red October, the work he did with
Troopers. I love
Starship Troopers.
Yeah, it's a great movie, great score. Very cheeky too, by the way.
Yes, it is.
Oh, Starship Troopers is great.
Had a good sense of humor to it. I mean, again, the comedic stuff woven into scores seems more and more rare, but if it's there and it's done well, it's really exceptional.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so I mean, for me, Conan, what do you guys think with Conan? Ted, you were saying that I'm not.
Well, Mark, I'm glad that you brought up the point that Conan is one of those scores where you don't necessarily have to see that movie to just have an absolute blast with that soundtrack, because there are so many soundtracks that to this day, I've been decades loving and listening to these soundtracks, but I haven't seen the movie yet. Conan is one of those scores where you come up with your own version of the movie in your head, because that's just how dynamic and colorful and emotive that music is. It's so good. And another great example about that experientially was Jerry Goldsmith's Lionheart. It wasn't until I reviewed that score that I actually watched the movie. Up until that, which wasn't that long ago, I've been listening to Lionheart my whole life. And I had a version of that movie and that story in my head entirely based on Jerry Goldsmith's music. And to your point, Conan is another one very much like that. And there are so many scores where the music is so good it stands alone. It stands all by itself. Of course, watching the movie can sometimes enhance or maybe spoil the better version of the movie you had in your head. But in any case, these soundtracks, some of them are so good, it's almost like going back maybe even like radio times when you had to picture it in your head based upon what you were hearing. Only there aren't even any words in music. Typically, you might have some choir or chorale or whatever going on in there, but typically it's just the music, and yet you can have like a full-scale movie or story in your mind. And Conan is just wonderful there. And the other thing I love about Conan is kind of contrasting where we were with Hans Zimmer's Gladiator, and I was talking about how it's sort of modern sounding, yet it remains rooted and perfectly appropriate to the time period that it is. Now, Conan is obviously a fantasy, and it's not affixed to some sort of historical time, but it's obviously in a very barbaric, for lack of a more creative word, time. And that score, whenever I think about like the feeling that score has in terms of tone, I see like this giant, just buffed out dude wearing like a helmet with horns on it, and he's like striking an anvil. He's striking an anvil. It's just like ching ching, striking an anvil, and there's sparks and there's fire, and it's just like that score just sounds so raw and so ancient.
Ancient. That's very ancient for sure. Jeff, what about you with Conan?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that movie, but it was introduced us to Arnold, and he only did better since then. But it was a great score, I remember, and I think the details, production design wise, and costume and score and stuff, I think helped make that movie passable or good, where some of the other shortcomings weren't. Um, I mean, it's one of those movies I've seen maybe twice in my life, and I like the movie okay on a certain level. But I do remember the score, and I agree with everything that people have said about the score for sure.
What about you, Mike, with Conan?
Well, I have never sin that movie, mostly because like the reviews weren't so great for it, and I knew that I think that's the one where that was Hercules in New York, but I was about to replace.
That's a different one. Yeah.
No, I was about to say they replaced Arnold's voice in that one, but I'm like, oh, that's not. But yeah, I didn't see it, but. Based on what you're saying, when you say, "Oh, it's it's like one of those soundtracks where you don't have to watch the movie to enjoy the soundtrack." I almost feel like that with Gladiator too, a bit, where it's like I like the movie a lot. I think it's a lot of fun, but I might like the soundtrack more than the movie.
Oh yeah,
and yeah. So when you have like a movie like this, like Conan, it's like it was it reminds me of when I was a kid. I would listen to soundtracks, and I would just picture like a scene from a movie, and was able to like mold a story off of that. I think soundtracks like that really are great to listen to, and it's great to listen to. We don't really have fully orchestral movie soundtracks anymore. We don't have. It's like we do have some orchestral ones, but they just Mickey Mouse too much, and like every single like Marvel film sounds the same. Same with like DC films, and like even once in a while you'll get something. Like if you get something from Ludwig van Gorsen or Hans Zimmer or Hilder.
Junkie XL.
Yeah, or Junkie XL. Yeah. Like, yeah, exactly. Like I like the soundtrack to the Snyder Cut more than the Snyder Cut. But there's some great parts of it. Like you got
I think Atticus Ross and Trent Reznor should be included in there. I think
Atticus Ross and Trent Reznor.
Interesting scores that are very modern and very different and yet very memorable. And I mean, they haven't done that many films.
Bear McCreary maybe too.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and Atticus did a score for a miniseries called Postcards from
The Edge.
No, it was done by Jason Segel before he hit big with Shrinking. I'll have to look it up, but anyway, it was a very good score, and for a TV miniseries, like 6 hours or whatever it was.
A TV miniseries.
But yeah, and there's it's surprising, but that's where a lot of I think better work is being done these days because they have more time.
Yeah, they do definitely have more time, and it's mixed different. You don't have as much. And Goldsmith Odyssey, who's still with us, said Conan is one of the one-off albums where if the composer isn't your specific person, you still know the album. Like the Dark Crystal for Trevor Jones, which the Dark Crystal, that's a great pick too. Crystal. Oh my Lord, that theme, man. But speaking of themes, now the
Dispatches from Elsewhere. Dispatches from Elsewhere.
Just
quickly. It's called Dispatches from Elsewhere. Sorry.
No,
kind of like Postcards from the Edge. Dispatches from Elsewhere. A Kissing Cousin.
Oh, there you go. Dispatches from Elsewhere. Check that music out. So now we will get to our. I know we're going a little long, but that's it's okay. I knew this was going to happen with.
I thought we were going to.
We are going to Ted, so we're still okay. But
we'll just be fast.
You don't have to be that fast, but villain themes. Since Jeff, please.
Oh, I'm so glad you're starting with me. Going back, this one is for you, Ted.
All right.
I love this choice. I don't think it's a great movie, but it's a fun movie. But I do think it is a great score, and I dare say the more you hear the score and watch the movie, you realize what Jerry Goldsmith is going for, and that is Capricorn 1, where the bum 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 is the villain theme. Every time the conspiracy rears its ugly head, and especially at the end when those choppers are chasing down, James Brolin in the desert with "Tell us of us, keep your head down, Sonny." And Elliot Gould is like 50, going like Sonny. But that just is, to me, it's cheeky, it's scary, it's funny, it's adventurous. But I mean, it's just funny, like the way Peter Hyams shoots it. He's in the gas station getting a drink of water, trying to make a phone call, and way in the distance comes these two choppers that are like looking at each other and talking, and then going towards us. And as soon as they enter the frame, there's a dun 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 dun, and I just think that was so funny. And when you hear the bombastic opener, which is like, wow, I mean, he's starting with that, and it's a weird time. I think it's 8/6 time or something, and it's erratic. It's coming in off the offbeats and stuff like that, but it just discombobulates you. It's frightening. It sounds intimidating. And then you get into the movie, and it's like, oh, every time there's, Robert Walden's disappeared from his desk at NASA. Dun, 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 dun. It's like, what the hell, man? It's so cheeky. I mean, I listen to it now, and it's hard not to laugh, but it's also, brilliantly mean and nasty in its way. But I think that's a great villain score, if you agree.
Yes.
Or villain theme.
Yes.
Yes. Well, you're right. You did please me with that pick. I mean, it's Jerry Goldsmith after all. So yes, let's enjoy a cigar together and tip our glasses. That's a good one. And I have to say that's maybe thinking outside the box too, because when I hear villains, I tend to think, maybe the more obvious choice.
Yeah, sure.
But you selected something that was maybe a little bit harder to find, and it's Goldsmith. So hey, you know what? That's a great choice. And I love, of course, right? What am I saying? I'm wasting time, Mark. We're trying not to go longer.
No,
I
we
love
can't go
that
long.
soundtrack.
I don't care how long we go. It's up to you guys.
It's a great soundtrack.
Yeah, no, I love it. And I love the album recording that Jerry Goldsmith did. It's on the GNP Crescendo Records. It's paired with Outland. That album is so good. The performances are absolutely sublime to me. There's no moment in that entire album, as far as I'm concerned, it's like 75 minutes or so, 78 minutes. I can't quite remember, but it's about as much music as you can get on a single disc CD, and every single note of that is just perfection. The performance is perfection. The recording, the sonic power to that recording is perfection. I love it. It's so thrilling.
And Ted, my favorite instrument that he used there, of course, he used the timpani and the brass, but Jerry Goldsmith also loved chimes. Like he loved the dun 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 dun. Just that, it's almost like a xylophone, except it's big.
Yes.
Just hitting a couple of different notes there, and it just gives it a little zing, dare I say? Where it's not just like he was trying to tell us that lots of instruments can be intimidating rather than the most obvious ones.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that is an excellent point. Yeah, he was great at that. Yeah.
Definitely. And Goldsmith agrees. He says the villain is the conspiracy. Yeah, that makes sense.
Uh-huh.
So I agree with you for sure. Mike, what do you got for your favorite villain theme?
I had to pick between three of them because I wasn't sure which one to pick. Yeah, so I don't know. Well, I guess I'll show you that. So one of them I picked is a piece of classical music. It's called I don't know how to say it. Fratres, Fratres by Avray Part. And it's if you're like, what the hell is that? Oh, I'm here to try to fill you in as best as I can, as much as I can understand it. It's a song that was picked from a composer that was a licensed piece that Paul Thomas Anderson used in There Will Be Blood. So it's like this kind of soft beat with a violin going. It's just this very haunting piece that really kind of gets into the mind of someone who's screwed up. So if there's someone on the island who's my villain and I, have to figure out either how to survive or coexist with them, I want a piece of music that studies the complexity of that person. Now, the one of them that's a very funny one I picked was the black suit with Christopher Young from Spider-Man 3.
Oh, yeah. That's a really good one. Yeah.
So anytime I see that SOB coming, and I'm like, oh no, not him again. My villain walks in on the island, say hi to me. That theme pops up in my head because there's something that's it's like very big and kind of comedic how evil it is. It's almost like, oh, this person's back. Oh no, here comes the bad guy in the show. It has like this old kind of like 70s style bombacity to it. But I guess the one I would really pick is Atmospheres from Georgie Ligeti. That's the song you hear in Space Odyssey when all the people are going.
Oh yeah, the creepy the tablet for the obelisk.
Yes, for the
is that a villain theme though? Is that a villain?
I think it's terrifying.
It's terrifying.
I don't know if it's the villain though. I
would say the obelisk is a villain.
Society on a little bit.
I think the obelisk is a villain.
No, I don't think the monolith is a villain. The scary thing is people don't understand what it is in the movie. So I don't understand who this person is that I'm stuck with who's a villain. So it kind of, I guess that's why I would use that.
Is that the assignment?
Yeah, that's the horror.
I didn't say you had to be stuck on the island with the villain. I just said
wow.
Mike, you're writing your own. I think you're writing your own.
But I like that. I like that idea. The villain coming out of the water and that theme would be playing.
Oh yeah. It would just be the horror.
Academy Award-winning screenplay. He gave the villain marooned on the island with him his own theme song, played on coconuts and with a special amount of wind that seared through the palm trees.
But yeah, I guess Atmospheres would be my one because you're horrified of this guy. You don't know what they're going to do to them. They're totally unpredictable, just like the monolith is. And this slow building, horrifying terror that then just turns into a cacophony of random instruments banging against each other that just leads to nothing but otherwise a downward spiral of hell. So that would be my villain. It's just someone who represents all that.
Yeah, that works. And Goldsmith said Goldsmith Odyssey said it's such a stretch, but the cue Lillian's heart attack from Brainstorm would qualify on that music. Her heart is the villain. A big stretch, but it sometimes
very interesting.
So I've got Brainstorm on vinyl somewhere. Actually.
One could argue that Robert Wagner was the true villain of Brainstorm.
Well, yes, you could definitely say that Wagner was for sure.
I mean, he was a heart stopper.
He was a heart stopper.
And also a hard stopper.
Hard stopper.
That performance made a hard stop.
When he got older, for sure.
He did.
We'll see if the 10 o'clock comes at a hard stop tonight.
No, it doesn't come as a hard stop at all. Okay. I could talk soundtrack with you guys forever. Ted, what do you got for your villain theme?
Well, you said that I couldn't pick the Imperial March, so I'm gonna have to go with Vader's theme. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Wow. Thanks.
Just kidding. But sticking with John Williams, I thought about this, and it had to be John Williams for me if we're talking about a villain theme. At least for this stream, it is. Yeah. I had to go with the 1979 Dracula.
Oh,
yeah. The definitive villain, right? Dracula. I love this score.
I've got that on vinyl.
You've got this. Oh, yeah. The original on vinyl. Yeah, this is another
Coppola's Dracula. But yeah.
Oh, that one too. Oh, yeah, I got that behind
That's a great theme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that one too.
What's it about the Williams Dracula, which is another obscure Williams reference for sure.
Yeah, I love Dracula and I love the Fury. Oh man. But what I love about Dracula, since we're focusing on this at the moment, is its unabashed pulpiness. It is what the novel Bram Stoker's Dracula is. And if you've read Bram Stoker's Dracula, it's the same way. It's unabashed pulp. And that doesn't lessen it. It actually makes it the classic enduringly so that it is. It's so lovely because it kind of goes back again to what I was saying about being vulnerable and just letting it all hang out. I'm not talking about being sloppy. I just mean, there's so much, this is refined stuff that we're talking about here. I'm talking about just being real and raw and really just going to the center of things and letting it be what it is without embarrassment and holding it back. Dracula is pure pulp. It's pure gothic, Oh, it's just gorgeous. And so on that level, that's why. And Dracula, if we're talking villains,
we're talking villains.
Like,
absolutely.
if I can't choose Darth Vader, it has to be Dracula.
Yeah, well,
I mean, come on, right?
I wanted a little challenge because I mean, Imperial March, that's like the epitome, like villain theme. You're like, that's one of those where you could play it in a crowd and people who have never seen Star Wars know that theme means Darth Vader. They know Darth Vader and they know that theme, if nothing else, even if they've never seen a frame of Star Wars. Imperial March is one of those ingrained in our culture. And Goldsmith Company's Odyssey said Dracula is an emotional villain theme, and that's unusual.
Yes,
emotions like rage and stuff. And you're right. You're right. It is.
Yeah.
So my villain theme. I guess we have to get to my villain theme. And my problem is there's a number of them you could pick. I mean, I'm a Danny Elfman guy, so you could look at it. Beetlejuice is the villain in the movie, and and that theme is a wonderful theme. It's really hard for me to pick. Or we mentioned it already, Lex Luthor's theme in Superman. You could go with that, you know. But for me, I guess it'd be two of them, if you allow me to. One of them is just a cue, really. It's not a full theme, but it's a cue, and it's from Psycho. And it's the schizo for violent, the Psycho theme when he's killing, because that's the theme, because it shows up when he kills Marion, and when he shows up at the end, the dee, dee, dee. That's such an iconic sound.
Yeah.
He also kills Arbuthnot on the stairs.
On the stairs,
he's got that theme, you know. So that's his theme, and it's so unnerving and dissonant, and all it is strings. And that whole soundtrack to Psycho is great because it's nothing but strings. It's nothing but strings. And you could even take Marion as a villain and her theme when she's driving away, and the theme song for that, you know, it's just this build. It's just like, oh my Lord,
Arbogast. Sorry, Arbogast.
Arbogast. Yeah,
Arbogast. Now Arbuthnot is Colonel Arbuthnot.
So that I'd take as the original theme.
It's a great one.
Thank you. But I have to say, one that stuck with me from the 80s, it's not an originally from the composer, but it's a variation on a very popular classical piece. And it's the theme for Hans Gruber from Die Hard, taking Ode to Joy and turning it on its head to make it the theme of the villain, to where you've taken it from the upper range and you moved it to the lower winds. And so when he first shows up, it's the cello and the bass. He totally takes this bombastic, uplifting score called Ode to Joy, and he spins it around and makes it the villain theme in this action film. And for me, I just loved that. The first time I heard that version of it, I fell in love with it. And it's one of those things where even when I hear the original version of Ode to Joy, I think of Hot But
the interesting thing about that too, Mark, is that he actually uses the very high register, almost Christmassy sounding it when they finally break open the vault and get the gold on. And that's when it's like this triumphant Christmas sound, and yet it's celebrating the villainy.
Right. And it's connected to him already, because you connected to him earlier. So now it's in its normal version, and you're like, that's the happiness of the villain.
Yeah, it's almost like that's the song he listens to, you could imagine. And that's why he likes it.
I need my entrance music.
Pick my entrance music now so I can feel badass.
But I mean, maybe that's a cheap cop out. I don't know, but
that was great.
But you know, I mean, in general, I mean, you know, he's wonderful in it. Hans Gruber is one of those iconic villains, but to take that piece and connect it to him and make that his theme and the theme of the terrorists. It's like, but that whole score is like that. That's Michael Kamen. He's taking these scores we know and he spins them on its head. If you've ever listened to the score, it even has the elevator music, which is
right,
which is this Western play, because they ask if he's if you think Roy Rogers, the theme is kind of Roy Rogers-esque for the elevator, but you can't quite hear it in the movie. But if you listen to the soundtrack, it's a play on that, but I guess that's for my theme to be something a little different, is the Ode to Joy version in Die Hard, because
I like it.
I love it.
Very good.
It's Christmas in July.
Yeah, it's Christmas.
Yeah,
It literally is. If you live in Chicago, Element is filming a movie for that right now.
Oh, are
Chicago
they?
Yeah, like some Chicago Bears Christmas thing, and they were filming it today.
Oh,
it's
really?
supposed to be the winter, and it's like 100 degrees outside, and the air is breathable, and they're filming outside.
They're
today.
filming a
I hate it when
Like
they
a
do
fake
that,
win-
though, because you can always tell
Yeah.
it isn't winter. I
Oh,
love
yeah.
the movies that actually shoot during the winter.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Yeah, like when they shot, we were talking about Nolan when we shot Insomnia or whatever.
Yeah.
When they shot up in the Alaska, I think it was Alaska up there. That film is that that feels, they're out on location and you can tell that's real snow out there.
Yeah.
That's real ice.
Unlike the snow in Dark Knight Rises when they're fighting each other. And like all the leaked stuff came like a year before that footage came out, and it was like this month. And I'm just like, ooh, how are they going to make that look like the winter? They don't.
The Goldsmith Odyssey makes one final comment here that we'll read here. The music in the surrounds was enough of a pleasure to carry me through the 1998 Psycho. Look, the only reason I own the 1998 Psycho soundtrack is because Danny Elfman did the performance of it and did the orchestration for it. And it's a great performance because he didn't try to change Herman's music. He basically took it and maybe updated some of the instrumentation in that, but the music itself is still Herman. I mean,
right.
Is
that kind of like Cape Fear with Elmer Bernstein, and it's also Herman.
Yeah, right.
The same sort of thing. The newer version.
Well, I mean, Bernard Herrmann's one of those that's just, you think it's like, man, the scores that he cranked out too. He did some great villain stuff, some great darker stuff.
And he did the Twilight Zone theme too.
And he did the Twilight
Zone.
Zone. Yeah, he did the Twilight Zone theme. And I love Herman's work too. I mean, because those earlier guys too, you hear their soundtracks and you can hear them influencing, just like we've talked about directors influencing newer directors, classical films influencing them. Scores are the same way. Alfred Newman's, the Nicholas Rocha's, those guys, you listen to their scores and you're like, you can hear where these other composers have been influenced by them over the years, and not in a bad way,
No.
I mean, and we'll wrap it up here quick, but thoughts here on modern soundtracks. I know this is a whole other discussion, but just real quick, do you think, and we could just make a brief segment, maybe we'll all get together again and do another soundtrack show, because this has been delightful, but do you think that modern soundtracks are composers possibly not putting, I'm not going to say they're not putting enough effort into it, but are they planning on the fact that their soundtrack may not be brought out anymore in the mix versus the way it used to be? And so that's maybe why we haven't gotten as many memorable scores. Or are they putting the effort in and the engineers aren't doing respect to it? What do you think?
I think they're putting an effort, but it's hard to be somewhat. I think that they're not, like, the studio's not giving them sort of like the freedom or control to really make the real kind of scores as they want to make real different tough chances. Like Ludwig Göransson scored for the Black Panther, is better than 99.9% of all the other Marvel scores, because they're just generic superhero themes. But it's like, it was amazing when we had movies that had more diversity in it. And I don't mean in terms of casting, I mean in terms of what the actual movie is. You know, like there's a reason like that Thomas Newman made amazing scores, and his sound completely changed throughout the years, you know, because you can listen to a score from Shawshank Redemption and then listen to the score to American Beauty and see where his style broke completely. And then you had your John Williams who came in, and your Hans Zimmers and all these different guys. And now it's like, yeah, we have guys who do like either good like orchestral stuff, and the orchestral stuff is even that heavy, or you get a lot of guys you know, like Trent Reznor and Benjamin Wallfish, who are doing like a good variation of, you know, digitally produced music rather than orchestrally. But yeah, and also there was a great point Ted made earlier, is that, you know, movies soundtracks, they don't seem to have the sentimentality or the heart that they did back then. You know, there just seems to be like let's just get the assignment done. Here's the soundtrack. Here you go. And yeah, there is a bit of a cynicism to soundtracks now that I would like to see a little more optimism in our tracks, and not, you know, factored optimism, not like that fake Disney optimism you see. Like something that's actually real.
Manufactured optimism. I want some authentic optimism.
Exactly. Authentic, the way Christopher Nolan intends it. Yeah,
there you go. Yeah, just you know, we know him. Jeff, what about you?
I think there are three problems. I don't think you have people from directors to studio heads who know what a good score is by and large anymore. It's not valued. For the last 20 years, sound design has replaced scores. And it's like forgetting Sarah Marshall when Jason Segel talks about mostly it's just tones that he creates as a sound score. That's what a lot of this is. It's tones, it's underlying stuff. So there's that. I also think just as there's also the problems with Broadway and many pop music things, I don't think melody is important to a lot of people anymore. In fact, it maybe could almost be argued that why aren't there jingles in advertising anymore? Well, it's corny. Well, same time, I think sometimes people think melodies are corny. Like if you have to write a song that has a discernible melody that you can pick up the first time, that's old-fashioned. That's Jerry Herman on Broadway, or that's, you know, John Williams or Jerry Goldsmith. There's a certain amount of people out there who I think they reject that because it is old yesteryear stuff, and it's cooler to just, you know, create moods and horror and genre, and sometimes those things just go for, you know, that sound design, which can be very, very effective. But I think it limits then film composers willing to risk and try to write something that has a melody, that maybe has 2 or 3 themes to a film, or, you know, maybe they don't even have the money to bring in an orchestra. But these days, plenty of stuff is recreated electronically. But I think those are the 3 key parts. I think people know. I think there's you know, an emphasis on sound design, and I think melody is more and more a lost art across the plane of music, let alone in film scores.
What I love is you can't see the comments, but Goldsmith Odyssey would say the exact point you just made, Jeff.
Oh, really? Another of my children.
They write
out there.
1 as directed, and 2 much later in the process is the score, and 3 an eye towards further film editing, which used to not be an issue usually. A film was locked before being scored, and all of those resist strong melodies. And optimism may be the new sentimentality falsely maligned, they think, in both cases.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's really great points. Absolutely.
Yeah, very good point. Excellent.
What about you, Ted? You consume a lot of scores like ourselves. What about the modern score?
Yes. Well, first, I would like to point out that, of course, and I know we would all agree that there are still diamonds in the rough. There are still occasionally some amazing soundtracks coming out that just blow me away. I love them. I love the score to Us, the horror movie Us. The main theme
very well done.
Just really that one caught me off guard because I wasn't expecting it. Because horror too has really suffered a lot of what we're pointing out. But that score came along, and I thought, I think I know what this is going to sound like, because they all kind of sound like the same stuff these days. And that came along and surprised me in the best way possible. I don't have a lot of patience for a lot of film scores these days. I find that when I try to get through them, I'm not very engaged and I get bored really quickly. There's a lot of music because we get them digitally, so there's no restriction on, you know, how long the album is. And that sort of results in kind of more thoughtlessness in a way, just in terms of the slop. And that's too harsh a word, but I'm just trying to say that it's just like this massive amount of music that I try to listen to, and a lot of the time I find myself just not being able to get through it. I end up getting fatigued trying to get through it. Rather than a joy, it almost becomes like homework because I want to know what this is, and that's obviously not the best way to come away from movie music. But one of the main things that I've noticed now, I think that part of what's going on is they're responding to the type of movies that are being made these days. So there is a tone, and there's something in the fabric of the way that a lot of movies are made that they are appropriately responding to that and scoring that. They're doing what they're asked to do a lot of the time. Whether that be because they're accurately reading what the movie is giving, or in combination with obviously the director's input and, you know, whoever else gets involved and says we want it to sound like this, and so they're tailoring it to all that kind of stuff. There's all kinds of stuff going on, and of course a lot of this is supposition for me because I don't know with absolute definity. But one thing that I would like to point out about it too is that there's kind of this blanket scoring that's going on in modern scoring a lot, where it's just like, even when it sounds exciting, or it maybe is like, wow, that seemed to be good, it's like they're not classically trained is probably part of it. A lot of them aren't classically trained. They've got a lot of really high-tech software, and they can make music sound pretty good, but they don't really know, in a lot of cases, why they're doing what they're doing on a level of being classically trained, like someone like John Williams or Goldsmith, or of course the Golden Agers before them. And so there's that too. But as contrast to that, like when Jerry Goldsmith will write music, every line that he writes, you can hear it. That it's not this blur, this wash of a blanket of sound that's just kind of like coming at you. You can hear the articulation of everything that's going on. This is going back a little ways, but I think it was starting to form at this point, so it might be a decent example. And I have a lot of respect for the composer that I'm going to make this contrast to, so don't get me wrong. But Timeline, if you've heard the rejected score, or the unused score is a better way of articulating what happened there, to Jerry Goldsmith's Timeline, the articulation in his writing is just superb. You can hear every single line, and none of it is lost. But then, and I enjoy the score a lot, I bought it when Perez Saraband re-released it at the deluxe edition with Medicine Man. Brian Tyler's Timeline is great, but it kind of has sort of beginning then what I'm talking about, where it's like more of like this wall of sound, and it's harder to get the articulation out. And I think that also factors into why these newer scores don't tend to really get us in the feels and get us in our heartstrings and where like we really are as vulnerable human beings, because we can't really figure out what the intention is a lot of the time, other than sort of the blanket obvious. And that's not refined enough to get us. It might sound amazing at a pass, but it dulls really quickly, and we don't feel it the way that we would otherwise feel it from a master like Goldsmith or somebody else who's
but that's you could also argue it's the entire problem with films today. You have people who are imitating films, and they are only imitating films that they've seen in their lifetime.
Right.
And we talked about this with, last night where we were talking about John Hughes is now 50 years in the past almost, which was akin to Charlie Chaplin being in the past when I used to watch his movies on Saturday afternoons on television when I was a kid. That's 50 years ago, from the 70s to the 20s. So a lot of this stuff people don't know anymore. They don't study it. It's not important enough. It's not valued enough. The orchestras and things like that, they're not valued enough. Look at Timothy Chalamet dismissing orchestra and opera and ballet and all that kind of stuff.
Regretted that,
and his mom is in that business. It's just the younger generation, the newer people, for budget, for time, as the Goldsmith fan online is saying, it's the last thing thought of. And now it's oftentimes dismissed because, well, we don't have the time, and we're doing these focus groups and we're doing this test cuts and we have to change the score, so let's just do sound that's a blanket of noise
Right.
that sort of hits the right notes, but we don't have time for 8 bars of melody that would be, we only have 6 bars from the new edit. I mean, that's the kind of thinking that goes on. And so music becomes probably the very last thought and not very important one. And most people don't understand music. The people on this panel do. Most people out there do not understand music. If you said, what is that instrument? And it's clearly a trumpet playing, the opening of JFK, people go like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I don't know, is that an auto tune? Yes.
Goldsmith Odyssey would say, I will say many scores I don't want to listen to. The recent Dunes, for instance, work perfectly for their films. They still get the main job done, but miss the creativity. And backing Ted, Dune was the kind of movie that needed the sort of scores we're talking about or against right now. And yeah, it is. And for me, I'm going to say modern score right now. This one right here, Mad Max Fury Road.
Yep.
This is a standout modern
Brothers in Arms
score. It's older, yes, now the movie, but it's also one of my favorite more modern after 2000 films. But this movie has themes because, again, the big movie is pretty much just a wall-to-wall car chase, right? So you like Conan, you need to fill it with something. And this film does its job so well. I memorize, I can hear themes, I can hear thoughts. Whereas out of all the Marvel films, no offense to them, I know the Wakanda theme and I know the Avengers theme, and that's about it. That's all I can remember from those music. And I've listened to those scores many times, even DC. I love my DC, but even the modern DC films, I think the standout score was, again, from that same composer, was Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman was such a different score than the other superheroes, either in DC or Marvel. He went to that Amazonian sound, the heavy string. I remember that. But a lot of these themes and stuff that we get now, we don't get because they don't stand out. Either they don't stand out because it's not mixed right, or it doesn't stand out because they've been directed. This is what we need. And like we said, with the digital, people are editing stuff 2 weeks before it's released. Jeff, we had the prime example of that. And Mike, when you guys the screening for Evil Dead Burns, there was an end credit sequence that was cut out that was not added until a week before it was released after the press screenings. So they're messing with these movies up until a week before, 2 weeks before the film's actually released. So how do you score to that? You score to what the film you have, and all of a sudden they go, you know what, we're going to take this section out, or we're going to add this section. And then you're just like, well, okay. So yeah, maybe modern filmmaking is what's kind of hurt the score. But we still have some gems out there. And thank you so much. We're going to wrap it up here, folks, for the night. But this has been beautiful. This is exactly what I kind of expected was going to come from this discussion from these fine folks, all very knowledgeable soundtrack folks. And again, a license to shill. So Jeff, you get to go first tonight, sir. Your license to shill. Please let everybody know where they can find you at.
I'm reviews at theestablishingshot.org. I also write for Script Pipeline, for Pipeline Artist Magazine online a couple of times a month about all different kinds of aspects of the business, both television, movies, and trends in Hollywood. You can follow me, Jeff York Chicago, on Instagram, and just look me up, Google me, and you'll find a number of other places you can follow me as well. But those are the main ones.
Fantastic.
And of course, guesting on Mike's show, your show, Ian's show, so many different podcasts.
Well, that you're a man in demand because you're so knowledgeable.
I guess
You're a very knowledgeable person. See, this is what I do with my shows. I surround myself with people who know what the hell they're talking about. See, and then I don't have to. It's kind of, that's the way we go. Mike,
that's what I do. Just let it roll.
Just let it roll. Mike,
I just let him talk and I go, yeah. Okay, so now
I totally agree. Absolutely. Let's move on. Mike, where they can find your stuff.
You can find me at ypareviews.com. The YPA stands for You'll Probably Agree. I have new written reviews every week along with podcasts and other stuff. And on all the social stuff, you'll find it on the website. on my TikTok and all that, you'll find little reactions to movies that come out each week, and sometimes just random videos that I think are funny to upload. So go check it out.
Fantastic. And Ted, you get a license to shill, sir. Thank you so much for being part of this. I'm so glad you guys all got to get together and share this passion. Please, a license to shill, sir.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me. And it's wonderful meeting you, Mike, and Jeff both. It's been quite the time. I haven't had this much fun in a while, so thank you. But I'm Ted, the soundtrack guy, and you can find me on YouTube. And if you happen to be a part of the Entrada Records soundtrack group on Facebook, I do a lot of posting there, and there's a lot of activity to the posting that goes on there. I think it's a great group. So if I have a new video or something like that, or a post or something that's going on, or a soundtrack unboxing, like I just got Explorers recently, and I had to take a picture of me with Explorers. I got it right up here. I can't help it. I got it right here. And I took a photo of Explorers from Entrada, because this one is,
Explorers
this one I was waiting for quite a while. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So Ted, the soundtrack guy on YouTube, and you might see me in some of the soundtrack groups on Facebook too.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you, everybody who's did this. We are ending our streamathon. Our streaming to end Alzheimer's is coming to a close, my friends. Hour 20. For 20 years, we've been on YouTube. Thank you so much for coming on this journey with me. We've made $485 over the last 2 days, and that's thanks to everybody here. Woo! Every bit helps this organization. Thank you for making this special. And that campaign is still going on. I'm working out on how to do it, but the Walk to End Alzheimer's is going to be in September. And I'm going to continue our campaign till then, because I still think we can hit the ultimate high-end goal of $2,000 before September 19th.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try my hardest to do that. But thank you all. Hope everybody enjoyed these programs. And I know we got a little late, but yeah, everyone, I appreciate it. You stand by here. We got a lot to go. 20 years, and I am not slowing down until someone tells me, yeah, no, you've got to stop. And then maybe I'll stop. But that would only be my wife. That'd be my wife. My wife would say, you're done now. You're done, Mark. Put it away. Put it away. But I don't think she'd ever do that. But thank you, the Goldsmith Odyssey, for tuning in. Everybody who contributed, I thank you all. And now we will just say good night, everyone. And open your ears. You never know what you might see from a movie soundtrack.